Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. Once again, we had to take a short break to make room for the seasonal tournament, but I am finally back on the desk along with ImpetuousPanda. We're done with our seasonal casting shenanigans, and we're back for you lovely people this week.
And it's great to come back from the break, especially because, as usual, these tournaments, I think the tournament today are some of the best ones because we're coming off of having new cards introduced to the game. And that means, where there used to be just no question marks, everything was settled. It was just Nasus Thresh and TLC and Zoe Lee. Today, there's a chance for that to be a little bit different. Maybe not. Maybe these players say, okay, let's just stick to what's tested and what's already proven to be good. But we could see just a little bit of spice happening here today.
It always takes a little bit for the new cards to settle in. Like, even with, I remember, like, when the new Aphelios set came out, that first week there wasn't any Aphelios, and the next week it was like, oh, it was, bam, there we go. But the new cards, there's already been a couple breakout decks, some fresh revitalization of some older archetypes that I'm really excited to see make their way into the meta and to the competitive scene. And for a reminder, for those of you, since we've been on a small break, we're going to quickly go over the format for Fight Night Legends EU. Now, this is a double elimination bracket with 8 invited players, the best of the best that we can find from all across Europe. It's going to be best of 3 matches, of course. The players bring 2 decks that do not overlap regionally, and to win a match, a player must win with both of their decks. They can't play that deck after getting a win with the first one, of course. And because, again, it's a double elimination tournament, just as a reminder, if the person from the lower bracket does win, we will get a grand finals reset, and we'll play another best of 3 to determine the final winner. And of course, the sweet $200 prize pool as always.
And as you said, it's the best of the best, but today I think especially so. The roster is just absolutely bonker stacked. We see, to start things off, Den, a seasonal champion, versus Trish Fangirl, someone that was in the last seasonal and has been representing Norway in pretty much almost all Riot tournaments until now. Klobachi versus Raxitos, both players that were in the top 4 of the last seasonal, and a nice Germany versus Spain, so 2 powerhouse countries there as well. Salty Simon versus Gamebreaker. Gamebreaker, of course, one of the most consistent players that we've seen really in Europe in Runeterra esports. And Salty Simon, the Swedish party that's made it to a few grand finals and won a few of these Fight Night tournaments before, so he's someone that has a lot of experience. And then to end things off, Pepsi Cola, the EU Masters champion with Portugal, against Agigas, also a top 4 player in the last seasonal. So all these players have a stacked pedigree. Gone are the days where players are, maybe not as known. All these players are very known. If they aren't, you haven't been watching enough Runeterra esports, because these guys have been around for a long time.
Yeah, the pedigree is there, and also just the ability for these players to read the metagame. Like Gigas is always typing up like meta write-ups or matchup write-ups to help other players prepare for tournaments. So I imagine that, going into this new set, you already have a read on like the matchup spreads and things like that, or even certain decks that people might be sleeping on. If you have like that leap of early mastery, you can get some wins.
The problem is that, sometimes these tournaments being 2 days after an expansion, like you said, there maybe isn't enough time to really, because there's money on the line today. There's a tournament on the line. You don't want to take huge risks unless you have some, proven data or proven results on a certain new deck. So today we might still see a lot of, Nasus Thresh and kind of the usual suspects, but hopefully there's a chance for some riskier players to go into something more interesting. And one of those players is, his name says it all, Trish Fangirl 69. If that's not someone that's going to take a risk, then no one is. And I think he brought us just a little bit of spice, something that I think he always tends to deliver when we're asking for spice. And today is no different. We're going to check out what deck he's brought today. But I think it's pretty exciting. Scar, do you agree?
Yeah, I want to see what this deck can do. Soraka Braum. Now, this here, Scargrounds, again, has already kind of gotten a lot of value from the previous meta because it was like supposed to be the counter matchup into Nasus Thresh, and it had a little bit of play into TLC because you would abuse their piecemeal damage removal. And so you have that technology, but you have to remember that like Freljord and Targon's, like the Soraka Braum, there is precedent for combinations of this nature. Usually they were based around Sparklefly and Zoe, but this one, just looking to build up a big board and never die.
You know what I think? I think, Trish Fangirl was looking for a deck to play today. He asked, Marcus, also from Norway, and Marcus told him to play Soraka Tom, but he understood Soraka Braum, and that's why he built this deck. So maybe it's a bit of confusion on his part. He had a very long seasonal tournament this past weekend. That might be it. But actually, I'm going to be honest. He's someone that brought Soraka Tom to the seasonal, so he's someone that's very familiar with the archetype. And looks like we're going right away into the action. Den is playing Ash LeBlanc Frostbite with the Marauders, and Trish Fangirl is playing the deck we just talked about with Braum, of course, and regeneration units adding to the healing for Soraka's level up and for the whole kind of the archetype with Starspring, etc.
And right as we got into game, I caught a glimpse of a Braum getting taken down with a Culling Strike, with Scargrounds into Braum and with Den on LeBlanc, Legion, Marauder. Both players have curved out magnificently, but unfortunately, these sort of slower, like landmark-based decks just can't keep up with the tempo sometimes. And it looks like Den is already within a stone's throw of taking this game 1.
Yeah, I just noticed that there's 6 HP currently on the Nexus, so we did miss a lot there. Looks like we missed a few turns, but like you mentioned, Culling Strike is the one card that you can't really, out heal, let's say. It's going to get you if you don't have enough attack, because there is a lot of healing and Troll Chance and Pale Cascades in hand to protect this Braum, and of course also the Scarground. Once you get damage once, you get the Tough, and that persists for the whole game, so it really does help a lot, especially with the regen and the fact that you can kind of pseudo heal with Troll Chance as well.
So we've got Avalanche coming through, which is huge. You wipe the LeBlanc, you wipe the Glory Seeker to maybe try to stabilize this board. And now Den has the option to maybe try to go for Reckoning here to wipe and push through with this Liege Marauder on the open attack. It is very risky here with all this mana open. It's just going to continue to develop and keep the pressure up.
That being said, there isn't really, I think, outside of Avalanche, which is slow speed, a fast speed, just straight up removal in this deck. So I think if once you play the Reckoning, you're not really too scared of, oh, my LeBlanc's going to die or my Marauder's going to die or both are going to die at fast speed, unless you're in combat or unless, of course, Avalanche is played.
Oh my goodness, the Troll Gifts. We didn't really get a chance to look at the nitty-gritty details of the deck. We were kind of just talking about the implications of this archetype, but the Troll Gifts hitting Braum specifically here is massive. You get the +2/+2, and now with Scarground stacking up, you finally have, a decent blocker here. And being able to clear the Legion Marauder is going to hopefully stop the bleeding here. Even with the harsh winds, without removing this body, you're still taking the damage that you want to see.
There could be a Pale Cascade, but wouldn't do enough to remove this Marauder, would just, hit it for 1 point of damage, so really no point there. And this is the key thing here. The regeneration on Braum means that, yes, you did almost kill it, but that's not going to count for anything as soon as the turn flips. There's no more mana. There's nothing else that Den can do here. And the 6 HP doesn't surprise me because this is a deck that, it's going to have a lot of setup. You have Scargrounds, you have Starspring, you have a very slow start. But once you build this foundation, this is where, if you're playing off of combat, which this Ash LeBlanc deck is, of course, it's not really, doesn't have burn damage that can go over the top. It's going to be very hard to penetrate the wall that will start forming here.
And because Den is now in this very awkward situation where you have to keep developing in order to push through the lethal damage, you can't take that time off to cast a Reckoning against your opponent having so much mana, right? So this is just, again, you have to keep going wide. The list can put on a lot of mid-game pressure, but there's no Yetis right now, and there is usually no overwhelm in this deck. We have seen aggressive variants running like Kato the Arm and whatnot, but this one is just all about the wide pressure here. And Trish, I imagine, is just sweating and praying that there's not like a second Culling Strike about to hit this Braum.
And the Pale Cascade can do a little bit, but of course, it's only +1 attack after the nerf a few patches ago. And yeah, it just wouldn't do enough to stop a Culling Strike or Reckoning at this point with the 2 Frostbites coming in. But it looks like it's just going to be trying to go for some form of value off of not getting his units killed at this moment. But really still, can't really push through more than 3 damage. And even then, Troll Chant can help and make that even less. Now it's a bit more, and this is the problem with not having more units actually here. Maybe Pill Cascade has to be used just to try and cycle and find a unit to play.
Yeah, if you now we actually did get a glimpse at this deck and saw that it's actually running very light on units. That way the Starlit Seer is hitting like your very key cards within the list itself. And so it's very unlikely that Pale Cascade is going to draw a playable unit here.
Then it might just be you just want to save the Troll Chance and the Pale Cascades, have that 6 mana exactly available. Astral Protection won't do much of anything, and then just take off 2 attack from each of the 2 units that are attacking your Nexus, and you will survive, still at 4 HP, which, like I said, there isn't really any burn in this deck. There's no Farron, for example, so you're not too worried about being almost dead until you're actually dead.
And this is still a lot of damage going on to Braum. And if he levels up, then suddenly he becomes the source you need to start generating blockers on board. But as you already talked about, you got double Troll Chant here for survival purposes, but you aren't removing the board. You're only delaying the problem.
Some key cards to mention as well in Den's deck. A new card, Incisive Tactician, for 8 mana. This is the card that has, Reputation. You cost 6 instead of 8, and then when it's summoned, it rallies. So there is a kind of a rally effect in this deck. At some point, you have to watch out if that's going to be at all a consideration. And of course, strengthen numbers as well with Legion Marauders.
Very cool that Den is willing to experiment with that card, because a lot of these decks, if they were going for rally, would generally reach for Shunpo. And just having a unit-based rally means that you don't get locked out if your opponent's board is empty the way you do with Shunpo. You aren't opening yourself up to deny. Very interesting card, and with the Legion Marauders, you're stacking that reputation quite fast. But Braum now is absolutely enormous, is going to strike down this LeBlanc. You have to get this off of the board. That way you play around Sigil of Malice potentially becoming a factor here.
And you do, of course, get the extra Poro, so now you have, at least 4 blockers, which is what you need right now. Of course, the Trapper can be played as well. That would be 5 units attacking. And when you're at 2 HP, that's a bit of a problem. So you might have to overwrite the Scargrounds even at some point if you find another unit here on the draw.
Oh no, Ember Maiden is not what you want to see here. Even though it's a good blocker, you're just going to eventually kill your own Nexus. The only there's Soraka, I believe, Guiding Touch, and some Broadback Protectors in the list for blocking, but oh my goodness, and Triss is just forced to develop the Ember Maiden here.
And this Reckoning, because there's no Troll Chant in hand now, it could be a problem. You can't take this Yeti down if the Reckoning is used. If you end the round here, you're hoping to just beat the clock. You have to win off of next turn, basically, with the Star Spring.
And yeah, and now, because of the Ember Maiden, Den doesn't need to do anything. I don't need to go for the Reckoning here to wipe the board and push through lethal. I can just let the Ember Maiden do what it wants to do.
Yeah, I think you have to go full in just to try and get the most heals here as possible, and then you can heal up with both Astral Protection and the Pill Cascade, and possibly even just the second Star Spring as well. But I'm not sure what would proc first, the Star Spring completing or the Ember Maiden. I think Ember Maiden is start of round, if I'm not mistaken, and the Star Spring is end of round, so the Star Spring should end first. That being said, the Reckoning could do something here. I guess not, though, because Pill Cascade and the Astral Protection are both going to be burst or fast speed.
So let's see, 18 out of 22, Astral Protection, heals for 4. Is this enough?
Yeah, that's 22.
The miracle?
And the Star Spring should count first, so Trish Fangirl's going to do it, I think.
HP.
Reckoning might be used here, but the healing's already done, so it doesn't matter if you kill off any units. Yep, round end and round start. He's confirming it for us and the viewers at home. I think Trish Fangirl's going to get this. The Star Spring goes off, and he wins the game 1 of this series. So wacky decks need wacky endings to games, and that is one for sure, because this is the first time that I went into this interaction. I think we were both a bit perplexed on what would happen first, but in the end, the Star Spring calculates first. It's a round end effect, and he survives on 1 HP.
Actually phenomenal. Again, there was that turn. I believe, where Den could have gone for the Reckoning, but it wouldn't have wiped the Braum anyway, so you have the similar outcome where you just swing on the Yeti and re-heal, but we saw that matchup was incredibly close. Like it came down to that specific interaction, getting the Star Spring down at just the right moment, and getting into round 2. I think Den still has a pretty strong shot here, even into Nasus Thresh.
Well,
You've got
actually,
the new card.
This is not Nasus Thresh, this is Nasus Zillion. This is a new take on this deck. It looked similar. I know it has a lot of the same pieces, and you were already kind of conditioned to, once you see Shadow Isles and Shurima, you know, your brain's like, all right, this is Nasus Thresh. Okay, perfect.
Oh,
but
I was looking at Den's
Zillion.
list. That's why. I was looking at Den's second list. I had it pulled up in the wrong tab here. Trish is going all in. Now, Nasus Zillion, this is basically the new flavor of Go Hard. Tons of pings, tons of extra sustain, tons of removal, and you're just looking for that nice, juicy, slow burn. Den, meanwhile, playing a new card, the Thrashing Snapper. When it's blocked, it does jump up to 5 attack to get a really nice reputation stack, although your opponent probably won't block it, so then it kind of just becomes a precious pet.
Or you can play Merciless Hunter and take it down while it's blocking for free. So, of course, Trish trying to get, you know, maximum value out of his cards here, takes some damage, uses his life as a resource to then get a better trade and have a better board moving into round 4 now.
Merciless Hunter, the breakout star, I think, of the Shurima cards. It's just, I've seen a lot of players say, if you're running Shurima, you have to be running 3 Merciless Hunter at this point. 4 mana 4/3, 3 mana 4/3 with Fearsome that also grants Vulnerable is just an excellent card. There's really just no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
I'll just say that the power creep is very much real. If this card was included in the base release of the game, GG, it's over. It could be a champion. People have, you know, compared it to Callisto, of course. It does, yeah, it seems very strong. Even at 3/3, I think it would be very playable in the right decks with Renekton, for example. We'll see some Renekton Sejuani later, possibly. Of course, it's a card that's been just included automatically, and Triber's been taken out in that deck. But yeah, like you mentioned, I've been playing it in Azir Burn. I think it finds a spot in pretty much any Shurima deck just from the value it generates.
And I like the Bakai Sandspinner there, of course, from Trish Fangirl. Taking a point away from Ashe means that you're slowing down your opponent's reputation stacking a little bit. And you have to remember that these Freljord Noxus variants do sometimes struggle with lack of card draw. Whispered Words did a lot to help that out. So if you're able to slow down the reputation, then you're choking them out of resources. And of course, you're slowing down the incisive general as well for that rally. So Spirit Leech is going to come down here to just keep the resources going. Again, because of this is the standard go hard game plan of just develop tons of bodies and chump block for dear life.
And there's the go hard was drawn and the target was found. The Troll Chant can be played here to save this challenging unit. It's going to be, I think, pretty worth it. You do have to play it kind of proactively before you can actually see what trades you're committing to. So it might give Trish a bit more leeway, depending on what if his units gets the attack removed. But it looks like it's not going to be used, actually. Den saving this resource. And Den down to 3 cards, has a Whispered Words to draw a little bit more later on. But the biggest thing of note here is, of course, the Frostbite effect versus the Nasus deck. Could be pretty effective at least stalling that win condition by a little bit.
And yeah, you have like the same sort of early package of Shadow Isles where you can sometimes get some really aggressive board states with this list. And one of the biggest weaknesses of Nasus Thresh was that, you know, if your opponent was running Frostbites or something that could stop your big Nasus/Atrocity win condition, you were sort of left really dead in the water. And now with the secondary win condition of Go Hard, you have that extra angle to close games out. And Zillion, you know, potentially just staying on the board and leveling up with his effect where he creates the fleeting cards. You just have so much extra value. You're getting to double dip on your removals. And looks like Trish is being presented with a very difficult decision here. Do you want your second copy of Go Hard, or do you want to get the time bombs and maybe try to play towards leveling up Zillion very quickly?
Yeah, definitely suffering from success there. Had the option to find really everything he wanted there, either time bombs or the Go Hard. It's the whole reason this deck is kind of built. You have the predictions into the cards you want to draw.
And goes for the skip, actually. Doesn't want any of those cards on the prediction. Is looking for something a bit more specific here in the list. Maybe something like a Black Spear, or maybe even another Spirit Leech to just get even more card draw out of the list.
I think his hand is pretty low in mana, so I think it makes sense to try and find and draw for something more impactful. You know, at this stage of the game where you do have a lot of mana to use, you don't want to end up kind of drawing into a 1-mana spell and then you play all your cards out this last turn, and then you have no cards basically, with very little draw left without a second Spirit Leech, for example.
Yeah, so probably just looking for more bodies on board for sure.
Could have had the option of having the Rite of Negation, but doesn't have enough mana there, only 3 instead of 4. And Rite of Negation is a card that might have some trouble finding good value against this matchup. A lot of burst speed, spells like the Harsh Wind, for example, like the Troll Chant, would have been great there, but could not use it with only 3 mana.
That was definitely one of the only windows of opportunity Den would have to cast the Bloody Business. So just pulls the trigger there, takes down Nasus, which is a great way to take on such a massive threat. And if Trish Fangirl ever taps under, again, the Rite of Negation, we've got Strength in Numbers now waiting. And I like the safety block here against a Troll Chant or something to survive the Withering Wail.
I think it's if there is a Troll Chant, I think he's fine just taking the damage. He's not going to get down too low. And again, there is not really any burn in this deck from Den, so he's fine taking the risk here. Wants the Zillion to try and survive for a bit longer, maybe get a better block where it's actually dealing damage and trading and not, blocking a quick attack unit.
And I was thinking, too, that maybe you just want to take the risk of trading away the Zillion anyway. I've seen these sorts of variants. What they do is they just trade away the Zillion very quickly so that they can play a fresh Zillion and get more time bombs in the deck. But this version's not running, I don't think, that sort of strategy. There's no, Rite of Calling, for example, that really wants to turbo through for Zillions and Nasus. But this is pretty comfortable here. This nice wide board. You're only really fearing Reckoning, and you have the Rite of Negation.
The problem is you don't have, card draw, and you just saw your opponent use Whisper Words for 2 mana. Now they have, once again, they refueled into that Culling Strike we mentioned, into the Troll Chant. And again, Strength in Numbers is going to be very effective, but we'll see if Trish is patient enough to save that right for this card.
And now there's a really awkward situation on board because the Whisper Words came through. Trish thought, hey, I need to be a bit more aggressive and force my opponent to trade the board away with an Ash in play. The Preys aren't going to be able to block anyway once she levels up and just gets again punished by the combat trick. But Den actually gets a little bit too big for his britches and throws out the Strength in Numbers.
And suddenly that huge
Rite of Negation here.
That hand advantage has suddenly fizzled. We'll see what the top decks are now for both players. The Glimpse Beyond is massive for Trish here, although the Culling Strike can be played on any of these units to stop it. So we'll see, who goes first, who has the patience to use it. There's the Ash attacking, leveling up, and like you mentioned, a lot of 0 attack units here. That might be a problem for blocking. The Glimpse comes in first. I'm surprised I don't see the Vengeance onto the Ash at this point.
I definitely thought we were going to see Vengeance here. I'm not exactly sure what Trish is saving it for, but I guess you just want to use it to bail yourself out of a lethal situation rather than just keeping the board under control. We know that Den's next top deck is going to be Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
I mean, at this point, you have to Vengeance now, because if you allow another open attack, then you can't block, and that's already a big issue. So you need to get Ash off the floor so that she no longer has the 0 attack, you can't block effect onto the entire board, or else you can't even chump block this Marauder. The Nasus is big, and the Atrocity is even bigger. 6 + 7 still equals 13, so the combo can go off in one turn. Only 11 though, so not quite enough to get a lethal here, but enough definitely to, of course, try and block this Marauder and provide some more pressure on the board.
And so here comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Like an Ash off the top here would just be so that would just be massive. Because you get to directly target the Nasus. The arrow flew a little bit sideways there.
A Reckoning is just as massive, though. Well, you don't have a 5 attack unit. Oh no, now
Yeah,
you do,
gotta
though.
attack, so you have to attack first to buff up your Legion Marauder, but this is great. You have to go for the Reckoning here to wipe this Nasus out while it still has 0 attack. The cards are coming through for Den right now. We've seen both players like just fighting so hard for these resources.
There's another Nasus. Trish is laughing. He knows he's been saved. Back-to-back Nasus top decks basically over the last 2 turns with a time bomb in between. And now, well, he's still in trouble. We have a harsh wind into a cooling strike, so never mind. Of course, you want the strike to go off so you get the spell shield, but Den is not going to let that happen. The harsh wind comes in, and the cooling strike follows. But that is it now. Now it's going to be fully a top deck war. The advantage Den had and hand advantage is now gone. He does have the board advantage with 1 Marauder, but not quite enough to get lethal this next turn. Only going to be getting 6 attack here.
Yeah, no attack buffs in this deck either. No burn, no attack buffs. Has to develop, and just gives Trish a means to get 1 more blocker now.
And once again, the trade goes off. You're able to kill the Marauder here, and of course, you weaken the Yeti. It's going to be hitting face, so it puts you down to 4 HP. And I mean, I think, are there more Nasus left, actually? Well, that's actually a pretty good play, but you have to play it now. You can't wait. And waiting in the hand there for Den is a new card, Incisive Tactician. Costs only 6 now. The reputation has been activated, and when he's summoned, he rallies. So could be a very strong effect, but you really don't have any units on the board, so the rally is just going to come in right now. 4 attack, 4 HP, and that's going to be lethal. So the surrender there from Trish, and the 1-1, the tie in the series here from Den.
I've never seen such a crazy series of top decks. Usually one deck is playing something that naturally starts to gain card advantage over the course of the game, but both players are just running at full tilt, had to just use every single resources there to keep up and get victory. But yeah, the incisive actually comes through towards the end there. So well played from both players. There was a lot of like key moments where it was like, oh, if they do this, they can have lethal, or if only this thing happened, we could get the lethal. But again, very close game. And just as well, we already talked about it, this entire bracket is completely stacked. So of course these games are going to be very close. And so going to game 3, Trish still trying to get a win on this go hard list, and playing it into Nasus Thresh, maybe seems a bit fine. With the amount of removal this deck packs, you could hold down the early game quite well, and is already opening up with Zillion on 2.
And a bit of an awkward start here for Den. You sometimes see very, very explosive openings with Caretaker, with certain cards that you can combo with a Curse Keeper, but this time not really many activators, only really that double Curse Keeper. But now the Caretaker does come in, but Zillion did block the Curse Keeper, so you can't use the explosive combo this turn at least.
So we get a nice predict here. And takes the Glimpse Beyond. Again, I think that Trish, last game we saw the lack of resources, the lack of card draw, and this is going to influence that decision a little bit more to reach a little bit deeper into the deck for some more card draw.
And there's a Merciless Hunter coming into effect, allowing the Abomination to try and kill off the Zillion, but the Zillion will kill himself instead and draw 2 cards here for Trish Fangirl. And Merciless Hunter, 3 copies included in both decks for both players. So it is the new versus the old, with Thresh Nasus versus Zillion Nasus, but also a little bit of new spice added to both of these decks.
Yeah, the Merciless Hunter, the way it stacks out, is going to be enormous. The Abominations and the Fading Icons and etc. give the deck a lot of means to block Fearsome. So it's not really about the Fearsome. It's about getting those key targets to pull, and just being able to play around that by just sacrificing your own units, right? Your opponent gives it vulnerable, and then you just use Glimpse Beyond or Spirit Leech on it. But Thresh now coming down on curve, and this is not what you want to see. The 6 HP is big, and it's going to take a lot of work for Trish Fangirl to swing through to kill this Thresh completely.
Not so much. The 4 here plus a Time Bomb plus a Vile Feast or a Go Hard that we see in hand, and the Thresh is dead. So the Thresh, of course, hoping to benefit
the Time Bomb. Right.
the board-wide wipes here, but instead going to be taking that vulnerable from the Merciless Hunter and going to be going down himself instead. So cannot benefit from some of these deaths here.
Oh, man. I secretly, I love and hate the new cards when they come out, because it's like, it's a lot of new spice, but still so many new cards you have to remember and account for. And so, yeah, Time Bomb stacking out here alongside the Go Hard. There you go. I was so focused on Den's board, I wasn't even looking at the Time Bomb for Trish. So that's going to be a nice wipe here. Clears the Thresh, and you do wipe the Cursed Keeper. Your opponent gets the Abomination, but that's going to be one less good target they have for Ravenous Butcher or Spirit Leech. So if you can pop that 1/1 before your opponent has a chance to, I always say go for it.
And of course, the Time Bomb kills count for Nasus Slays as well. So that's kind of the whole synergy between all these different ping effects with the Time Bombs, the Go Hards, the Withering Whales. It is that all of these effects kill your opponent's units and count for your Nasus is growth.
And so Trish is going to lean into that synergy by developing the Nasus here. Doesn't want to go for Fading Icon or Merciless Hunter to perhaps, develop a wider board. It's just going to go a bit taller and just trade.
The Thresh here could have stayed a bit more healthy by trying to go into the Zillion, but instead opting to get the 2/3 instead, and going to take a bit more damage here. The Siphoning Strike can, of course, kill the Thresh, but maybe not the right choice just yet. 4 mana still up for Den means he has a lot of options still with Black Spear and Vile Feast, or even just Glimpse Beyond now before combat resolves.
And Trish, actually hesitating on sacrificing the Zillion. If you can get another Time Bomb, or if you had another one in hand, I would definitely recommend keeping the Zillion alive. Because once you start, again, doubling up on those removal spells and that healing, you come back into this game really hard. So by taking 4 extra damage here and keeping the Zillion alive, Trish is saying, I'm confident that Time Bomb is going to show up for me here in the next round or two.
There's the Black Spear coming in with the Slay effect happening before combat was initiated even. So it is activated, and that is the Nasus dying for Trish, and the Thresh still alive and thriving. Merciless Hunter coming in, maybe next turn can do something about this Thresh, but still you are behind on the board.
Yeah, and again, no card draw. You're only working with the resources at your disposal. There is another Nasus in hand to still have a big threat, but at 9 HP, you have to work on containment here. So it's going to be
able to kill this Thresh off, and then you have some ping effects to set up the Withering Whale for next turn into both the Abomination and the Merciless Hunter, and potentially the Caretaker if it's played next turn as well.
So Thresh going to go down. The Merciless Hunters have actually been very strong in this matchup. I talked about how Nasus Thresh has a lot of means to block the Fearsome, but when you're looking at the Zillion variant, there's a little bit less so. We've got Vile Feast plus Go Hard to take down this 2 HP unit, but you're still just generating another chump, something that can't block Fearsome.
I'm surprised not to see the Go Hard, considering its slow speed Vile Feast. You can still play it next turn, and you don't have blockers for the Merciless Hunters anyway, so I think, yeah, this is the problem now. I guess it's better that this is used here instead of on the Prey, because now you have a Fearsome blocker for the 4/3 at least, and the Withering Whale still will kill off the Spider and the Merciless Hunter, but you can play Go Hard I guess you can still play it now, and I don't know why he wouldn't.
Yeah, you could Go Hard the 4/2 to set it up for Withering Whale. And even if your opponent glimpses, then you're still fine because it's killing a unit regardless. But because the Threshes have been contained, as long as Den doesn't top deck a Nasus here, Trish is kind of in a decent spot defensively.
Especially now. These are going to be all one health units are going to die immediately to Withering Whale. I would set up the 4-2 to 4-1 here and just set up the entire board to be ready to go.
It's tricky because Trish is like, okay, I can go for Withering Wail, but if Den has Rite of Negation,
Yeah, I guess so.
then it's going to like just really backfire. So
and it really does telegraph that you have Withering Wail if you were to ping this 4-2 now.
And then your opponent might just like not attack or just like start glimpsing their own stuff and look for a different line. Or what they'll do is you telegraph the Withering Wail, they'll pre-glimpse in order to get the Rite of Negation to guarantee some of this damage coming through.
Trish, of course, does not have the information we have, so we can't really go for the optimal line, which would be, of course, weakening this 4-2 down to a 4-1 instead. Going to play it a bit safer, somewhere in the middle, take down this 4-1. That would be dying to Withering Wail anyway, but it is a unit you can't block, you can't chump block. So this is Trish Fangirl thinking this is going to be a Rite of Negation, or possibly, but it's going to be just a Glimpse Beyond. And now you have to Withering Wail because you know that if you allow your opponent to draw 2 more cards, there's a very high chance that one of those 2 cards can be the Rite of Negation.
And you can see Trish's reaction there. Super glad that this card resolved. I was going to say, earlier we saw Trish take some extra damage in order to keep Zilean alive. So already in a position, in a predicament where you have to play it a little bit riskier. So yeah, definitely just go for it.
Gonna have to possibly trade off the Zilean here, or yeah, I think trade off the Zilean and use the Glimpse on the Prey. Of course, no cards in hand for Den, so you know you don't have to play around anything just now.
Yeah, so now Trish is pulling ahead in the resource battle. Things have finally evened out. He survived the onslaught, and getting the Nasus has just been such a massive boon. Super unfortunate, though, that the Zilean is going down right before the second time bomb comes out. But now you've got Nasus the King coming down. Just a huge unit that your opponent can't really respond to cleanly in this matchup.
Attack first here just so your opponent doesn't know that you have time bomb and go hard after. Maybe he blocks with a 3-2, makes it cleaner to kill. But no, of course, Den's a good player. Blocks with the unit with the lowest health, the most vulnerable that would have died to the time bomb anyway. But this gives Nasus the flip here, and at 16, going to be killing maybe 2 more units here. More of the Doomkeeper's Play means that he might just go to 20 HP. And if Atrocity is drawn, it can be just a 1-hit KO.
Yeah, very important that the spell shield comes through. Den's variant is not running Vengeance. Again, not really teched for the mirror match. With the advent of Merciless Hunter, is just built with a much more aggressive stance. And now we've got Pack Your Bags.
And the Nasus from Den, 11 attack, 11 HP for Trish. So an Atrocity could spell trouble here if it is found.
And the big issue, though, of course, is that Den has to play out the Nasus early in order to have a fearsome blocker, and still makes this Nasus vulnerable to, getting scooped up by something. You already talked about how, Nasus plus Atrocity, if you have 13 mana, you can still pull it off. But there it is, Preservarium getting Siphoning Strike.
And with the last card played from hand for Den, that means there's no information that you have to be scared of anything, no Rite of Negation. So Siphoning Strike comes in and the surrender comes in from Den, and Trish Fangirl takes this series 2-1 and advances to the semifinals of this tournament, with Den dropping down to the loser's bracket. And Trish does it with style. He's the player in this tournament that risked a lot, bringing Soraka, Braum, and this Zilean Nasus, but it has paid off. Maybe surprise factor, maybe some hidden value in these decks, but he moves on to the semifinals.
Yeah, the Go Hard variant, you're taking like an older tried and true archetype, mixing it with some new cards, some new tech, and you have like that new early mid game swarm, and then just like this slow and steady late game burn deck. We've said it's like a new version of Go Hard, but it kind of feels like a newer version of like perhaps Corinna. It's like got this weird like mixture of DNA of like old Corinna control and a little bit of They Who Endure in there. It's actually pretty sick. And we didn't even see Zilean level up. So with that X factor in the deck, you could see it really jump ahead of players with just the fleeting cards and doubling down on those resources.
Not just that, but on ladder as well. It could be,
Hmm.
very nice against Irelia decks. You have a lot of one damage pings against aggro, which is always going to be always a very big part of the meta at the start of
Hmm.
new expansion. People are ranking up from platinum to master. So definitely a deck to consider, seeing how it performs here in the tournament, and also maybe taking that to ladder and seeing if it works out there as well. But it looks like we might be jumping into another quarterfinals match, maybe Raxitos versus Babachi, which is, a top 4 from the last seasonal. And also Raxitos is bringing a very nice deep deck, but it's not here. Unfortunately, we're stuck with Shen Jarvan, better than Shen Fiora, but still definitely not on the level of deep, at least for me personally.
Has the Radiant Guardian technology. There is this card has gotten a resurgence lately, again, because just tough lifesteal. You just chump block all of the swarmy decks for days and just get to the late game. Raxitos, if we actually take a look, like Radiant Guardian, when you see this level of sustain and Spirit's Refuge, you know that this deck is heavy and wants to get to like the deep late game.
There's a single combat. The Screeching Dragon is nice and healthy, so all these spells in hand can do nothing to stop this dragon from killing the Ezreal and trying to stabilize and take control of the board. That being said, only 3 cards in hand for Raxitos might be a problem, whereas Kobati has many cards and also things like the Rummage into the Ignition and the Axe, for example.
Oh, baby. Bright Steel Formation off of the Try meme. This is going to be pretty difficult, I think, to overcome. Again, Raxitos playing a deck that has to really interact with the opponent through combat. And so taking down Bright Steel Formation is going to be incredibly difficult. Kobachi's already sitting on double Scorched Earth to clear this board next round. And doesn't even need to do it this round. Like, just is still going for the burn strategy. Has Captain Farron in hand to maybe close out. Now that we have eyes on Raxitos' hand, we know that this Radiant Guardian and Screeching Dragon are the only things available to stabilize from this position.
And the Bright Steel Formation on board here for Kobachi is a nice little puzzle for, join the game late and you have to try and piece together what happened until now. It gives you a lot of answers. There was a very big try game at some point. We must be pretty late into the game, and we are. Raxitos is currently, though, 1-0 up in this series to set the scene. This is game 2. And if Kobachi wins this game, which, it seems like he might, we will be moving on to a game 3 still.
So we got Thorn of the Rose now coming down. Just to have an extra chump blocker, generating Guile is going to allow you to press this slight numerical advantage you've got for yourself. And Raxitos just needs to have the Radiant Guardian connect to heal a little bit. Kobachi, again, has the double Scorched Earth, but the difference between 7 and 11 HP from a position like this is negligible, and it's just going to let it go through. You can just save those cards for the right time.
And everything seems to be, in favor of Kobachi here. He has the Bright Steel Formation on the board. He has the Farron. He has the Ezreal. He has the card advantage. Everything is... Yeah, even has a Sentry to stop any kind of healing maybe on his next turn, or if anything happens there with a barrier and the Aegis, for example.
Yeah, I do like Aegis here. It becomes so risky for Raxitos to make these plays to fight for the board because of those cards, right? So just goes for the Concerted Strike to try to take down the Bright Steel Formation. And again, the double Scorched Earth is just so massive here. We've seen these Ezreal Draven variants move closer towards Guillotine over Scorched Earth, but now with the advent of a lot of landmarks being added back into the game, Emperor's Dais potentially seeing a lot more of a stronger position in the metagame. The Scorched Earth is back on the menu.
Especially with, Soraka Braum maybe infecting the ladder soon. You got to have those Scorched Earths ready and prepared for all those Star Springs and Scar Grounds that are going to be everywhere.
So Kobachi is just... the Ezreal Draven makes a lot of sense. It was a deck that started to rise back to prominence in the previous metagame, even across the seasonal tournaments. Is just a very stable deck to round out your lineup. And again, with Fiora Shen being nerfed, this has been the deck of choice for players that just want a generally good deck. And when you have the ability to maybe pull a Bright Steel formation out, it has, again, that X factor that can win you games. So beautifully piloted there. Even though we caught only the very end, you can kind of see how it's a deck that wants to build up a slow advantage over time until eventually your removal is just keeping your opponent from doing anything to try to take the board back from you and you close out.
And the series is now tied 1-1, which means that Rexitos has to continue playing this deck. He won his first game with a deep deck that I wish we would have seen, but maybe we'll see later on. He has to stay on the Shen Jarvan, and now we're going to see a Thresh Nasus from Den, or from Kobachi rather. So this is game 3 of the series. Whoever wins this moves on to the semifinals against Trish Fangirl that we just saw winning against Den, and whoever loses drops down to the losers bracket.
And I talked about how the presence of Radiant Guardian potentially says this list wants to get to the later game. And taking a deeper look at the list, there's just one King Jarvan III. There's no Bright Steel formation in this deck. There's nothing really weird like Captain Erica as like a counter to other late game decks. It's just going all in for the mid game just swings, because with Radiant Guardian, if you can sustain, then your opponent loses out on those burnouts. We've seen these variants struggle sometimes against aggressive decks, and they're teching in like Tasty Fey Folk and etc. But this one, again, opting for Radiant Guardian covers a lot more bases.
There's a Prey coming in for, just a clean trade. This Caretaker, of course, is one of the most notorious one-drops at eventually ramping into a very big threat, much bigger than a one-drop ever should in most games. So trying to take it down here, presenting a combat. We'll see if Rexitos accepts it or not.
And if you cash in a Sharp Sight here to trade into this, I think you're okay. You want that trade to happen. And the Greenglade Caretaker really, I think, shines when you have it just be this innocuous one drop that's just sitting back and scaling and scaling. But I suppose Rexitos wants to take the trade there just to remove something from the board and not opening up to maybe a Black Spear or something.
Yeah, I think with a hand that had maybe less units and more of a need to go off of that Caretaker in the early game, you would have definitely tried to protect it more. But with a Challenger here on turn 3, and now, of course, the top deck on Shen turn 4, I think you're fine trying to save that for maybe a more impactful trade later on where you're suddenly getting a big swing in combat.
I like the Notify here to deny the card draw. Rexitos is very confident in the curve here to meet an advantage, and with an opening like Fading Icon and going for a glimpse from a position like this, Rexitos gets some information that the hand is very bad. So if you can prevent that card draw, you definitely want to keep your opponent in a very clunky hand position as you build your advantage.
And now the Sharp Sight here, for example, can be much, much more impactful on the board. And looking at the hand of Kobachi, I mean, the hand is looking good. You're set up for the late game, of course, but didn't have much of a, huge... Yeah, now the Curse Keeper coming in is a lot more effective. Unfortunately, you're on the defense turn here for that combo with the Curse Keeper and the Caretaker, but that's the card you needed really to get that payoff with the Caretaker next turn. And
Kobachi doing the smart thing and just passing so that Rexitos can't get a combat trick against the Merciless Hunter. And, these Demacia Ionia variants are more than happy to take passes like that and refill their spell mana. And Rexitos also going with the correct stance of Screeching Dragon in order to threaten Thresh with the Sharp Sight. I think Kobachi has the read, knows the Sharp Sight is there like 100%, and now has to figure out a way to get the Screeching Dragon off the board if possible. Can't develop Thresh here.
I like this trade. I like this kill on the Curse Keeper without giving a chance for Caretaker to try and get an easy proc off, simply because there isn't an excessive units here for Kobachi just yet. The Vile Feast and the Spiderling is going to help with that, of course, but it makes the Caretaker much more awkward to find value.
Vile Feast being put on the stack here is interesting. You don't have to worry about Black Spear again for this round, so it makes the Sharp Sight very strong to survive through this. And with the Fury proccing, you get this setup. This is what you want even Fiora Shen loved this, and Shen Jarvan loves it just the same, of double Screeching Dragon or Screeching Dragon Shen to just keep your opponent's board under control. And Nasus Thresh is a deck that can't function without having that early mid board dominance to set up for the Nasus in the late game. So Raxitos right now, just by having this strong curve, is already in a fantastic position. If you play Thresh here, you have to pray against Concerted Strike.
That being said, only units in hand, no counterplay available in terms of spells for this turn. If Kobachi knew this, I think he would play in a very direct manner, but he does not know this, has to be careful with 7 mana up, and I think Raxitos is going to take this buff. I think he's going to try and utilize the 7 mana to scare Kobachi from doing much of anything in this round or in this turn.
Yeah, you have your board set up already, and you can just chill. You refill your mana. You don't care about burning a little bit, because the later the game goes, the higher the chance is that you're going to get like Jarvan or just J3 down. And so you can just threaten your opponent and make them sweat a little bit.
The Black Spear can be used, but of course, Kobachi might be scared of another Sharp Sight, but I think you have to take it now that it's activated, now that it's here. If your opponent has a Sharp Sight and you don't get it out now, he's going to continue having it the rest of this game. So at some point, you have to make the move here. You have the mana to do it. You don't want to waste one of these spell mana that you have currently banked. Go for it, and if it resolves, fantastic. If it doesn't, that's one less Sharp Sight you have to deal with. The second one, it would be in this game. But as we see in the hand here for Raxitos, no Sharp Sight, only units left.
Yeah, with the Sharp Sight and a Nopify already cashed in, the chances are a little bit higher. No card draw has been spent, because Raxitos had this really strong mid-game, just high HP curve to fight for the board. Hasn't had the time to kind of dip off to the side and set up a River Shaper. There hasn't been the defensive card you usually want to play with a unit like that. And this opens up a window for Kobachi to start evening things out just a little bit.
There's a vulnerable coming in, which we saw many turns ago, but of course you mentioned it. It was play the Merciless Hunter, and then the pass came in because the 4 mana was up for Raxitos, a few turns ago, and now finally being cashed in to get a nice value trade for Kobachi and a nice slay effect, of course, to make sure that Nasus continues growing for when you finally do find it. And it could be now. We see two Threshes in hand already. The Rite of Calling is played, and the Nasus is found currently at 8 attack and HP, so not too bad at all.
These Fiora decks have like a very interesting pseudo weakness to Fearsome, where if they usually have like 1 or 2 units in play that can block Fearsome, but if you have some challengers, again with Thresh or Merciless Hunter, it's pretty easy to peel them to the side. And Nasus is actually big enough to survive against Concerted Strike right now, and I'm wondering if Kobachi maybe just wants to set up a Thresh here, just to maybe sacrifice it or run interference to make it a little bit more safer for this to come down.
I mean, yeah, that's the one scary thing. Of course, we see it's not in hand, but really once this Nasus grows past that point where there's no longer, and I guess you didn't really have the attack stats on the board to be able to play the Concerted Strike with only 4+2 to take on this Nasus this turn, for example. So that's maybe the green light, but also the fact that once this Nasus gets past that point where it can't be killed by Concerted Strike, you're going to have a very hard time removing this from the board. There's not really a straight up kill effect in this deck for Raxitos.
So just dealing a little bit of chip damage. The Nasus isn't going to level up off of this, which is great. And again, just doing a little bit of early work to set up the Nasus to get taken down by a Concerted Strike. We saw like the mid game for Raxitos be very dominant, but just wasn't able to push through any damage on top of that, because Nasus Thresh has so many units with very high attack totals alongside their low HP. Fiora, these Demacia Ionia, this Fiora Jarvan, I did it again. Shen Jarvan, doesn't have any pings. You have to find somewhere to put these huge 4 attack units.
And there's a proactive block from the 4-1 to make sure the River Shipper dies no matter what, even if there is a sharp sight. Does not want Raxitos to find more fuel in this late game, especially not a possible concerted strike. So very heads up player Kobachi understands that his game plan is now all about Nasus. It's not really about going wide on the board, and is fine sacrificing a 4-1 instead of a 2-1 if he makes sure he can try and stop the card draw from Raxitos.
And so here it is. This is what we talked about. Having the challengers to move the fearsome blockers out of the way and clear a path for Nasus. Because once you have your opponent under threat of atrocity, as long as you have enough stuff in play, Raxitos is locked out of the expensive, more late game plays that a deck like this wants to make. Because then you're, okay, I have to keep mana open for... oh my goodness. Let me stop myself in my tracks, Panda. Because this deck is not running Deny.
That's a bold move there, but I mean the Black Spear is going to be effective this turn as well. At just being able to right now, because the Caretaker came in, just remove the Shen if you want to, and not be scared really, unless there's only 3 mana, so I don't think there's anything you can really do for 3 mana to save the Shen, and that's one less fearsome blocker as well.
And without Deny, it really changes like the texture of this matchup and shows that what Raxitos is going for is just utter board dominance to close things out. We've now got Jarvan III in play to get Jarvan IV out of the deck to set up for a very strong open attack potentially.
But now, of course, Thresh coming in as well. Now, both boards are kind of full. This is where Thresh really does, of course, thrive, because he's able to collect on all of the possible deaths that can happen in a big clash between both boards, and then try and get a second Nasus into play.
And the big commitment from Raxitos means that Nasus is going to be able to strike here, right? He's going to be able to hit the Nexus, level up, get that spell shield, set Raxitos down to slay distance, right, with the atrocity, where you're going to slay the Nexus next.
There's a challenge on the Screeching Dragon, and going to be he was trying to drag that last unit as well, but that's not going to work, my friend. I think you have to remove. There we go. Now you have the Nasus with Fearsome attacking straight to the Nexus, and nothing you can do aside from Sharp Sight onto the Caretaker to provide a block. And it would happen before the Nasus flips and before the Scarab debuff hits the Caretaker as well, so it would give you a fearsome blocker. Time is ticking here. You have to be fast now if you're Kobachi. Make sure to cement the attack before the timer runs out.
Yeah, there is of course Sharp Sight available, but you're still getting the Nasus level up, which is just as fine because you're still protecting them against like concerted strike.
There's a Sharp Sight coming in, not to get a better trade, just to provide some form of a block here on Nasus and stay at 17 HP.
And Jarvan is not big enough to kill this Nasus now, because it's going to continue to grow as as time goes on. Wait, is it? I think I saw a quick cover there. It is 4 out of 4. So it will come into play at 7, but it's at the end of the line. So you have to attack with just Jarvan III here.
And there's a debuff as well from Nasus.
Oh, that's right, the Nasus debuff.
Which in this case will be quite impactful. Nasus is just, trying to outgrow the potential trades here. Just continue to grow. There isn't a kill spell, so he knows if the health here does matter. If you're able to get bigger and bigger, then maybe you're too far. You're running away from the damage, and you cannot be killed at some point.
And this list, Jarvan Shen, is all about combat. To get a board advantage, an insurmountable board advantage, and close things out with a rally or something like that. And Now, because you're forced to go into combat, you're just feeding into this Nasus.
There's a level up, there's a 7 attack, and there's a Scarab debuff taking it down to 6. So Nasus surviving, getting the Slay, of course, as well, and going back up to 2 HP. Would be at the mercy of maybe something like Concerted Strike, for example, or Stone Combat, but the Red Negation was just top deck this turn, so now you have that extra bit of protection on the spell stack.
And you also have Rite of Negation against the Cataclysm with this Jarvan being in play. You've got the box to pop the barrier on Jarvan the Fourth, so that it actually goes down because it was summoned this round, right, on the open attack.
And now the box becomes a Thresh once again, which maybe is maybe not as great at helping have because now there might be I guess, yeah, now with Red Negation still up, you can't really do it because you're not going to have enough mana to, well, you just stop the Cataclysm.
Interesting that Jarvan wants to pull the has to pull the Thresh here because of the spell shield again. Gets blocked by Cataclysm. I think that was a bugged interaction a while ago where Cataclysm would go through spell shield and they fixed it. So I'm just misremembering. Cataclysm was just like a really just buggy card when it first came out.
I don't have enough experience with it, so I'm gonna give you the last say on what's gonna happen if that would occur. I know it would. I just dodged it when I saw the mess that it was. I'm like, no, I'm not even gonna find out what's happening here.
And Kabachi thinking, do I want to sacrifice a mana crystal or do I want to get one more Slay by sacrificing a unit? You still have to keep up on board.
Yeah, I think that the mana crystal here is the right answer. If you're looking to get 17 HP to just take down the Nexus directly, I think you're going to get it soon, maybe the next turn. And you don't have Atrocity in hand anyway, so it's not like there's any huge rush to get it. Well, the Caster Blessing, as usual, connects right on time.
Yeah, I mean, J3 can't block Fearsome with the Nasus debuff. Womp womp. And this was really unfortunate for Raxitos because there's only one copy of Jarvan the Third, and it was used to get Jarvan the Fourth out of the deck. It wasn't used in like a combo turn where if Jarvan the Fourth is already in play, Jarvan the Third has the extra benefit of granting Scout and Challenger to the rest of your board as a finisher. So it just didn't line up at all for this.
Because the Thresh can't kill the Jarvan, there was not going to be a Slay effect, so only... and yeah, none of the units can die here, so there was no Slays there, so only 15 HP coming in, attack coming onto the Nexus, so still 2 HP now for Raxitos, but Atrocity is, of course, very much a thing here, as well as Black Spear onto this, just shut down the Cataclysm here as well.
Yeah, you use Black Spear to shut this down. If you go for Atrocity here, you maybe open yourself up to like single combat Concerted Strike.
Yeah.
So again, it's one of those things where you're in a winning position with just this huge Nasus in play. And now you've got the Slay proc for 3 HP, you don't have to worry about the double combat trick anymore.
Exactly. There's not enough attack here to even take down the Nasus if there was a stone combat or a Concerted Strike. So Atrocity comes in, no denies, open deckless, of course, and that's going to be Kobachi winning this game 3 and advancing on to the semifinals. And Raxitos and his deep deck, unfortunately, going to losers. Hopefully, we can catch a glimpse of it later on if he does end up making it back to the losers semis or the losers final even. We'll check that out later on. But a very nice game, although I would have loved to see, Deep with Bone Skewer, this new... Yeah. It's been evolving every meta a little bit. It kind of really fell off, and then slowly it's been trying to climb back in with players now taking out Maokai, making a lot of very revolutionary changes in the deck list. And I would have loved to see what this new version looks like, and with someone like Raxitos piloting it, one of the best deep players in the game right now, I think.
Yeah, and the EU peeps, in case you missed it, NA, the NA seasonal finals were actually both players did bring Deep as part of their lineups. And I talked about Bone Skewer a little bit when it came out, when it was revealed. And it's one of those cards that seems very innocuous at first, but the more you think about it, the more you realize it has like ridiculous synergy with Deep. So I'm really excited to see like the early adoption of it. And, when it comes to like these weird niche cards, we've been having a lot of really cool come ups in the metagame, like Gifts Beyond and Nightfall. But we're going to get a quick check-in on the bracket. So, we'll get the information y'all actually care about. We've got Kabachi now going up against Trish. We saw that game already be decided. And Salty Simon and Peps Cola are still moving through the upper bracket. We're going to have Den now trying to take down Rexitos, and then Gamebreaker and Agigas now down at the bottom.
So again, because this roster was so stacked, it looks like it's not really an upset. It's just, everyone's good, so it's not really surprising to see who loses and who wins. But some big names like Gamebreaker and Agigas dropping down losers bracket is always going to be a little bit surprising, at least because they are very, very dominant players. But we'll check out the rest of the action after this quick break. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. Stay tuned.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're working through the bracket today. We've already had some pretty exciting games, some very close games. And as we move through the upper bracket, we're going to see, some of the stronger decks really start to shine. And the next match we do have selected is going to be Salty Simon versus Peps Cola here.
So one of the semifinals coming up. The other one is, of course, two players we've already seen. We just saw Kobachi and Trish Fangirl. So we're going to give the spotlight to two other players, Pepsi Cola and Salty Simon, bringing, well, not as spicy as a lineup as Trish Fangirl, but that would obviously be pretty hard to do considering the decks he had brought. But we'll be seeing some of the classic staples, and some of these decks that are going to have a few different cards thanks to the cards added in this last expansion.
And getting into it, we do have Sejuani, Renekton, Overwhelm being brought by Salty Simon. Now, Simon, again, does have that mean streak, that very aggressive streak we've seen in the lineups that he tends to bring. And this deck has also undergone a little bit of refining and a little bit of an evolution as time has gone on. We've got Sivir now teched in as a means to get some AoE, the quick attack, potentially even some other keywords from time to time. But Merciless Hunter, you already mentioned it, Panda, has been a massive improvement for this deck. It sets up Renekton to feed him. You get even more ways to use your Overwhelm effectively, and it just fits perfectly into that 3-mana slot. The deck really didn't like Avros and Trapper. A lot of players didn't really care for Xenotype researchers because this list doesn't have really enough card draw or predict to make it consistent enough. So everything just kind of works out with the inclusion of this card, and has a very strong matchup against Nasus Thresh, which was one of the reasons it kind of hung on in the previous metagame. And now, for those of you who are playing on the ladder, this is also pretty strong against Aurelia Azir.
Yeah, Merciless Hunter is a card that, like we said before, has been added to pretty much every Shurima deck, but this is the deck where it really, would fit, even if it was maybe a 3-3, because it has just a great effect and a great synergy with Renekton, and also with a lot of units like Doomkeeper as a 2-1 and Rockhopper as a 3-1, that you can then force these cards that are very easily killed to get much better trades against, a 4-3, for example, with a 3-1, or, you can get much better value trades, or just set up better Overwhelms. You can set up Renektons, etc. So, again, a card that really fits in any Shurima deck, but in this deck especially finds a home. And this is a deck that was already, high tier 2 in the last meta. So with this upgrade, it can definitely now become even better.
And we did see, again, there's one copy of Preservarium running triple Battle Fury. It's a list that just needs to kind of pray a little bit to draw the right sequence. And when it does, it's such a powerful just mid-game force. By the time you're even thinking about stabilizing, they have you on death's door. And trying to keep up on board against it with all of your your Blighted Caretaker, your Fading Icon, or House Spider, a lot of these cards that these slower decks are using to keep up against the aggression all get punished by Overwhelm. So I think that it is in a very strong position right now. And Salty Simon, bringing it just shows that he's a good player that has the ability to read the metagame.
Biggest difference is, of course, the Doomkeeper over any kind of Omen Hawks. That's sometimes a consideration. Also, I think with Merciless Hunter being added and 3 new sources of vulnerable, I would have removed one of the exhausts and take down to 2, simply because, like you're saying, one of the biggest problems this deck has is it almost beating itself by just drawing a lot of these one-cost spells, and then you just run out of resources very quickly. So I think swapping one of the exhausts for Preservarium, having 2 Preservariums, and making the curve shifting a little bit to the right, so that is less of a problem, I think, for me, would be an ideal. But Salty Simon is, of course, probably the better player, and probably someone that has tested and experienced a bit more. So maybe he's onto something by just running this version instead.
Yeah, it's, again, you're just taking the old shell, putting the new tools in it, and then you still need to see, just mathematically, right? Because it's still so early days with the new metagame. You need to figure out what the math is, because even switching out a 3-drop, right? You're slightly shifting the synergies, like you mentioned, and sometimes the rest of the deck does need to shift in order to play with the new tools you have, and really play against the new cadence the deck is able to play with. But going into game 1, we are going to be seeing Overwhelm into Pepsi Cola on Lee Sin, the classic Zoe Lee Sin. This variant is even more classical because it is not running Gifts from Beyond, which has been a tech that has become more and more and more popular as time has gone on. But when it comes to new builds, the list has a copy of the Fangs, a copy of Solari Priestess for a little bit of flexibility in the mid game, and a copy of the new card Syncopation. Has the swap effect from Stands United, but only on 2 mana.
Yeah, pretty strong card. We'll see, just how strong it is going to be in action, because I haven't really seen it played at all on ladder just yet. Haven't been able to see. Of course, some cards on paper, they seem very good, but then maybe in practice, they don't end up panning out. But Syncopation does look pretty busted for burst speed 2 mana, especially in this deck that has a lot of value. Like we mentioned, off air, just with the way the deck works with Lee Sin, with Sparklefly, you can find a lot of different interactions that you can get a lot of value from that swap effect.
And to quickly talk about the matchup at hand, Salty Simon is hitting this curve like a redheaded stepchild, and the Yeti is coming down, Renekton using the vulnerable to get boosted, and Pepsi-Cola is already down to 9 HP and only has these 1/1s to try to hold down the fort. The only way that Lee Sin can survive this matchup is with like early Eye of the Dragon or early Sparklefly stacking. Hopefully we can see it happen.
There is a hush on Battle Fury, for example, so those 2 cards are pretty much dead in hand. And I think Salty Simon knows this, of course, can't really, make use of that, but he does still have even more overwhelm units. He still has the Wild Claw as well. Still has a lot of different ways to push through a lot of damage next turn.
And so Sparklefly now getting boosted to a 5/4, going to offset a lot of this damage from the previous round. And with the massive level of HP, can maybe even block a little bit next round too.
There's a Wild Claw coming down. I mean, we'll see if Simon thinks let's just go for the Battle Fury. I think he's going to want to open attack regardless next turn. But yeah, like you're mentioning, this Sparklefly is getting bigger and bigger. Started off at a 2 mana, stat line, a 1 and 2, and now has almost become a 6 mana stat line.
And Pepsi-Cola actually hesitating here. Wants to make the Sparklefly even bigger, but, needs to keep some mana floated for some flexibility next round. Has Hush to stop a little bit of the overwhelm damage coming through, and Syncopation to maybe get the Sparklefly out of harm's way or set up a really strong uptrade.
There's a deep med coming in, double deep med, double discount, but maybe not enough card space for all that draw. We'll see what Pepsi wants to go for. Of course, he is on defense here. He's just trying to survive until Lee Sin comes in. And Salty Simon has quite the opposite game plan, just pushing more and more pressure every turn. And you can stall, you can do all kinds of things, but this board gets bigger and bigger, and every one of these units can be very, very threatening.
I like the setup of the stack here, right? You've got all your big attack at the top so that, placing your lifesteal further down the line means that you have an extra window to threaten your opponent with these Battle Furies that you've got in hand. We've seen Battle Furies sometimes be very clunky, where you draw it early before you have the setup, or you top deck in the late game where it's not going to matter. But this is a situation you want to be in, where it's just like an extra fork against your opponent's setup. And Pepsi-Cola recognizing how awkward this attack order has made it to defend properly.
And there's you want to get the kill on the Sparklefly and just get rid of this unit as a whole. This lifesteal, of course, the fact that it's very big already, but there is the Bastion to help out for 4 mana. And this is the thing now, if there was another Shaped Stone here, that would be ideal to not just try and kill the Sparklefly, but to maybe make Pepsi-Cola commit under 3 mana and where Hush isn't available, and then you can just put the Battle Fury onto one of these units and just get the kill, basically. But no more. You do have the Troll's Hand, of course, but then you go under 8 mana, so there's not really enough leeway to provide any kind of bluffs here for Salty Simon. Yeah, you just have to go for it.
Yeah, goes for the Battle Fury, gets the Hush out of the way. And Is Pepsi Cola actually going to pull this off with a gigantic Sparkle Fly? Now we've got triple gem to heal for 10.
Not just that, but maybe trying to push into the 14 attack just to go for the lethal on the Sparkfly. Instead, it is kind of a secondary win condition against decks that don't really have a way to interact with units. And Overwhelm is one of those decks that don't have any kind of unit interaction. They don't have any kind of kill spells other than just in combat with Overwhelm with big beefy units. Soul Chant is one card that can be used to take off to attack, which could maybe save the lethal possibly.
Yeah, it's a lot of work that still needs to be done to get a lethal here, but getting it this turn is very unlikely. Just going to go for 11. Doesn't even go for the deep med. Like, there was a world where instead of going for gem, you go for, like, deep med, try to get a Pale Cascade and draw another card. But just goes back up to 19. And the Hush is temporary, so you can see the Battle Fury is still on the Wild Claw.
And this Merciless Hunter is huge as well, into being able to just move this Sparklefly to the side so it can't heal more, or move it forward so that it can heal, but it'll just overheal because you're already at 19 HP.
So you're in the same situation where you want to block further down the stack.
You have to fish for Hushes now with the deep meds.
Mm-hmm. And you can block further up the stack with the Goat and then use Syncopation to put the Sparklefly up there.
There's also one Concussive Palm in this list for Pepsi Cola, so he has a lot of outs here. He has a chance to fish, and he has 11 mana to work with, so he's going to be able to fish for 4 different spells. That's also something you can do.
Yeah, the Syncopation. So you get to swap the Sparklefly with the Goat that's on the bench so you can block further up the line. With the stack the way it is, you do survive with 2 HP, and Sparklefly does live against Renekton here still.
With 10 mana, you can play both Troll Chant and the Battle Fury. Surviving at 2 HP means that you can take 2 attack off the Sparklefly, and then now you're going to be at 0. But it looks like it's just going to be a YOLO Battle Fury on. You have to find the Hush now. Doesn't find it. Has one more chance with Deep Mend. He can fish for 2 cards. Would be the best way of using his... Because healing is not going to do it. You're getting hit for 23. You can't out-heal this.
So here's the thing. If you Deep Med, you're looking for specifically Hush. But if you Guiding Touch, you heal for 2, and you still have mana open for either Hush or Concussive Palm.
But you only draw 1 card. I think the odds are better with Deep Med.
And then Deep Med specifically draws only spells. So Pepsi Cola has to do some quick maths.
It's 100% the way. I mean, you have 2 Hushes left and only 1 Concussive Palm. If there was 3 copies of Palm, then maybe that would change things. But I think it has to be Deep Med. I mean, maybe busting out the calculator really quick, but just to get his math on the sheet. Show me your work. What your professor tends to say.
He's pulling out the graph paper,
and he finds it. He finds it. Hush! The EU math checks out. Deep Med was the answer, and the Hush is found, and he survives one more turn and maybe just wins it because the Sparklefly, like you said, is not dying here.
And if you go for Battle Fury on a different Overwhelm, you win there, right?
I'm not sure because you're healing so much with a Sparklefly that. So how much attack debuffs do we have? We have -6. Wait.
You soloed by Sparklefly.
He almost had enough debuffs.
I want to say that this is something that doesn't happen very often. But to have this, to get knocked down to, what was it, 9 HP or 6 HP or whatever it was by like turn 4, to have all these gigantic Overwhelm units come through, living through double Battle Fury, still having the lifesteal to survive through all of that, everything the deck wanted to do, it did. And the Syncopation came through massively, because if you just drag the Sparklefly to the bottom of the line, it doesn't matter. But with the Syncopation to get out of that bind and start blocking some of those bigger units, it was just beautifully played.
And some viewers might be feeling bad for Salty Simon, but I do not, and that is because he's also running Lee Sin Zoe. So there's no mercy here. Both players are doing dirty things with Target and Lee Sin. So no mercy, and we cannot feel bad for Salty Timing because he might be bringing this deck now as well. Of course, game one goes to Pepsi Cola. He cannot play this deck again, and now there has to be a decision here for Salty Simon: either overwhelm or move on to his own Zoe Lee Sin. It looks like it's going to be Trundle Lissandra control with Matron, of course, into this overwhelm once again.
And this matchup is a little bit more favored, I think, when it's overwhelm into TLC. You've got the Ruin Runners in hand, which is massive. Having the spell shield on these big units makes it very difficult for this deck to remove them effectively, or even use like Frostbites and whatnot to keep the overwhelm from hitting you. So Ruin Runner with a Battle Fury on it is going to be pretty massive, I think, here.
Here's a quick start and the hand for Pepsi, looking great for the early game. A whole lot of board clears and heals and Vile Feast, etc. But missing, of course, the late game, the Matron and the whole combo, Lissandra, the champions even. So you're gonna have to find those cards as we move along and have that combo ready for once we get to turn 8, where things start to go off. If we get to turn 8, because of course, Overwhelm is a deck that really does pressure and really does maybe put a timer already from the very start of the game, trying to push through damage very quickly.
The one of Preservarium is really good here, actually. This is one of the matchups that's slow enough that you can just develop it and you aren't worried about playing on curve. You're already starting to get to the point where these smaller units, even though you're worried about Avalanche and Ice Shard and etc., you're already getting the big HP that you need that can survive Bladed Ravine and everything else.
Vile Feast comes in, which is a pretty good read that there isn't an Avalanche or a Bladed Ravine, because you're getting your own 1 health unit from the Spider. Yeah, I think this is correct in not playing it out. I definitely want to. You have both Ravine and Avalanche in hand. Want to try and get value from them. There's a Matron coming into hand as well. So one piece of the combo is there. Also Fading Memories. So that's actually 2 pieces, but still missing Lissandra and still missing the Trundle to get you that pillar later on.
So I do like the Avalanche here. You're wiping your own board out, but what this does is it sets the 4/3 up to die potentially to another removal, and you can just trade up into the Ruin Runner. Blighted Ravine's damage does go through Spell Shield as well, if that ever becomes relevant later down the road, but it's just all about setting up this Ruin Runner to die. And you can see how difficult, again, it really is for Freljord Shadow Isles to answer this efficiently.
Fading Memories being used in an unusual way for this deck, at least. Pepsi using the to get a Merciless Hunter of his own, to get that vulnerable. So this is how strong this card is. If a Trundle Lissandra player is wasting one of their combo pieces to get a Merciless Hunter instead, and double Vile Feast coming in to take down this 7 attack unit. So Pepsi Cola covering all his bases, staying very healthy at 20 HP, and now still has a few spiders on his board.
Yeah, even opting not even to go for like Fading Memories on the Kindly Tavern Keeper. And because double Vile Feast was used there because of the Shapestone, you can't just go, okay, Blighted Ravine, and then have the extra Vile Feast to take down the Ruin Runner.
And the magic of this Merciless Hunter is that even though it's ephemeral from the Fading Memories, because you're able to essentially make the trade that you want to happen, your opponent is going to be forced to block with the vulnerable, and you can get the value of it from it without caring if it's ephemeral or not.
Right, and because the Merciless Hunter, it's not a skill that goes on the stack, it does go through Spell Shield as well. This is very unfortunate, however. Normally you'd be able to stabilize here with the Merciless Hunters, but the Troll Chant is going to make sure that both of these Ruin Runners stay alive.
It was a risky line of play, definitely from Pepsi Cola, knowing that Troll Chant can be a thing, knowing that Shapestone is a thing. We've seen Rock Hopper already as well. And yeah, not going to pay off. 0 mana to work with now, so you can't do anything really about an open attack because you have Ravines in hand. You have, of course, the Frostbite effect here, but that's a big thing to use so early on, I think.
Yeah, so a little bit of damage being offset here with the Kindly Tavern Keeper. You have Blighted Ravine afterwards, but look at this. Just the slew of overwhelms and vulnerables means that it's so difficult for Pepsi-Cola, even with the meager unit generation this deck does have, to set up the value trades you really want.
And Simon here playing it at least a little bit safe, keeping that 2-mana for Troll Chant, knowing that one of his Rune Runners is at 6/1 without Spell Shield, so is at the risk of a Vile Feast possibly, or an Ice Shard, for example. So definitely has to be careful about that and keep that extra protection.
And Mercy, the Rune Runners finally go down.
And this board is a little bit awkward for Simon, or this hand rather. We talked about, the early curve and being swamped with low mana cards and then not having enough impactful cards to really deal with the fact that you're not going to be drawing a lot with this deck. You have Preservarium and little else to refuel. And when your hand is so low to the ground, it becomes an issue trying to find value in the late game without just spending your entire hand in one turn.
Yeah, the Dune Keeper's, again, a tech that probably is looking for a little bit of defense against some other aggressive builds. But yeah, right now you've made it through the storm of the Rune Runners, despite how inefficient they are to answer with the Merciless Hunters coming through, thanks to Fading Memories, to do a little bit of work throughout the mid game to keep up tempo and set up the wipes, right? Even with the Spell Shield tanking the damage, because you can still do damage by attacking and blocking and setting up for Blighted Ravine to take care of it. This is still pretty close.
There's a Troll Chant coming in to offset kind of that pretty bad trade against an ephemeral unit that you don't want blocking your unit in the first place, but damage does come through. Going to be 1 damage from the Overwhelm. And yeah, 2 HP now for Pepsi-Cola, and both players out of fuel. Pepsi has the Matrons, but is missing everything else. Runation, I guess, is great to reset, but there's nothing to reset. There's no board. I guess the moment Renekton gets played, he's just going to get wiped off. And yeah, this is, well, I'm not sure if that was smart. I guess you're not playing into Ruination exactly, but it was smart not taking the block there, just knowing that if you're able to just go to the next turn and open attack, you still have the Overwhelm to threaten the lethal there with the damage going through. But in that case, Ruination just traded and killed off everything, and now it's once again a reset, and you have double flash freeze. So really, I'm not sure you can ever be scared if you're Pepsi-Cola. You have, at this point in the game where there's one threat coming in 1 by 1, and you have 2 freezes in hand, you have all the answers you need.
And yeah, just that sequence of top decks, Ruination, Avalanche. It's just going to be all she wrote. Now all you need to do is just top deck some other unit potentially for this Matron to duplicate. Or if your opponent plays something now, you can just Fading Memories and get a blocker that way.
This Battle Fury is big though. Well, I guess not. There's two freezes. If there was only one freeze, it would be big, and if there was an Overwhelm unit, it would be big. But there's a Rock Hopper and there's 2 freezes, so that's it's still going to be Pepsi having all the tools he needs to survive.
Yeah, without getting like real removal coming into these last few turns, it's all about like just keeping the board under control. The last few top decks from Salty Simon have been pretty low quality compared to what we know this deck does pack. Another Renekton, maybe 3rd Rune Runner, Sejuani even. Would have also been great to see, even Ancient Yeti.
There's a Rock Hopper being used to take that vulnerable. Lysandra comes in after, of course, leveled up. We saw Matron coming down quite a few more times than normal, actually, in the way this matchup is played out in a very weird way, but ends up with Pepsi-Cola having kind of the control of this late game, and Salty Simon being at the mercy of his top decks. But even then, with the double Frostbite in hand, we know that there is going to be just a whole lot of Plan B and Plan C and Plan D even for Pepsi-Cola to survive against Overwhelm. There's a surrender, and that's going to be game 2 to Pepsi-Cola, and he wins this series 2-0. So a very quick sweep of Salty Simon, and Simon goes down to loser's bracket.
That Pepsi-Cola was like in such a bad spot in game 1 and then such a bad spot in game 2, and just manages to find the tools to just piece together a game plan and navigate this really strong overwhelm damage to just find that window to stabilize and weather the storm. And I think pretty much everything we said came to fruition, right? Where the overwhelms popped off really hard in turn one in game one, but just didn't have the fuel. There was perhaps, I'm not sure if it mattered, if the double battle fury like stacking on the Alpha Wild Claw really mattered, but the list can't really deal with Sparklefly. And then in the second game, the Ruin Runners came down, which I talked about are key cards in the matchup, but using the Fading Memories on the Merciless Hunter, not worrying about your own combo and your own win condition and being unafraid to take your opponent's resources and use them for your own benefit really allowed Pepsi-Cola to see a lot of success in that second game as well.
We'll check out the bracket to see what has happened in the other semifinals that we were not looking at. Trish Fangirl has lost 2-0 to Kwabachi, it looks like. So Kwabachi brought kind of the tried and tested Nasus Thresh and Ezreal Draven, and Trish Fangirl brought a whole lot of spice, but maybe a little bit too spicy there. Ends up dropping to the losers bracket as well, and we'll be playing a Gigas moving forward. Looking at the losers bracket, we see that Arcturus and Den are still playing, it seems like, but Gamebreaker is already out first round. So unfortunately for him, a bad string of tournaments with seasonal also dropping down in the very first round, top 32 against Spikes. And here again, losing both first round matches and dropping out of the tournament right away. Although against the Gigas and just the stacked lineup we've seen today, it's not too surprising. I mean, it's just going to have very hard matches against anyone you face.
Yeah, somebody's got to go down, and because Fight Night Legends is a 2-deck format, it has like a completely different like mind game built into how you prep for these tournaments. And coming away from the seasonal, the players need to adjust their mind frame perhaps just a little bit to get used to the Fight Night EU setup. But again, somebody's got to go down.
And that will be it for right now. We're going to take a very short break, but we'll be back in 5 minutes with the winners final. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We've been moving through the bracket today, and you are just in time to see the next stacked match we have for you with Kabachi versus Peps Cola.
Yeah, stacked. You said it. I mean, Pepsi Cola is, an EU Masters champion with Portugal, alongside Manitas and Cyber Dragon, and one of the younger players in the scene, alongside maybe Badge Attack and Thomas, all still in the teenage range that I wish I was still in. And then we have Kobachi, actually the opposite, 31, so more on the veteran, more on the experience side, one of the older players, alongside maybe Owie from France in that 30 range, but also a player that has performed very recently as well. Top four in the, actually top two. It was in the final against Hipster Waldo in the EU seasonal. So both players that have put up good results and are bringing us in this tournament as well. You're not surprised to see them in this final.
I like that Kabachi's picture there. The player card is black and white to make him seem even older. But there's no way that picture isn't from like probably a Magic the Gathering event or something. It looked like. So that history, right? Just when you play card games for such a long time, those skills start to carry over. Your ability to evaluate cards, your ability to read the opponent, and just play towards certain outs that other players might be too scared to take. And it's really paid off, right? Kabachi has just built up this massive reputation just across the EU scene. And to see them here in Fight Night EU and still doing well in the upper bracket, I don't think anybody's surprised.
And we saw a bit of Kobachi against Raxitos in that, when we panned into the end of game two and the start of, the entirety of game three in the quarterfinals. And we saw a little glimpse of Ezreal Draven with that Bright Steel formation coming out for it. But we're going to check out what the list looks like. It is a list that we've seen, of course, have all kinds of differences when it comes to the flex slots, especially when we mention things like Scorched Earth, Guillotine, Cooling Strike. In this case, we're seeing triple Cooling Strike, which I think I've never seen in Ezreal Draven. Normally, it's a 1 of or a 2 of, but 3 of means that this is your read on the current meta, that there's going to be a lot of things like, Irelia, a lot of things like Azir, for example, a lot of very low attack units that you can kill very easily. And then the rest of the way, we have, pretty even split Ballistic Bot and House Spiders. We have a single copy of Thorn of the Rose, which has been kind of a staple, at least in the flex spots for this list, and everything else looks pretty standard.
The Thorn of the Rose, I do like. It's one of those cards that, again, if you're in a matchup that doesn't have a lot of pings, the way like Spirit Leech and things as a 4/1 can do a lot of damage to the opponent or force them to make very uncomfortable trades. But then it kind of falls off in value in like the mirror match, for example, because you have things like Static Shock. And I think that seeing the triple Static Shock and the triple Culling Strike tells us that this is teched very specifically against Nasus Thresh, that when you're going into this this tournament, despite being so close to the next release of cards like this, those cards haven't really found a way into like new decks, I should say, haven't found their way into the competitive scene. So week one, you're still going to be very confidently facing some of the older style decks from the metagame. And so Ezreal Draven now, just a very balanced deck across the board with the ability to tech for a specific matchup. And as players have said, in the hands of a skilled pilot, can do pretty well into Trundle Lissandra.
Yeah, I mean, it also shows you're mentioning how comfortable players or how highly rated this Thresh Nasus deck is for it to be the deck that it's the 2 nerfs that occurred in the last balance patch aside from the cards being added, and still for it to be the most represented deck in this tournament. So definitely a staple, and definitely a staple that you're going to try and counter, at least prepare for somewhat with the flex spots you do have in your deck.
And getting a closer look at Lissandra Trundle as well. Again, this one is from Peps Cola. The list is, I think, very standard at this point. There is still some flexes, some flex slots that you do have access to, and I think that a nod to the perhaps more aggressive variants or Nasus Thresh that you're going to be seeing is we've got the Avros and Sentries here. This is still a deck that very comfortably wants to run Withering Whale. Almost every Shadow Isles deck has been opting for teching the box lately, which scoops up a lot of other mid-game developments as well. But I think that this one is pretty solid. We also see the Entreats in here, which some versions sometimes skip out on. But getting it here to have the Lissandras a little bit more consistently shows that Peps Cola is confident in playing the combo and is confident that the metagame is going to give him time to get that combo assembled.
And you said, I mean, combo is the name of the game, and stalling, I guess, is the second name of the game, because we saw Pepsi doing it against the Overwhelm list, against Salty Simon in the semifinals. And it's a deck. This deck is built to just stall very, very effectively. You can answer a wide board, you can answer a tall board with freezes until you get to that late game, and you're able to take over with the combo. So it's a deck that saw no changes. A lot of pro players were definitely expecting some changes to the Watcher. Not necessarily only because of the strength of the combo, but just because there's not a lot of interaction with certain decks that just don't have any kind of answer, and it seems it has just too many things going for it right now without enough windows of interactivity, I think, with some of the deck lists or some of the regions even as a whole. But no changes. So I guess that's why Pepsi Cola decided to bring it here today. If it's good and it performs, why would you change that? And why would you not bring it to this tournament?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And if it ain't fixed, don't break it. Riot says it's not broken. We don't need to fix it. We'll see, because you can stop one Watcher. Maybe you can't stop two. And again, the decks does still need to be piloted very effectively. And notably, it's one of the rare Shadow Isles Freljord variants, or Shadow Isles decks in general, that doesn't run Atrocity. So even the Atrocity nerf doesn't affect this deck.
That's true. I mean, you don't even need it, because everything else is already working so flawlessly with the Watcher itself that why have to open up a window of interactivity where people can play around Atrocity and can have certain cards to counter it, and it's not really a necessity, I think, for this deck. But looks like Kobachi is maybe in the bathroom, maybe taking a mental break, but we're going to get into the game as soon as we can. Maybe we can check out a few of the other deck lists between that as well. Pepsi Cola, just a quick reminder, or let's go with Kobachi's Thresh Nasus is his second deck list aside from the Ezreal Draven. And this deck list, I think, isn't anything too crazy aside from the addition, of course, of the Merciless Hunters. The huge power creep here for this unit means that it's going to be included in pretty much every single Shurima list we'll be seeing today.
And it's just that extra early mid-game pressure that this list wants to see. If you get I don't think we've seen it yet. We haven't seen the Cursed Keeper, Blighted Caretaker happen. Notably, this list is not running Bakai Reaper, which some variants do reach for, is instead going for double Rite of Calling. So far, Kobachi, when you look at this deck, you're thinking they're just trying to get Thresh in play and then use that tempo from the Merciless Hunter to just beat down the opponent.
Yeah, you go wide, you control the board, you're able to really defend against anything in the early to mid game. And then, of course, when it comes to the late game, you have Nasus to take over, and really so many ways to also with Thresh, of course, being like a secondary threat you have to deal with, and put in a lot of resources for some deck to make sure it doesn't become a bigger threat once it levels up. So a lot of layers to this deck, and it's why it's become so popular in the past 2 months. And Zoe leads in, of course, much of the same. We saw Syncopation have a bit of a spot in the limelight in the last semifinals game against with Pepsi Cola against Salty Simon as well. But everything else is pretty similar, and Lee Sin just doing Lee Sin things continues to be a very strong deck in the meta.
This list is taking a very toolboxy approach. One Syncopation, one Concussive Palm, a Solari Priestess, a copy of the Fangs, even a Spacey Sketcher, right? Just having that utility in order to basically assemble a game plan on the fly. We've said it before, and we mentioned it a little bit even during the seasonal broadcast, that the trick to this deck is how well can you do without Lee Sin. Anybody can, play Lee Sin on 5 with no threat and then just use a bunch of burst spells and hit the opponent. But when you don't get that actual OTK, that's where things start to get a little bit dicey.
Anybody can play Lee Sin if they don't have dignity for themselves. That's my only amend to that statement. Now it is 100% truthful. As you guys can tell, I do not like Lee Sin too much, if that wasn't already obvious. But looks like we will be going into game 1 very soon. Kobachi, I think, is back from whatever sort of break he took. And we will be going to Kobachi versus Pepsi Cola. Again, a storied lineup here from both players. The entire line stacked roster today. And in EU, it tends to be. Maybe I'm not as familiar with NA players and doesn't jump at me as much. But EU, every time I look at the lineup every week, I'm like, how is this happening? Why is it just this championship caliber every single week.
And Lee Sin, I mean, it's a deck that is good. And Europe, like, especially when you compare it to NA, Europe is a region that is much more confident running Lee Sin and is more willing to run this deck because it is strong. Some players, Lee Sin's in the last 6 cards of their deck, and then they just get permanently tilted and burned, and they never want to touch the deck again. But we're starting to see, like, as the deck has existed for such a long time, the players have become more skilled with the deck, and players, because they have more resources and players to talk to and resources to learn the deck from, the adoption rate starts to get bigger and bigger and bigger. We saw it with like Heimerdinger, like Heimer Vi way back in the day started off as like a niche deck that once it got strong and players started to learn it, it got bigger and bigger and more present in the metagame. Even Karma Ezreal, which eventually became a meta monster, started off as like this very galaxy brain combo deck that only the best of the best master players could pilot effectively. And eventually it got to the point where, as time goes on, players become more familiar. And I think that now Lee Sin is starting to get to that point where players are starting to share their technology. Do I want to run toolboxy stuff? Do I want to run gifts from beyond? And now syncopation is another thing thrown into the mix that gives the deck another way to just outplay you.
And like you said, a lot of decision making in all of these decks that you've mentioned, and it really shows why on ladder, Aphelios decks had a 50% win rate, but on tournaments it was a very different, solution, because you just had the best players in the world piloting these decks to perfection. But going to game 1, Ezreal Draven for Kobachi versus Pepsi Cola's Lee Sin we've been talking about, and we'll see who has what it takes to start off this series with the upper hand and with the first game win.
And this matchup is pretty rough. Again, Ezreal Draven has a reputation for getting some pretty aggressive lines every once in a while, where they curve out with like House Spider into Sump Dredger into Draven, and they're really, really putting the fire under you. And outside of that, once you get into the later stages of the game, the list, despite all of its removal, has a very difficult time getting Lee Sin off of the board once he hits. So right now, there's no Lee Sin in hand for Peps Cola, and Kobachi is getting very cleanly into the mid game here now with Draven on 3 and an attack token.
Yeah, the perfect combo there. Unfortunately, no 2-drops or no ballistic ball to really get things going, but you have the Draven with the axes in case you do find a rummage, and you have the Mystic Shot here to try and take down this Mentor of the Stones. It did not decide to block the Draven, hoping to maybe keep it alive for next turn, but going to be dying here to a Mystic Shot. First target coming in for Draven is for Ezreal as well rather. And those gems do go in hand for Pepsi now.
This hand is very good right now for Kobachi. Again, just a lot of early mid-game pressure, a way to keep the board under control and try to fight for some dominance here. The only thing that's missing really is Tri-Beam and Probulator.
And a good blocker, I guess, for this Mountain Guild, because you don't want to sacrifice the Draven, and obviously the Ezreal doesn't quite have what it takes to fight against this GOAT either. Maybe, though, yeah, the Whirling Death is a consideration here. Not a card we tend to see in Ezreal Draven, but when you have 2 Dravens in hand, it does open up the possibility of the Whirling Death, and this is something that Pepsi has to definitely take into account. But the Noblefy would have been a pretty good stop.
Notify is going to be, you're going to have to eventually like play something where you can eat a Deny or a Notify and make those a non-factor. But the difference between 17 and 20 HP isn't like that big a deal, I think, in this particular matchup. You want to be as healthy as possible to make it difficult for your opponent to OTK you. But when you're looking for being the aggressor in this particular matchup, Kobachi can take a little bit of damage here just for the sake of maintaining board, and then just letting Draven in the quick attack do a lot of work here. But Eye of the Dragon is the aggro stopper. The mid-game terror is going to just start generating these Dragonlings, and now it's going to be even more difficult for Kobachi to get the damage through here.
Yeah, just going to try and fight for the board and fight for some clean removal moving forward into this round, and see if you can, off of that, get a bigger push in the next few attack token turns after this one. But Here you get the Mystic Shot off of the Ezreal, able to try and clear off the Mountain Goat, and if there's any kind of a response, you have the second one to go with it as well.
At the very least, with Quick Attack, you're sidestepping the lifesteal, but Pepsi-Cola just kind of cares about the free token for blocking. And as time goes on, maybe the burn adds up here. It's very tricky to say, do I want to go for a direct burn plan with the Fangs, with Guiding Touch, and the Eye of the Dragon? It's hard to commit to a line like that. Instead, just going to get rid of the Mountain Goat, which, as we saw, was a very tricky attacker to deal with last round.
And the Fangs comes in now, a second possible target for this Mystic Shot. If the Mentor would have gone down, would have been a pretty juicy Static Shock into maybe even just a straight up flock onto the Eye of the Dragon, but instead, it is the Fangs coming down, and there is a chance now, with 5 mana, maybe the chance to use 2 of this mana effectively and play Ezreal's Mystic Shot, shuffle an Ezreal back into the deck, and get rid of the lifesteal unit.
I don't think I would mind this for sure, because if your opponent's got Nopify here, you're just getting it off of the board, and it's pretty even for you. Like if the first Mystic Shot that you generated out of thin air was the one that got Nopified, you're kind of fine because it was a free resource, but you're okay with wanting to actually top deck more Ezreals and get more Mystic Shots and more removals against the board, right?
There's a Mentor coming down, and immediately you have the Static Shock. The gems cannot be used. Now in response, the Nopify cannot Nopify Static. It's a 4-mana spell, and there isn't a Pale Cascade in hand. So perfectly played out here for Kobachi. Very fortunate there weren't any real answers there from Pepsi.
Yeah, because Kobachi had a chance to float so much mana from the last round, even if there's a deny or something there to stop the Static Shock, you still have plenty of mana to still maintain your threat into Pepsi-Cola's board. You're drawing cards now. You're really leveling up this Ezreal incredibly fast. And once that comes into play, because there's no Sparkle Fly, no Zoe to stop the elusive, you're just cracking your opponent's Nexus, getting that extra burn, and maybe you can outpace one Eye of the Dragon.
And there's the gem being used. Will there be a second gem? There will not. So you have the Culling Strike now, but you have the Nobify to answer. Maybe because it wasn't used last turn on the Mystic Shots, maybe Kobachi thinks there isn't one available. But this is why I think Static Shock was the play to make. I mean, obviously the Serpent was going to try and kill the Ezreal off, and maybe it is still, yeah. I guess it's still going to be it now with the second gem being played, of course, and boosting the attack to 4 now.
Yeah, the first Static Shock resolved. And you get the potential for no Pale Cascade to survive that. The thing is that Mentor of the Stones getting removed doesn't give you a lot of information because your opponent still wants the gems, and sometimes even if they could save it, they want it to go down anyway, because they want the fuel for Eye of the Dragon. So
I like the Static Shock. I mean, you open up the Ravenous Flock as well to clear the board entirely, stop the Dragon from coming out next turn as well, and start pushing through damage. And Ezreal already leveled up on turn 6. Pretty fast speed here. You have a Sparkle Fly to play this turn still, but you don't. Again, you continue to miss a Pale Cascade, and all of these plays would have been a fantastic answer, but it is not in hand.
Yeah, I definitely like the flock here. Even if it gets Nopified, or they've got Guiding Touch to save the Eye of the Dragon, you're setting yourself up for such a strong open attack if this resolves that you're fine. And look at this, Pepsi-Cola, even if you do Nopify this, you can't develop the Sparkle Fly, so yeah. Ezreal still gets in.
And again, it's continued to the same point of not being so respectful of your opponent's resources and possibilities that you just don't do anything, because eventually you have to meet those cards that are going to be in hand, like the Nobify, for example. So you have to get through them at some point. And if it's a point where you can force your opponent to kind of decide between playing Nobify or playing a Sparkle Fly, then it could be pretty impactful.
And Pepsi-Cola has done a good job of just developing in the early mid game to, not take a ton of damage here as time has gone on. But there's no big Mountain Goat set up. There's no Sparkle Fly, no Lee Sin in hand with resources dwindling down on Pepsi-Cola's side. So despite the potential unfavored aspect of the matchup, the removal has just stacked out so beautifully for Kabachi to finally just get set up here.
And there's the Eye of the Dragon finally dying after 17 attempts. It does go down. Deep Med comes in. All the mana has been wasted now for Pepsi. Trying to fish for more answers, and maybe just obviously you're drawing spells, but because you're drawing these spells, you have better chances of finding Lee Sin with less cards in your deck, of course. But still, like you said, a lot of work to do if you're Pepsi.
Culling Strike. Yeah, I like this too. Again, Kabachi pulling the trigger on a lot of these removals while Pepsi-Cola doesn't have the mana to respond, and also saying, I'm going to keep your board under control and just force through tempo. With leveled up Ezreal, you have so much extra burn on top of everything else you want to do. And Pepsi-Cola, because they've been spending all of their mana just to develop the board and to fuel the Eye of the Dragon, they don't have the reserve mana to play to sidestep this removal or answer it in any meaningful way.
And everything that Kobachi does now, especially if it has to do with spells, you're getting that benefit of having a leveled up Ezreal on the board and that damage ping coming in little by little. So with this board advantage, if you're able to push and just fight, blow for blow right now, you're continuing to grow your advantage and you still have the better board, which means that full control here for Kobachi. Still has the Mystic Shot here to try and take down the Sparklefly as well. Even then, has the Ezreal as an elusive blocker.
So you can go for Deny here if you want the Mentor of the Stones to live, potentially. Pale Cascade to draw a card instead and survive against it. Trying to stack up this Sparklefly. You get the elusive blocker against Ezreal, you get a little bit of healing, and this is going to force Kabachi to just say no and remove the target for Mentor of the Stones.
You can syncopate, but then it's still two big targets dying, so it doesn't really change too much, I think.
Yeah, because Kabachi's done such a good job of keeping the board under control, that syncopation has just been a dead card. And despite its strength, the players recognize that you need to have a lot of things line up for the syncopation to actually be strong. And it's a card that punishes your opponent for doing things against you rather than being a proactive, aggressive choice in a deck like this.
There's a big board coming in, so a few blockers do come in, but Pepsi's still already at 7 HP, has the Guiding Touch, now has found the Lee Sin and has Deny in hand as backup, but will it be enough to stop this onslaught from Kobachi?
Yeah, you're sneaking in with the Ezreal here. You've got the Mystic Shot being generated from Ezreal, plus all of the extra spinning axes that are coming down. And I think that you're just going to be able to outpace the burn. Pepsi-Cola can't commit now. Lee Sin, with no attack boosts, all the gems have been spent. Zenith Blade actually coming out from the top deck here. I don't think that there's enough healing. It's actually just going to be lethal with cashing in the axes here, right?
And Pepsi has only one Concussive Palm and was already played, so this gives even more of a green light for Kobachi to put these axes on the Ezreal and push damage directly to the Nexus, not worry about the Ballistic Bot. Even though the Ballistic Bot, yeah, we'll get the buffs to attack anyway once the axes are played on Ezreal, so will work out perfectly here for Kobachi.
It's funny, too, because Kabachi's actually considering, do I want to kill the Mentor of the Stones to give my opponent gems? But from a position like this, I think that you can just go for the throat. Because if your opponent somehow spends all their mana surviving lethal, they're still under threat of your burn at the start of the next round. And there's a Captain Farron in hand.
The Ignition going to hit for 2 with Ezreal on the board. The Axe going to hit for 1, and the Mystic Star going to hit for 3. So more than enough damage to do it here. There is one Deny, of course, to try and stop some of this damage from coming through, from the Mystic Shot especially. But yeah, you can just... Well, I don't know about this one. Yeah, I think you just try and go for the lethal and see what Pepsi does. He can't play Lee Sin this turn because he has to develop the Deny. Or he has to counter with the Deny now to survive, obviously. And I believe you can just Axe and Culling Strike your own unit, but that won't be enough actually. Yeah, it'll only be 1 because the target effect from Ezreal only works on enemies, I believe.
Yes. So it's just 1 for the spell cast itself. Bonus damage. So if you do Culling Strike, It's 1, and then each individual axe would be the remainder, right?
Yeah.
So you could deal 3 damage here with 1 mana. Like the only thing that you're worried about is nothing. There's no 1 mana heal. There's no healing potion.
There's no Noblify either for the Cooling Strike. So I think just Kobachi just making sure that all his math checks out here. It does check out for us.
And thank you, and big shout out to the Oracle's Eye.
Pepsi is not liking this. Pepsi is not enjoying this show here that Kobachi's putting out for him. The Cooling Strike on his own unit. The damage pin comes in, and the win comes in for Kobachi, taking game 1 of this winner's final. Pepsi losing with his Lee Sin Zoe has a chance to bring it back for game 2, and Kobachi has to play Thresh Nasus. What a pity, playing one of the strongest decks in the meta to try and seal your pass to the grand finals.
The triple static shock came through immensely there, right? If there was like a deny in a better spot there in the mid game to slow down some of that tempo, you saw like Lee Sin came down right when it was like a little bit too late. But if you're able to stop Kobachi from getting so far ahead, then maybe Lee Sin comes down and starts to even out the board. And it's at a point like this, right? Like you're mulliganing away the deny, you're mulliganing away the Pale Cascade, keeping more like early mid game stuff. But here's Lee Sin in the opening hand. I was going to say, I wonder if this is a matchup where you need to just hard mulligan for even more early game.
And players starting this game 2 right away, it seems. We're going at a very fast pace today. Players playing very quickly and going into games very quickly as well. But Pepsi staying on this Lee Sin Zoe. We've seen him do it before, get some pretty crazy wins in the semifinals. We'll see if he can do it again here. And this is a match where he has to win to stay in it, or else he drops down to the loser's bracket.
Yeah, getting double Eye of the Dragon is massive. Because you have the cards like Fading Icon and Spirit Leech, where they have 1 HP but very high attack power. Getting those Dragonling tokens to soak up that damage is absolutely huge. You aren't trading real cards into these really big bodies. I suppose the weakness would be that Thresh really puts a damper on the Eye of the Dragons here in the next couple rounds. It'll be very difficult to remove. So it's going to be like Thresh versus Lee Sin, essentially.
Mountain Goat comes down for Pepsi Cola, getting a bit of a board early on, which is, of course, necessary. But I think he'll definitely, have that going for him with the second Eye of the Dragon in hand as well. Has all the early game cards and has a Lee Sin, so really has most of what he really wants to have in hand to start the game off.
Yeah, both players, again, just not too strong from either side, but just playing it very methodically. We know historically that Lee Sin has been very favored into Nasus Thresh because you have access to Hush to power down the Nasus and deny as an additional way to just stop that atrocity win condition. So as long as they can't aggro you down, you're in a good spot. And Kobachi getting a slow draw like this definitely throws things back into Pepsi Cola's favor.
Kobachi here considering a double Vile Feast onto the Mountain Goat, and then the Curse Keeper probably with the 6 mana he has available, and then pushing a whole lot of damage with a very wide board next turn. Double Spiderling would be a problem though, would restrict the board space, but it would open up for a pretty big open attack with possibly the Ravenous Butcher used on the Curse Keeper instead.
It's just so risky to go for double Vile Feast here, unfortunately. Taking the 3 damage, it's like, in this matchup, you're the aggressor, so taking the damage doesn't matter too much. It's just about you have to somehow clear the board and try to get an advantage. So I guess this is fine. Like just clearing the Mountain Goat outright, your opponent would need to have like double Pale Cascade or something to survive the... No, not even. But opts to keep the 4-3 in play.
With the current cards in hand and the mana he had, it would make it a bit awkward to not have Vile Feast as a possible out in this turn and use up all your mana effectively, basically. With now 4 mana left for Kobachi here in hand. And I do think, having the Spiderlings would benefit the Thresh, of course, coming down and then having already a very wide board to deal with it and still a lot of blockers available. So saving these combats for once Thresh is on the board and maybe getting a better chance at leveling him up is the game plan here for Kobachi, it seems.
if you go for Vile Feast here, if your opponent has Pale Cascade, it's rough. The only answer we see in Pepsi-Cola's hand is Bastion. And I don't think you opt for Bastion just to save the Mentor of the Stones. You just really like the gems to fuel your Eye of the Dragon. But now that the attack token's already spent, there's potential to just leave the Mentor of the Stones up this round regardless.
Especially passing here without the Eye of the Dragon getting a Dragonling is also quite good for Kobachi. He's happy with that outcome, so it's also an incentive to pass there. And now, I thought this would be a Thresh, but it looks like it's not gonna. Yeah, I think this is maybe you do have, you want to get Thresh down on the board before you're into the Ravenous Butcher and the Vile Feast onto the Mentor, etc., and get all those deaths proccing for Thresh.
Curse Keeper and a Blighted Caretaker, one of the strongest card combinations right here for getting this aggressive, getting this aggressive swing. And the Blighted Caretaker, is just a 1/1 instead of a 2/1. And, it's being down 1 damage kind of hurts, but at the same time, you're just looking for slays at this point. You're looking for tempo.
The Vile Feast coming down here to take down the Mentor of the Stones, get a Spiderling, and complete the full board attack for Kobachi, with a chance still to Ravenous Butcher into something like either Spiderling or the Caretaker here. But I think you just push for the attack here. You're going to have maybe a second Eye of the Dragon coming down, and you have the Vile Feast to try and clean up maybe after the fact.
Yeah, because Pepsi-Cola knows I'm going to have double Eye of the Dragon next round to just offset the damage, you're just underplaying. And because your opponent already committed to this Blighted Caretaker line, you know that you can just freely pass and just let your opponent follow through on the line of play they committed to this round. And so currently we've got 12 damage being threatened here if both of these get pulled to the side.
And you have the Vile Feast to try and kill the Eye of the Dragon after combat, but of course there are quite a lot of gems to take over once Pepsi-Cola has priority, which I think he's going to have to play one of these gems right now. Yeah, there it is. And now Vile Feast is no longer a removal for this Eye of the Dragon.
Yeah, you could try to put it on the stack there alongside the Sapling to make sure it goes down potentially, but with so much mana open from Pepsi-Cola, again, because he took a very slow, methodical approach, you're totally fine with that. And double Eye of the Dragon, Dragonling healing for 4, or potentially a little bit more. Ooh, actually opts to put the Lee Sin into play. Says, I can, 8 HP is fine. Lee Sin's going to help me even out the board anyway. And with 8 HP, a Guiding Touch in hand, Pepsi-Cola is actually very confident of stabilizing from this position.
And still 2 out of 8 for the spell counters. There's 2 Vile Feasts in hand to try and pop barriers to have some counterplay against Lee Sin before he levels up in combat, but still not any units that can actually hit for 5 damage. So not really something that can really capitalize on that barrier being removed.
Getting a quick peek there, Lee Sin was, I think, 4 out of 8. So not almost there, though, with like all the gems and other burst speed spells in hand. Just goes for the Deep Meditation and gets rewarded with the Zenith Blade. Because Kobachi's version of this deck is tech to be much more aggressive thanks to Merciless Hunter, isn't running like Vengeance or anything like that. So Pepsi-Cola doesn't necessarily get punished for tapping under Mana for Deny or Bastion here.
And the Thresh still with 6 HP out of range of Lee Sin for now. And really not enough mana, I think, to really pose a big enough threat just yet onto this Thresh. It's going to be 5. Well, yeah.
Yeah,
5.
so Gem, Pale Cascade to boost the Lee Sin up to 6 attack. No, Yeah, so no Dragon Kick coming through, but killing this unit is very, very key.
You
And
can
you already mentioned...
Yeah, the Vile Feast here, but doesn't do enough. I mean, putting down into 3 HP, then you might just heal back up with gems, etc. So,
yeah, like the piecemeal damage on Lee Sin barely matters because any follow-up damage can get eaten by a responsive barrier, or you just heal the Lee Sin back up with Guiding Touch, etc. Depending on, you know, what line you're going for. I'm also noticing that Pepsi-Cola is rocking the Sparkle Fly Guardian with this deck. So really just going all in with this Lee Sin.
getting all the flavor in order to get the best chances of winning games with this deck, of course. That's the, you know, classic. That's how Runeterra works. I always play Guardians that have at least the same color scheme as the regions of my decks. It gets me a 5% boost to win rate minimum.
Yeah, it's all about the aesthetic. Kabachi, I know, has the Von Yip Guardian, so you know, just a scientist playing very methodically here. And so when we look back at the board state right now, Kabachi has a wide board of attackers, but Pepsi-Cola is meeting that head on with some pretty strong defenders. And Eye of the Dragon, which has been alive this whole time, generating the Dragonlings. There's no Nasus to potentially like threaten or try to punish Pepsi-Cola for not having mana open for Hush. And even Mentor of the Stones, you're more than happy to sacrifice just to get more gems to fuel the rest of your synergies.
And just no Nasus here for Kabachi. Has just too many cheap units, has no space on the board to play all of them, and 2 Fading Icons in hand, which make things even worse. Has the Vile Feast, which are great for picking off barriers, but also create Spiderlings that then you can't really do much with. So obviously a very strong deck, but maybe not finding the right cards in the right combination here for Kabachi means that much of his game plan seems, not too threatening at this point in the game.
Yeah, I thought that double Eye of the Dragon was going to be the way to go in order to just get a bunch of Dragonlings and stabilize, but with the Guiding Touch and just this piecemeal healing over time, it turns out that just having the blockers in play is really all you need from this position.
Going to be the biggest swing that Kabachi can go for here with a lot of very strong units. 3 blockers here, could be 4 if the Eye of Dragon is played. He does have 2 in hand, so he can just play it out to trade pretty cleanly with one of the 3/2s.
Yeah, getting rid of the Dragonlings is nice because you're getting more damage on average because of the lifesteal. And maybe Pepsi-Cola recognizes that because of all the pings and because of things like Glimpse Beyond to sidestep the lifesteal, trying to go all in with the Dragonlings to save you isn't the way to go. So committing to Lee Sin and having something in play that can proactively and directly answer Kabachi's board is the winning line of play here.
If he finds an Atrocity and Pepsi-Cola goes low enough off of this attack, maybe an Atrocity onto a 4/3 could be potential lethal. There isn't currently a Deny in hand for Pepsi-Cola.
Yeah, because the heartbreak is when they hush your Nasus, right? And then your Atrocity gets fizzled down to a 2/2. But something else that just has high attack power, like the Merciless Hunter or the Escaped Abomination,
but it's
going to be what you want to see.
Yeah, 6 damage comes through, so that 4/2 that survives is still potential for a lethal with Atrocity if it's top decked by Kabachi, and if a Deny isn't top decked or found with Guiding Touch by Pepsi-Cola.
Yep, so now that the trades have gone through, the HP is set, Kabachi now has to try to set up the combo here. You can boost Lee Sin up to 8 attack. You have the Zenith Blade to grant Overwhelm. There is no Atrocity in hand, and that is also going to be the level up. So really unfortunate. I was thinking along the lines of the mana that needs to be committed to boost Lee Sin up for an OTK puts you out of range of being also able to carry Deny, but that is not the case here at all.
And there's no interaction from Kobachi, just units to play. You can't even glimpse your own unit, for example. Even if you could, there's an Obify. If you had Atrocity, he does also have a Guiding Touch in hand. I'm going to assume there's not going to be a way for him to spend all of this mana to try and find a lethal. So, and you have the gems to work with. So, I mean, everything here is now in favor of Pepsi. And like I said before, Kobachi's game plan just hasn't been developed to the point he would like it to with this deck. It just hasn't been threatening enough. Had a very strong start, of course, which was met with, you know, the wall of Eye of the Dragons and Mountain Ghost, etc. But didn't find the right payoff. Didn't find the Nasus, didn't find the Atrocity, just had too many units and not enough board space, really.
Yeah, not enough board space. And then, like, you're in a situation where you're so desperate to push through damage against the opponent that you develop a Thresh, right? That just gets eaten for free against the Lee Sin mid-game development. And like having Lee Sin as the condition to develop there and start answering the board is really what really saved him there. Because like I said, developing double Eye of the Dragon maybe wouldn't have been enough.
And Kobachi was going to surrender there, but he paused for a moment. He hit him with a Shen emote first and then surrendered, which shows, you know, the respect these players have for each other. They don't min-max just trying to go quick to game 3. They first hit him with a Shen emote, and then they go to the surrender, and then game 3 now happening. And of course, Pepsi-Cola can no longer play this Zoe Lee Sin deck. It is currently tied 1-1 in this series. And we will be seeing from Kobachi, he still has to stay on this Thresh Nasus. He already got a win on Ezreal Draven, and Pepsi is now on Trundle Lissandra control.
So it's a similar idea where you're playing the swarmy aggressive deck into something with tons of removal and healing and actually some jump blockers here. The Avros and Sentries are coming out here for the early game with Peps Cola, and you have the Ice Shard Blighted Ravine combo to hit those 3 HP units that are sometimes very difficult to deal with efficiently.
And we'll see if Kobachi wants to go for the kind of high roll of playing Curse Keeper this turn and hoping to find the right activator next turn. It looks like that will be the case. Tends to be the case with most Thresh Nasus players. They do end up finding the Caretaker turn 3, kind of like Trapper for Freljord. In this case, it's going to be a Vile Feast instead. You have a chance to still play Fading Icon and now have the Glimpse Beyond as a answer with 2 mana still up for this turn.
And again, just as a refresher, when you looked at Peps Cola's deck list earlier, this version's running a couple of copies of Withering Wail as well. So all of these 1 HP units, you know, are just under constant threat from Ice Shard, Avalanche, Wail, Blighted Ravine. It's going to be so difficult to get anything to stick. And when the enemy is wiping your units away with their removal spells, you don't have things in play to activate your own slay effects like Spirit, Leech, etc. So your Nasus is actually severely hindered in its growth.
And there's a Sentry activating the Curse Keeper for Kobachi, eliminating one of those targets that Kobachi might have, and also making sure that the next board clear damage, instead of hitting the Curse Keeper and, you know, delaying that step of hitting the Abomination, instead you already have the Abomination exposed to maybe an Avalanche into Ice Shard combination.
And yeah, we've said it before, if your opponent gives you the opportunity to pop the Cursed Keeper before they have a chance to, just go for it. So here's going to be some card draw and a very important Slay proc. And just trying to draw through the deck and look for more threats here.
The Black Spear can be huge against Lissandra if it's played too early and in the right spot where it is activated.
Again, it's one of these matchups where you know that one side is favored, but when you have such a strong player on the opposite side of the matchup, you can't fully count them out.
Second, or the Vile Feast, trying to go down the Sentry, the second one that was played. There is, of course, no Glimpse or anything like that in Pepsi-Cola's list, but there is a chance to just have an Ice Shard eliminate the entirety of Kobachi's board if he's trying to go for an open attack next turn. So this tends to be the case against a deck like Trundle Lissandra. Anything you do kind of has a punish. If you go wide, you get punished. If you go too slow, then you just don't add enough pressure. So it does sometimes with certain decks feel quite bad playing against Trundle Lissandra control because it seems like everything is the wrong answer.
And despite everything, like even with the removals at the disposal for Pepsi-Cola, the piecemeal healing that is present in this color combination. We've seen Trundle Lysandra like sometimes just come up empty. The Avros and Sentries have been amazing here in the early game to fuel, get a little bit of card draw, but who knows if the well of removal will run dry and then Kabachi starts to just develop tempo with the Merciless Hunters, or just with a mid-sized Nasus that's only like 6 or 7 HP.
Kobachi using his mana and taking the pass there. I mean, there was an offer from Pepsi-Cola, did not use his mana that last turn, and Kobachi, instead of attacking and trying to go for damage, which maybe wasn't the right play considering the reactive possibilities of Pepsi-Cola's deck, he went for the pass instead and burned the mana that Pepsi-Cola had in store.
And with this Thresh in play, things get pretty interesting in that when your opponent is using removal against your board, the Thresh is just going to get, potentially leveled up and then bringing a Nasus into play. And if you can get double Nasus in play, suddenly, you have like 2 or 3 really high HP bodies that this list really can't deal with outside of Ruination.
And Kobachi, considering the second Merciless Hunter doesn't have a target to hit with Vulnerable, it doesn't already have it, but it does just want to push the damage here. If he's patient enough, maybe Pepsi goes for Lysandra, but I think it's really just going to be either Ravine here. Doesn't have an Avalanche in hand, actually. So yeah, maybe be a Ravine, just to try and clear some units here. But the pass from both players instead.
So there is an interesting idea here for an open attack to push through a little bit of damage.
There's 10 mana up for Pepsi, and there's a Ruination in his deck and in his hand right now. So Kobachi has to be very careful. If he wants to get some value out of this attack, out of this the board he has, maybe he has to attack now and push through damage and make it so that maybe you won't be killing him this turn and putting that much pressure right now, but at least puts him closer to an atrocity range later on.
And by open attacking like this, you force Pepsi-Cola to maybe spend a little mana so you aren't under pressure of the Ruination, so then you can develop a little bit more post-combat, whatever you're comfortable with, because then open Ruination becomes a pretty bad idea because you just develop furthermore after that.
There's the Vile Feast coming down, taking Night Abomination, saving quite a bit of HP there, and now having a bit of a better board for Pepsi, with Thresh getting 2 death counters there as well, and Trundle coming down right in time to with Pillar coming down next turn, and Lysandra maybe, and the Matron and the Fading Memories in hand, means that most of the combo pieces are going to be here for Pepsi-Cola rather.
Ooh, and the Black Spear Vile Feast combo going to come through to take down this Trundle. Typically, again, with the 5 HP and regeneration, it's just a great attacker / blocker to keep things under control, but answering it cleanly there and pretty efficiently. Plenty of mana left over for Kabachi, and that puts Thresh at 4 out of 6. Almost there.
Ruination still very much a possibility if Kobachi overextends, especially next turn with the Nasus. He has to be very careful not to be too proactive, of course. With a Pillar, especially as a way to, pass priority here. Kobachi has to be very careful about what he does here, because playing a Nasus without Spell Shield, that's a correct play there, I think. The respectful pass to see now what Pepsi-Cola wants to do. Fading Memories continues to be the same thing. Kobachi, you don't fall for it. You did good on the first one.
Yeah, it's like this because you have to pass. You have to respect your opponent. You're giving Pepsi-Cola this huge window of opportunity where they get to just do their combo stuff at you.
And anything else you do, you can't play the 3 mana units because you only have 8 mana, so then you can't play Nasus. So it's just the awkward enough spot to have to really, be respectful here.
So there it is. The Pillar Lysandra to get the Watcher, now tapped under Ruination mana.
But not Vengeance mana, so that's still up to try and kill this Nasus. It would be one more death counter for Thresh, and then Thresh becomes actually a pretty big problem as well.
Yeah, with Blighted Caretaker, you maybe pull some stuff to the side. Definitely a tough call. It's awkward. Like, if you had a 2-drop here, you're like, yes, let me play that out. I still have mana for Nasus. But because, like I said, it's really important for Kabachi to try to set up double Nasus.
Looks like it might just be... Now, if you play the Caretaker, the problem is that the Vengeance just goes on the Thresh instead.
Yeah, because this would be 5 out of 6. And so then you would Black Spear against the Vengeance to just make sure that Thresh levels up in response, so that your next one you draw would be leveled. But that's hoping for very specific outcomes, the same way that Kabachi didn't opt for a tempo Black Spear last round and pray for a final activator for Thresh this round.
And even then, the Black Spear could no longer kill Lissandra now that she's leveled up. She has a tough, which means that it's just too much health to deal with in just one blow.
And because you have to commit to Blighted Caretaker here, you have no mana to, like, develop Nasus, right? You're like, haha, I'll just do this, force my opponent to Vengeance the Thresh so he doesn't level, and then play Nasus, but it's just not the case. And Kabachi thinking, going for the play, level up the Thresh, just for the sake of maybe top decking another to get a free Nasus.
Could still hit the Lissandra, then maybe play the Merciless Hunter vulnerable on the Lissandra and try and take her down next turn as well. But looks like he's going to opt to take down the 3-2 instead, which, again, there's sometimes issues with board space for Pepsi, although he has already done most of his combo with the pillars, and one of them is ephemeral, that is true. But this might help Pepsi a little bit as well.
Yeah, with the Kindly Tavern Keeper going down, the ephemeral pillar going to be going down next round as well. I think you do have the board space there after all.
Vulnerable on Lissandra, still nothing that can kill it. Only 4 attack units here with both Merciless Hunters, so it makes it quite awkward.
Yeah, so Nasus has creeped up to an 8-8, but now, next round, Spectral Matron Watcher is still an omnipresent threat, and just trying to push through some damage desperately here against the tough Nexus is also incredibly rough. And if you do a development here, you just get wiped by Ruination, and then your opponent doesn't care because they still have their combo pieces in hand to just kill you next round.
Pepsi dropping down to 7 HP, though, doesn't have any heal in hand as far as I'm seeing, and it's all about Ruination now. But now Ravine comes down, you're gonna go back up now. Nasus is still just an 8-8, so it's just a little bit too little, I think. At this point, you can play both Nasus and Spirit Leech this turn, which is also a problem.
Yeah, just a little bit off mana at every turn for Kabachi. And with Ice Shard here, of course, being generated for 0 mana off of Lissandra, this is going to set up the rest of the board to get wiped by Blighted Ravine. And Lissandra, again, the champion of like 9 win conditions. You've got the tough Nexus. You've got the free Ice Shards every round to slowly burn your opponent out, control their board. You've got the Watcher that blows up your opponent's board. The huge stat line on the Watcher that demands an answer. And so now Kabachi just has to cycle for Spirit Leech. And the only thing you can get is a Siphoning Strike, right?
Yeah.
In order to shuffle in.
Which you can do with Rite of Calling here onto the 4-1. We'll have to see what attack there is as well. You have to have blockers to be able to stop. Yeah, this is it's a slow speed. Holton might have a chance to do it, actually.
Yeah, because then you've got Ice Shard to counter the Rite of Calling.
But you still need blockers for these 11 attack watchers. It's not just the obliteration of the deck, it's also the fact that they do have 11 attack and they are trying to kill you.
Yeah, so there's actually no way to win here, unfortunately. If this Nasus had gotten like a couple more Slay procs somehow over the course of the game, there is an out against like Atrocity. Pepsi-Cola has that covered with 3 Sisters, but still, it's despite again how unfavored Nasus Thresh is into this matchup, Kabachi I think still played this quite well.
And again, both Butcher and the Rite of Calling are both going to be slow speed spells or slow speed actions, which means that they can't really answer Ice Shard either. So that's one less blocker and unit to work with for Kabachi. So everything is doomed, basically. There's nothing you can really do.
Yeah, this is really bizarre. Like, Pepsi-Cola, again, even at high levels of play, the players are taking their time, using all their resources before going for lethals here.
Do we see a Shen emote? Kabachi, you have to maintain. And even if it's a serious losing loss, he's thinking about the surrender without the Shen emote. Well, he lets the animation play at least, so there's some respect there, letting the viewers, that have definitely not seen this 7,000 times. Oh, he's going for it. Kabachi is now 100% the most respectful player in this tournament. Props to him, but he does end up losing the series 2-1, and Pepsi advances the grand finals. But Kabachi still has a chance to make it through losers and possibly get a rematch against Pepsi in that grand finals as well.
Yeah, TLC, it's a deck that, like, even during the seasonals, a lot of players were just banning TLC and targeting Nasus Thresh instead because it's a lot easier of a deck to counter in TLC. The only deck I think that beats it cleanly is something that's very specific, like Scouts, or Lee Sin even. So it's one of those things where you kind of hope that the other players in the tournament do your dirty work for you and knock out all the TLC players so that you get to farm them instead. But again, very, very well played set from both players, and maybe Kabachi can fight back for that rematch. Big congratulations to Pepsi for making it to the grand finals and getting it locked in. But we'll take a quick look at the rest of the bracket.
Let's see what has happened in the losers bracket, because Salty Simon has gone down to Den. Den advances, and it will be facing a Gigas, who has taken down Trish Fangirl. So no more Braum Soraka. Unfortunately, no more Nasus Zillion in this tournament. But Trish, we do appreciate your spice that you've brought to us in that round one at least. But it will be Den versus the Gigas. Will be the next match we'll be casting, and the winner of that match will be facing Kabachi, of course, in the losers final. But before that, we'll be going to a quick break. Stay tuned, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. Just had a very well-deserved break as we head towards the later stages of the bracket, and we have our next match already slated. It is going to be, just as a refresher, Den versus a Gigas.
A French showdown between two players that have been, Den, the winner of the first seasonal, and Agigas, the top four in the last one. The battle of the baguettes going to be happening here, and four very different decks as well. Agigas bringing two decks that we haven't. Well, we saw a bit of overwhelm today earlier on, but also he's going to be bringing a pretty spicy, at least for this tournament, a Dragons deck that we haven't seen yet. It's a deck that obviously was very popular during the seasonal. It's going to be a classic kind of Zoe. Targon Demacia build that has a lot of different variants, but this one, of course, is more with Shyvana and the whole dragon variant instead.
Yeah, so we've got Shyvana here in the mid game. We've seen some versions just go for triple Zoe, and then like triple Azal at the top, or three Zoe, a couple Azals, and like a Leona in there as just like a speed bump. But this one with the Shyvana wants to get more mid game built into this. We got the Dragon Guard Lieutenant and the Protege, Sun Forger, and the Fangs with Radiant Guardian. So a lot of sustain, a lot of mid-game pressure, and then Eclipse Dragon Aurelion Sol just kind of becomes the top-end failsafe. You can see this deck is not running Star Shaping, and so these late Celestials really isn't the idea for this build. It's just about the mid-game dominance.
This is the point in the cast where I'm thinking like the blue Sentinel card, I'm going to the deck list and I'm hovering over what does this card do again? Because this is new expansion, new cards are added. I've been playing some new stuff, but haven't kept on top of everything. And yeah, some new cards being added is definitely good to see, I think, to spice up these lists a little bit more.
This archetype in general has had a really hard time figuring out what it wants for early game. Like Dragon Trowel helps a lot to smooth things out against Dragon Guard Lieutenant. Typically in the 2-mana slot, you'd be reaching for something like Egghead Researcher, but because this deck is already running so many good mid-game bodies, you don't need the extra generation from Egghead Researcher. And Blue Sentinel, when it dies, gives you the Crest of Insight, so you get one extra mana gem for the following round. And I think that that's just potentially to get like some cheeky ramps here and there into a Screeching Dragon or an Eclipse Dragon. I actually do like it a lot. And with the 3 HP, becomes a pretty decent chump just throughout the game in general.
Especially considering that most of the time when you're ramping, you care about ramping for one specific turn, really, and it's not just the turns leading up to that. Let's say it's the case with most. You have this big payoff on turn 7 or turn 8, whatever turn it is. So with this Blue Sentinel, you can kind of plan that ahead and have a more calculated ramp and get pretty much just a lot of very good value while still having, like you're saying, a nice vanilla body for 2 mana.
And even like the dream of Blue Sentinel getting scooped up by a Rock Hopper or some other 3 attack unit, and then you get Shyvana on 3 to start bullying with Sharp Sight potentially. And with a lot of the tokens that are in the game right now, like Nasus Thresh and even Ezreal Draven or Lee Sin try to play a lot of very shrimpy things to just keep the board under control, Shyvana is really going to level up off of a lot of those.
Yeah, that's very true, and we'll see what this deck can do exactly. We talked about it; it was huge in the seasonal. Obviously, now with the new expansion, people have maybe gone on to greener pastures and maybe more exciting new decks. But it's very strong still because it just has a very versatile mid-range game plan. It can really face up against anything, and has a lot of tools to control the board with the combination of Demacia and Targon. It really does give you that. So definitely, I'm not surprised to see a player like a Gigas that, like we said before, has, I think, a very good grasp of the meta and all the different lineups to have something that's very versatile with this Dragons deck.
And again, just moving away from Star Shaping is a nice breath of fresh air for Targon, because they do have a lot more going for them. And even with the new expansion, like the Malphite synergies is another like Targon focused build that maybe wants to run more Daybreaks or wants to move away from the Celestial play. And then when we contrast that with perhaps one of Den's list, again, we saw a little bit earlier, we've got the Ashe LeBlanc. And when you've got like the Legion Marauders and stuff and a lot of Frostbites and combat tricks, it really slips up the Dragon decks, right? They want to develop, they want to bully with their stats, but when you keep them from getting the trades they want, and then you're playing things that are equally as threatening, You know, you have the 5/5 Yetis or a huge Legion Marauder or even like Glory Seeker that can potentially threaten a Shyvana. This list can get some early pressure that dragons might not be able to keep up with into Incisive Tactician, perhaps.
Yeah, I have to imagine that this will be definitely a bad matchup for the Dragons deck. And of course, there's no bans in Fight Night, so we'll see how players queue up their decks and what kind of matchups they try and avoid or find in the case of Den. Because, like you mentioned, anything that goes mid range and that plays for board in the middle of the game is never going to beat. I mean, this is the number one deck that will beat out always because of the Frostbites and because of the combat tricks with Freljord. So yeah, it's going to have a really hard time, I think, fighting against all the freezes.
Mm-hmm. And the other kicker for the matchup too is Radiant Guardian, Screeching Dragon, Shyvana, all potentially get scooped up by a Reckoning. If you don't get that early advantage as a Gigas and you're trying to redevelop into the enemy, Reckoning will just blow you up.
And that being said, there is going to be some interaction with things like single combat and concerted strike to remove that one unit that the Reckoning is going off of. Because, of course, you can play Reckoning once you have a 5-attack unit. If that unit's removed, then it fizzles. So there is a space for counterplay there. And Demacia, the combination of Target and Demacia gives you both protection with Target and also a lot of interaction with Demacia that can benefit off of those big bodies. As long as they're not obviously freezed and have 0 attack.
Yeah, so that's going to be a close matchup. Definitely Frostbite favored, but there are certain lines where you can jump off, and maybe the Blue Sentinel is what is the answer. Where you have that ramp, you get a unit into play just a little bit earlier to get that tempo, like a Screeching Dragon coming into play around early and getting a key pull to wipe out a Avarician Trapper or a Legion Marauder before it gets a chance to stack itself up will be big. Notably, we've seen, especially in Fight Night, these Dragon decks will tech in like one Judgment because it's open deck lists and you have it in there just as a mind game against your opponent. You can use it as a fake bluff later in the game, but not even going for that tech. Giga's just very confident in the Dragons, and maybe you just take the L against the Frostbite and then you beat Nasus Thresh on the other side.
Looks like players are going to be starting a little bit later. We're going to have to wait, 2 or 3 minutes to start. I think I can take the time here to just quickly mention that, we're an EU tournament. I'm going to assume EU viewers is kind of the peak time. EU Masters, the second one, was announced recently by Riot, and that is coming up. And I want to give all players that are in this tournament right now a gratitude, a thank you, because there is a 2-week window. They have to be grinding to Masters and grinding to the most LP they can get to try and qualify not only their country, but in the case of, German and French players, to qualify in the top 3 for each of those countries to make it to EU Masters. And they're taking the time to play in the Fight Night tournament. So a lot of gratitude for them and a lot of good luck to all the EU players that are trying to make it. It's going to be a hard grind, obviously. I think the first EU Masters, maybe people weren't really considering the scope of the tournament and how much they would have to grind. And maybe we saw a country like Latvia qualifying. I think in this case, everyone knows how sick of a tournament it is, and they're going to want to participate. So it's going to be, I think, pretty damn rough. The last few days will be some of the most exciting ladder climbs we've seen in Runeterra till now. So best of luck to everyone involved, especially those in Germany or France or Spain. They're going to be very competitive countries. It's going to be hard to make it in. So going to need a lot of luck, I think.
Yeah, we can only really compare it to the end of season, grind to qualify for the seasonal tournament. And even then, people are grinding down to the very last second to make sure they get their bottom cut. But for EU Masters, it's even more severe. For the first one, I think we had a chance to talk about it a little bit. Germany had how many players in the top 10 of all Europe?
I think it was 6 or 7. We saw Navatix and Guardia, both 4th and 5th German players that didn't make it in, even though they were, I think, 5th and 6th on ladder or something like that. So it is going to be crazy.
And not making it in for the country's team is you can just tell how harsh that is. But the players now have been actually the rumblings have been there oh, are they going to do another EU Masters? Players are now going to be going back into the tournament with knowledge and experience with the format, We're going to have players that are maybe going to double qualify. We're going to see some new faces, perhaps, that have broken into the scene in the meantime. Maybe some new countries making the cut. And so there's going to be like that, also that new blood versus the old. And this is all combined with the new set because you have to bring so many decks. We potentially are going to get like some really wild champion combinations. Like a few regions were running some zany things like Champless Undying.
Yeah, a lot of options for a lot of. I think it's a very cool format overall. Definitely gonna be a lot of options for a lot of different decks and strategies, and even people saving a lot of very spicy stuff for the tournament specifically, and not playing on a ladder maybe as well. We saw with Pokervok and Czechia in the first EU Masters with their Undying deck, and we could see that again. But definitely gonna be a rough 2 weeks. So I think all the EU players, if you don't know what I'm talking about, definitely just go to Riot, the Runeterra news, read the article and find out, because if you're in Europe, this is an open tournament. You just have to be, well, you have to grind a lot and play a lot and start playing right now and try and grind to Masters and above.
It sucks. If you were looking forward to playing the new cards, too bad. You got to play Azir Burn or TLC. You got to get that LP. You got to climb. There's no fun for you. It's all grinded. It's back to work. EU's all business, baby.
And that's how you love to. I mean, that's the best way to do it. You have a purpose to play, and really, it pushes forward people to maybe put more thought into what decks they're playing, into creating a more advanced meta, because there is more on the line. So it really incentivizes players to play and to play well and to find advantages wherever they can. I think that's a good thing for the competitive scene. Maybe not a good thing for the players' health if they have to be grinding 8 hours a day, but that's a personal decision. If you signed up for this, then this is like a boot camp. This is, you signed up to it, you got to go through with it. But definitely, as a viewer and a caster, I'm definitely grateful for the chance to see these players in action 24/7, basically.
Yeah, because when you see the players like at such high levels, you see like a lot of things that just teach you more about the game, like lines of play that you weren't considering. And it's just good for the game in general to just have like a separate tournament aside from the seasonals that still has like a lot of prestige around it and a decent prize pool, right? And with the wide variety of decks being brought, we're going to see some new innovations for the metagame that might trickle down to the ladder, and decks that maybe have very polarized matchups that you normally don't see in competitive play or in ladder can really find their time to shine in a wider format like this, where you try to figure out the matchups. Like, Azir Aurelia is a great example of a breakout powerful deck, but has some very awful matchups when it's being directly targeted, which is what we're seeing now, and why it's taking a little bit of backseat for the competitive scene. But we are getting word that the players are in challenge. I want to thank everybody for being patient while we get this sorted out today. Players, getting a little bit taking advantage of their break time, refilling their galaxy brain juice to pilot these decks to maximum efficiency.
And just a quick reminder for those that in this speech have forgotten, we are going to be seeing a Gigas versus Den, so the French showdown, and we'll be seeing a few kind of unique decks. We'll see Dragons and Overwhelm Renekton for a Gigas, and Dan will be bringing LeBlanc Ash with the Marauders, and also Thresh Nasus, not as exciting, but at least 3, I think, on my scale, pretty exciting decks.
And, even a deck you've seen multiple times, sometimes you can get a deeper appreciation for it just to see it like played very well, or in like a weird situation that happens to come up in play. So it looks like we're for the first game, we're going to have Overwhelm versus Frostbite. This is another matchup where Frostbite is typically trying to excel, keeping that Overwhelm damage under control, but Overwhelm does have the capability to maybe get out ahead right from the start of the match before Frostbites can get blockers set up. And then if you're developing all of your mana into just Frostbites and staying alive, you still aren't removing the Overwhelms from the board, and it's only a matter of time before you run out of combat tricks.
And there's, of course, a Gigas on this Overwhelm list, and Den is at the bottom with this Ash LeBlanc list. Every time Den plays in these tournaments, we have to mention this is not Den on the webcam. This is a different French streamer that's restreaming his feed or his perspective and casting it for the French community. So I don't want to see, is that Den in, I don't want to see that question in the Twitch chat because we've mentioned it many times, but I got the reminder right away proactively. That is not Den. It is someone else.
And here we go. A Gigas now has the overwhelm damage going through. It's very tricky to take this attack. It's going to go down to the Thrashing Snapper, and you have to worry about Troll Chant, where you're getting the block and also your opponent just maintaining this body. You're giving them a stack of reputation that maybe you want to try to avoid. Merciless Hunter, again, we saw earlier in the tournament, is a fantastic way to sidestep the Snapper.
And we've seen it before in this Renekton deck. Sometimes you just have a hand that isn't working out perfectly, like this one where you have a lot of combat tricks, but you don't have a unit to play on curve on 3. You don't have a vulnerable for Renekton. So it's sometimes a deck that if you don't have the right combination of pieces, it suddenly loses a lot of value. This Perseverarium here with the draw can maybe help in finding a different range of answers in hand.
Yeah, it's a very similar combination to the one that we saw earlier in the tournament, where it still has the Merciless Hunter slotted in, but perhaps a bit too much early game still to not really compensate for having a better late game curve. There is 2 copies of Preservarium in this variant, running Omen Hawks over Dune Keepers, and teching away a Wild Claw and an Ancient Yeti to make room for Ice Shard. So Gigas really just covering all the bases with this build.
And Troll Chant used there, as well as Brittle Steel, so nothing ends up dying. Just, yeah, pretty unexciting combat trade there between LeBlanc and the Marauder. But Renekton does come down now on turn 4. No mana to back him up, no exhaust, and that really, makes it so that Den doesn't have to be scared. He knows exactly what is available. There is no mana, there is no exhaust, so there won't be an attack with Renekton. But either way, it does get Frostbitten and can be Cooling Strike here thanks to the Archer.
And now, because Gigas' hand is just full of these combat tricks, when you're playing a deck like this that just wants to play on curve, it's very difficult to float mana to actually weave these in. And Den now, when you have cheap combat tricks that just stifle your opponent's attack, you can develop slowly afterwards to put chump blockers out, and you can see the cadence where Frostbite is a little bit more streamlined to bank spell mana. Whereas a Gigas now, being behind on board, has to spend everything just to keep up with the numbers and then doesn't have the reactivity.
And there's a pretty scary board already looking for Den there, and doesn't really have the best hand to protect the board. That's at least the small silver lining for a Gigas. And the Gigas is playing a different list that we saw Salty Simon playing. He is playing the Omen Hawks over the Dune Keepers. He's actually playing the exact list that I was playing on ladder. Has 2 Ice Shards as well to deal with aggro and Aurelia as a consideration. I don't think it worked out as well as I thought it would, but interesting that Gigas came to the same conclusions and has brought this list for the tournament as well, playing, of course, the Merciless Hunters in this deck as well.
And there is a consideration. Sometimes players are thinking in circles, like, oh, I don't want to bring this deck because it gets countered by this one. And sometimes there's another deck that counters that first one, so you can bring the initial deck after all, just because the counter ends up getting countered and knocked out of the tournament before it hits you. But this is a position that we usually don't see, where Overwhelm is actually the deck on the back foot at low HP and is struggling to get any sort of engines set up or any sort of threat off of the ground. The early combat tricks came out for Den, and that's exactly what you wanted to see in this matchup.
Scarzig, are you telling me that Overwhelm is being overwhelmed by his opponent? Quite the turn of events. Very unexpected.
They are being just accosted here by all the Frostbites. They cannot get the damage through, and it's similar to Fiora Shen, right? Where you have to spend your mana developing, and then you don't have reserves to fix combat in your favor. Now that Gigas has ran the gauntlet, maybe has absorbed enough of Den's combat tricks, it's a little bit too late.
The damage is still coming through, but yeah, like you're saying, at 20 HP, you just take it. You don't even care because the board is still yours, and you still have that strength in numbers coming in possibly next turn with the Marauder already on the board. It means they'll be rising to very high heights here for all these little Marauders. Or also, like you mentioned, the Tactician can come down as a new card that we saw Den use somewhat effectively before in that round 1 quarterfinals we saw cast.
And the whispered words. But yeah, look at this. And I love not having to worry about, denies or revocation. You just throw out the strength in numbers, and 2 units in 1 action is so strong here. Now that you've already used the combat tricks to beat your opponent in submission, you just go for the finisher here. The Legion Marauders on attack will get +3/+3.
And there's a Rune Urn coming down with the Omen Hawk buff up to a 7/5. But still going to be bad trades into these Marauders. And LeBlanc, of course, with quick attack, will be possibly dying to the Wild Claw if it does block the LeBlanc. There are no kind of combat tricks or any kind of support here for 2 mana for Den in hand either. Whereas Gigas has a lot of support, actually, with double Shapestones that can be used here for some health or just the Troll Champ.
Yeah, so you've got the chump block, Omen Hawk, and you gotta block a couple more things. And look at this, the Thrashing Snapper, if it gets blocked, it's gonna buff and then up trade. And I mentioned this earlier in the broadcast that because your opponent is disincentivized from actually blocking it, it's kind of like a Precious Pet, where it's just sneaking in that 2 damage every round. And every once in a while, it'll give you a reputation proc.
I think the key here might just be Gigas finding a Battle Fury to try and just go over the top and hoping there's not going to be any kind of Frostbite effect onto this Wild Claw, for example. There's still going to be 5 HP blockers in the Marauder that's untouched after this trade, but you have double Shapestone as well, so that might be it. Finding the Battle Fury is going to be... Turn 8 next turn, they're going to have exactly 10 mana to play the Battle Fury and both Shapestones that have been activated. So that could be a potential answer. Just go all in on 1 unit and hope there isn't any kind of Frostbite effect.
You can, and then you use Troll Chant here to protect your Ruin Runner. And with the Spell Shield, it makes it a little bit more immune to Frostbite. Makes it a great carrier for Battle Fury if you do get that off the top. And everything else goes down.
Yeah, it's not even 5 HP. It's going to be a 1 HP Marauder here, so... Now, Den has to try and fish for a Harsh Winds. Ideally, he has 1 in the deck. He finds the Ash instead. And there is no Battle Fury.
The miracle is like... So there's no Battle Fury, unfortunately, but you can still... Whispered Words, maybe getting... I have to double-check the mixture here. There is still triple Brittle Steel. 1 was used earlier, but there is still 2 more available now in the deck.
And both these units, obviously not naturally at 1 HP, but in this case they are, so they are going to be vulnerable to the Brittle Steel. Instead of having their, usually the 6 health for the Wild Claw and the 4 health for the Rune Runner. In this case, a little bit lower after combat. And they will be susceptible to that Brittle Steel if it is found.
So with an open attack here, Harsh Winds wouldn't do it. I'm just thinking it's like this. You bring out the Merciless Hunter, which has Fearsome. You could
doesn't find anything. Well, you still have the Sigil of Malice.
Yeah, the Sigil of Malice clears the Wild Claw. 7 attacks still swinging through. You can do double Shape Stone to survive the Sigil of Malice. But a Gigas, there's no way for him to know that there's no combat tricks. Ooh, I love this play. Playing the Incisive forces a Gigas to attack now rather than developing another body. Double Shape.
The Sigil will deal 2 to anything, but yeah, with double Shapestone, you can out-heal it, basically.
This is so close and extremely unfortunate with Whispered Words not to get a Frostbite here. Oh no! Goes for the Shapestone! Does it matter? Yeah, no, because it's still overwhelming.
Because now yeah, it is still enough. Yeah, by 1 actually. Yeah, you're right.
So yeah, I thought it was going to be like the.
It's exactly enough.
But yeah, but because of the Spell Shield on the Rune Runner, even if that last mana was like a Troll Chant or Brittle Steel or something, it tanks through and manages to sneak through a lethal there thanks to Double Shapestone, a card that we talked about being potentially just like a very low impact card that unless you're using it very specifically in the early mid game to force through damage, it can feel really, really dead. But no frost bites. All of the combat tricks were used in the early mid game to just fight for dominance and just wasn't able to push through that lethal with the strength in numbers, unfortunately.
And with that spell shield, I think he had to have exactly double Brutal Steel to make that pre-commitment a problem, which is obviously fairly unlikely, I think, especially considering the play patterns, etc. So yeah, very good read from Agigas and very good play from Agigas finding his out in a game that he had lost the board pretty early on. It seemed, we were talking about the overwhelmed deck being overwhelmed, but still finds a way with Shapestone, one of the burst speed combat tricks that can really all of a sudden push 6 damage for 2 is pretty crazy, and it shows why in that last turn of the game.
But Den still has another shot. This Frostbite deck, we theorized, is pretty favored in both of these matchups. And with double Marauder and strength in numbers in the opening hand, it looks like Den has a plan.
We'll see if the single combats and the different interactive spells from Demacia will allow that plan to come into fruition, considering that the moment these Marauders touch the floor, you want to get rid of them as soon as possible without them being able to attack and get those stat buffs.
Oh, and look at this, has the blue Sentinel on too. So then with the Legion Marauder, you can trade away the blue Sentinel, you get that ramp, maybe get an early Screeching Dragon. And then you have that challenger potentially to even out these Marauders. You've even got the Troll Chant to back this up. Get a preemptive stack onto the Legion Marauders for your strength in numbers. It's going to be very difficult for Dragons to overcome this when you have, equivalent stats on the enemy side. Dragons really love to just eat chump blockers or a lot of these smaller units, but having these scale up is going to be pretty difficult. And Den running triple strength in numbers, so even a second strength in numbers somewhere throughout the mid game could also give us some really big Marauders.
And of course, if the spell mana is saved at 5 mana, that is the first turn that can be played out. And it can be pretty impactful in that turn if this Marauder survives and if you keep this. Oh, looks like a single combat's coming in, and this can be punished by Brittle Steel, Troll Chant, anything does it here actually.
You've got to go for it, like you said. You've got to get these Marauders off the board before they're able to attack and start getting those stacks. And the blue Sentinel is going to go down here, but you really just care about the Crest of Insight, I think.
Sharp Sight comes in. Now all of a sudden it's back to 2 attack and has that 5 health to survive the single combat. Could see a Troll Chant come in response. It looks like these are the 2 main units in both of these decks. It's a Marauder versus a blue Sentinel. That's all we're going to see. Just constant combat tricks being used to try and help these guys survive. And it ends up with a very sad 0 attack blue Sentinel having to block a 4/5 Marauder. So that did not work out in its favor.
Yep. I mean, it's the way of the jungle. It's just the rite of passage. The Marauder is doing an Olaf cosplay, going to the jungle, getting the blue buff. And with that buff, Agigas now can play the Screeching Dragon just around early. This is what you wanted to see. This is what we talked about. But this is the deck that doesn't care.
Only 2 mana being saved for the spell mana means that you cannot play out the strength in numbers this turn, unfortunately for Den. But you can play out just a straight up second Marauder. And again, like you mentioned, this might be the game plan now because you might accumulate 4 different Marauders on the attack here. You're going to both buff up 2 times, and you have Troll Chant backup, which means that there's a pretty good chance they both survive this and clear out your opponent's board as well with no mana available to have any counterplay here for Gigas. So all of a sudden, Marauders look like the hottest thing in Runeterra.
Yeah, very ironic. Marauders went so long without being able to do anything, and just with a little bit of help, right? Strength in numbers and some other engine that kind of pays off stacking them up with reputation. It just makes it a fantastic package for this king of mid game that is Frostbites.
I think this is a wrap. I mean, there's no way you can stop this, right? 4 Marauders coming at you with 2 of them already being 6/5s.
Den even passing here, because you've got like your 1 Marauder goes down, but you wanted to trade it to the Screeching Dragon, so then you just strengthen numbers on top of this into an open attack to play around Crescent Strike. And so even if, by the way, if you do Star Chart into Equinox to cleanse 1 Legion Marauder, it won't grant buffs, but it will still gain buffs from his brethren. Radiant Guardian coming down instead.
Trying to do something to stop this, but I think it's just not going to be enough with the stats it has. The Concerted Strike suddenly does maybe a little something, but maybe not now. Once the buffs come in, you're staring down at some 9/8, and
oh no,
Gigas has to think he's lost this game already. Obviously, this is not the way, you don't plan for this to happen in this matchup. It's not really the main part of this deck, but yeah, pretty crazy turn of events here.
The double Legion Marauder and Strength in Numbers kept in the opening hand, going for such a high risk, high reward, and getting rewarded too because you had the Troll Chant and the Brittle Steel to save that first you saved that first Legion Marauder to just get this snowball rolling.
And it's not like Gigas didn't respect this. He tried to single combat the Marauder the moment it touched the ground. It planted its foot on the board, and it was getting met by a blue sentinel, some kind of arcane magic being, but had the right tool to survive with a Troll Chance.
And with Radiant Guardian taking that damage, it's now vulnerable to Brittle Steel.
Reckoning is very much activated at this point. I can guarantee you that much. And you won't be concerted striking all 3 of these guys at the same time. That spell does not exist in Runeterra just yet, and I hope it never does.
Yeah, Demacia Swiftfoot hitting 3 things. And so, yeah, look at this. Equinox set this back down to a 3/2, but it's still just going to get rebuffed on the attack token. Whispered Words is already active. Incisive Tactician could also come through for the ramp.
Radiant Guardian is now also vulnerable to Brittle Steel. So, I mean, just everything is in favor of Den, and there's little that Gigas can do at this point, I think. I've said this before, and then Targon has found a way, but I think in this case, there is not a possibility.
Yeah, I know, you could play Solari Sunforger, etc., but we're now in the situation where Den, because of Frostbites, doesn't care about the lifesteal. We mentioned previously that this variant's not running Star Shaping. It's not built to just live and last to get to the late game and win through that late stage inevitability. It wants to have mid-game dominance, and this curve is just shutting that down in spades.
There is the Hush here that can obviously hush one of these Marauders if a Reckoning is played. I'm not sure you need to play Reckoning though at this point. You have a bigger board. You have better trades here if there any kind of attack tries to go through. This 5/4 can't even try and get value unless Concerted Strike is played. And then, once Concerted Strike is played to try and get the lifesteal from both the Sunforger and the Radiant Guardian, you can Brittle Steel and kind of deny, maybe if it tries to target one of these bigger Marauders, deny the value of the kill.
And throughout the course of the game, Gigas has been, putting combat tricks out onto the stack and saying, I need this to connect. If they've got it, right? Because it's so important, again, to fight for the board in this matchup that I could definitely see a Gigas just going for the Concerted Strike here against everything.
And at this point, you have to start taking, risks, because, you're very much behind. If you even get the Concerted Strike to connect, it's not like you're winning the game or anything close to it, but you have to try and at least do something here. If it doesn't work out, then go next. You're at 1-0 up in the series at least, and you have a chance to take it to game 3 and win it there.
You've got the Concerted Strike on 2 lifesteal units. This is completely shut down by the Harsh Winds. And so Ashe survives, and now you get to attack. She's not going to level, though. I think she's with the attack, she's still 4 out of 5. But Brittle Steel, actually, double Brittle Steel.
Wait a minute.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This sequence has been superb from Den's side. Legion Marauder, strength in numbers, double troll chant, all 3 brittle steels coming out, whispered words to get harsh winds on top of Ash. And that's going to be all she wrote. Look at these Legion boys.
The good thing is that Gigas isn't going to have any kind of, mental breakdown due to this loss, because literally there is not a single decision he could have made that would have saved him from losing this game the way he's lost it. This is, you cannot stop the Marauders from coming in like this. You cannot stop the top decks with Ash, the perfect freezes. I mean, just looking at the board state and how it ended in such explosive fashion. So Ageas has to just, chalk that one to very, very bad luck and very good luck on Den's side, and maybe good decision making in keeping that hand, like you mentioned at the very start in the mulligan. And just think about game 3 now, which will be Dragons versus Den's Thresh Nasus, actually.
So this is the matchup you kind of want to see when it comes to Dragons. You get that early curve. Shyvana and Screeching Dragon's going to do a lot of work shutting down the the smaller units that this list is capable of. The way to keep up for Nasus Thresh, however, is you want to get your Abominations and stuff. Abominations and Spirit Leeches, things with very high attack power, can still pressure without so that Dragons have to do a lot of work to keep alive. And this hand, unfortunately, is very heavy. Biggest actually mulliganed away a Radiant Guardian, which is pretty powerful in this matchup to just lifesteal some of the aggression away.
This is trouble. This is, looking at the top deck here, what it's going to be. It's not going to be a good one. This is going to be a huge onslaught, starting things off with the Ravenous Butcher potentially coming down. So the Ephemeral buffing up the Bakai Reaper and now hitting you for 7 on turn 2. You don't have a blocker or a unit to play on turn 3 yet. You better hope you draw one now, Gigas.
And I have to quickly jump over to the deck list. There is Sentinel, Lieutenant, Protege.
He doesn't find anything.
Oh no, you can see the panicked hand hovering. Do you take this open or do you press your luck? Yeah, with the Blighted Caretaker.
You have to. I mean,
it doesn't matter if your opponent develops here now.
He has one action and you're still pushing first the 2-1 Challenger. If you kill the unit that comes down, which you can kill the Fangs, for example, that's another slay onto the Bakai Reaper. And yeah, these are card games for you. Sometimes your opponent gets the Nuts Marauders game and then you break your hand completely in game 3.
Oh my god, because you can go Fangs here, and if Black Spear wasn't a factor, you could have Fangs, Sharp Sight, get a couple reps of the healing, but you play Fangs here, it gets Black Speared, and you're done. That's 11 damage. And so you have to play Shyvana Sharp Sight in order to survive Black Spear.
Well, if you play the Fangs, you're surviving on 1 HP. But yeah, it's pretty doomed.
Oh my god. What a devastating aggressive curve against a Gigas absolutely whiffing on all of the early game. And this deck's running Dragon Chow. It's got Dragon Guard Lieutenant. Most of the early game this deck is capable of comfortably running.
The Fangs comes down. Sharp Sight can get it up to 4 HP, but there will be... Ooh, not going to be a Black Spear? Huh.
I guess it's saying it's not worth it. You just wait for a Gigas to commit the Sharp Sight first if they have it, right?
And maybe because it's not going to be lethal. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I mean, you obviously lose 2 HP from the 2-1, but maybe this is a safer play. And because it wasn't lethal, if you did this and there was only the Sharp Sight, it would be 1 HP off. Maybe it's best to keep your resources, play a bit safer, and you're still obviously leaving your opponent very, very weak and without a board and at 3 HP on turn 4. So you're definitely happy with the situation.
And this is the weakness of Dragons, where even though you haven't
the weakness
died,
of any deck.
you can only play one big thing on curve, is what I mean to say. You can't keep up with these wider boards. And so we've got Equinox to get rid of the Bakai Reaper stacks, but now you can play a Screeching Dragon to maybe try to even this out. And now we're playing for, okay, you need single combats and concerted strikes in order to keep the board under control. If a Gigas can win this, even with this, it's...
You have
I
to
can
have
see a line. I could see it happen with like just the miracle top decks. I can see it happening, but there's already two damage being threatened here just by an open attack. You can
and you
just
have
play
right of
the Nasus on
negation.
curve here.
You have right to stop any kind of fast speed interaction spell. If it was, maybe a single combat, but even then you can't kill the Thresher single combat. So yeah, it's going to be very tough here. You still have mana for the right here after playing Merciless Hunter. You can drag this 5/3 over with the one attack Caretaker, and this makes it pretty damn hard to stop this lethal coming in from Den. And this game 3 win for Den as well, and him advancing to the losers final against Kobachi.
Yeah, because then the 1-drop just pulls the Screeching Dragon.
And this is card games for you. Sometimes your opponent just does some crazy Marauder synergies in one game, and the next game you completely brick your hand to the point that none of your decisions mattered in these last 2 games of the series, or they mattered very, very little in terms of the outcome of the game, simply because you drew the wrong cards in the wrong order. Sometimes, obviously, in deck building, you can make it so this is less punishing, but there are, quite a few 1-drops or 1 or 2 or 3 drops for Gigas. He just didn't find them in this game.
Yeah, so we've got the pull like this, Concerted Strike.
And right negation is there to stop it.
Right negation. So even though you can potentially still live here, it's not enough because of right. Everything coming up roses for Den.
And there's a Shen emote from a Gigas, another respectful player like Kobachi. The Shen emote in response from Den. And game 3 goes to Den. The French showdown resolves in his favor. And he moves on for the French versus German showdown against Kobachi in the losers final. Another, very stacked matchup. Den, of course, a seasonal champion, hasn't been maybe as active in the tournament scene in the past few months after that big win, but still someone that you have to put, respect on his name as someone that went through open rounds and went through a full seasonal tournament and came out victorious.
And yeah, that just really goes to show, the pedigree is still there, like you talked about earlier. But with that match now concluded, we are going to go to a quick break, and then we will come back to see Kobachi versus Den. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. You are just in time to see the losers bracket finals between Kibachi and Den. And these players, this is going to be, I think, our first Nasus Thresh mirror potentially for the broadcast.
We did see a Thresh Nasus versus Zillion Nasus, but that wasn't quite a mirror. It was, a mirror and a broken mirror facing it. So almost not quite there yet. Not quite perfection like Thresh Nasus is.
And we've seen enough of that. Even like during the seasonal, we saw a ton of it being countered and targeted. The mirror match, can go either way, pretty volatile, depending on like who gets their Thresh, etc. But the deck I wanted to take a little bit of a deeper dive into is actually Den's Ash LeBlanc Marauder Frostbite. Now, this deck we saw really pop off just in the previous set with the Legion Marauders and Strength in Numbers, but it also has a new card also slotted in with Thrashing Snapper. This card, again, it's a 1-mana 2/1 that when it gets blocked in combat, it gets +3 attack. So it jumps up to 5 attack, really forces your opponent to respect that damage, and it gives you another avenue to get the reputation procs. This Marauder variant of Frostbites was kind of like a side idea when it came to like the main style of Frostbites. And I think now we're starting to see this finally become like the most prominent version.
And the last game that we saw with Marauders basically single-handedly winning the game is the first game that I see that the Marauders really take over. So now I'm going to start putting more respect on the card and its addition to this archetype because it has shown me the way. It is definitely an alternate win condition. Especially, I think that was maybe the best example we'll ever see of it coming into play and really having a huge impact on the game and basically winning it all by itself. But another card that we have to mention that has been added to this deck is Incisive Tactician. You're seeing it at 8 mana there, very expensive, but with Reputation, it gets discounted to 6. And when it's summoned, it rallies. So a very strong effect, of course, but also just a nice, outside of the box effect that really adds yet another layer of threat to this deck. Outside of, whatever cards you might expect, or you might get, used to the play pattern of Ash LeBlanc in a certain way. Now the chance coming in as like tech card is something that you have to be careful about and play around, especially in open deck list. And it makes, a few differences to how you play against this deck.
Because this list specializes in developing cheaply, protecting your units cheaply, you're being able to float a lot of mana. And that's what makes like these really big spells like Strength in Numbers and even Reckoning like much more respectable in this deck because you have your threat and you're using your big spells to maintain that threat or go for lethal. Incisive Tactician is a very interesting inclusion. I talked about a little bit earlier as well, simply because running this over Shunpo in order to not worry about deny or right of negation. Also, you have to remember that Shunpo is not castable if your opponent's board is empty. So like if you swing in your opponent and they trade everything away and then you want to rally to finish, too bad. But Incisive Tactician, you can just play it. I'm personally a very big fan of Dragon Guard Lookout. So a rally combined with a body, there's definitely precedent for that to be pretty strong, I think.
And the other deck that Kibachi is playing that isn't Thresh Nasus is going to be Ezreal Draven. We talked about it before and went over the list a little bit before, but those are the two differences. And then we have, of course, Thresh Nasus for both players that do have some differences in the spells and everything, but they're both going to play out in very similar ways, and there's just minor differences between both of them. So looking at these two lineups and considering the differences in Ezreal Draven and Ash Frostbite, what of these two lineups do you think might have the upper hand coming into this match?
I actually really do like Ezreal Draven for Kibachi to take down Frostbites. You have way more tools to deal with the Marauders, even if your opponent has like the early combat tricks like we saw with Den to protect them. As long as you can get some damage through, the Scorched Earth starts to matter a little bit more. We know that Kibachi is teched with the triple static shock in order to beat the Nasus Thresh, and also triple Culling Strike to beat Nasus Thresh. So I think that Kibachi's lineup is going to be pretty good here, but that all goes out the window if Den draws the way that we just saw them draw. That all goes out the window when you're drawing like a champion like that.
Also, the fact that Ezreal Draven of course, plays for tempo and plays on the board, but doesn't rely single-handedly on the board. It does have just a lot of spells that can remove cleanly and very efficient removal for most of what Den might propose on the board with his Ash LeBlanc deck. So I think, yeah, that might be definitely a beneficial point for Kobachi's Ezreal Draven as well going into this match.
And I wanted to just get a closer look as well at Den's mixture for Nasus threats. There's no like Withering Whale, which we saw some variants like Teching and Whale in the box for the mirror match. So there's going to be less healing as well. So the burn will be a little bit more effective unless there's no like right of negation to stop key cards. And as we've seen, you have perhaps Atrocity on the stack, and then Ezreal maybe does some sort of burn combo to burn you out before the Atrocity resolves.
But we're into game one right away. Game one of the losers final. The match preceding the grand finals, of course, where Pepsi Cola is waiting very patiently. But first, we have to find out who of Den and Kobachi is going to make it there. Could be Kobachi for the rematch, or it could be Den going through the classic historic losers bracket run, lost in the very first round, and has made it all the way up to the losers final now against Kobachi. So we'll see if he can keep this up. He's on, very good momentum here. And game one starting off with Thresh Nasus to Ezreal Draven for Kobachi.
Yeah, Kobachi again was knocked down by Pepsi Cola, and it was very close set, 2-1. And so if you're going to get knocked down, of course, you'd want to have it done by the person who ends up in the grand finals. And very aggressive start here from Den. There's triple Thresh, but really nothing else to follow up with Fading Icon. But you have to remember that Kobachi's deck has no healing, so every little bit of damage matters.
This Black Spear might be pretty nice here as well for Den in hand here. The Ezreal, I'm going to assume Mystic Shot going to be hitting the 3-1. And that is when the Black Spear will be activated and ready to go. We'll see if Kobachi decides, there must be a reason my opponent is not playing anything, still has 4 mana up. Do I play this Mystic Shot and let my Ezreal get killed by the Black Spear?
Or do you send the Mystic Shot face? The issue is that if you send the Mystic Shot face, you're going to have to block the Fading Icon. You have Static Shock in hand though. So I think you could Mystic Shot the Nexus. Oh, but so Ezreal is going to go down to the Black Spear.
And this suddenly makes it so that Den is playing a much slower game. He has three Thrushes in hand. His Ezreal's taken down. He hasn't played the usual Curse Keeper, Caretaker, 17 HP or 17 attack on turn 3 or turn 4 combo. And now he's going to play a much slower game, which maybe benefits Kobachi. He does have the Fair in there. He has the Tri-Beam already, getting a few procs there on 2 right now. And we'll see. I mean, if Nasus comes down big enough, then that will be a problem for Kobachi for sure.
Ooh, gets another Ezreal off the top. So getting a Black Spear out early is really fantastic, to be honest, because typically when your opponent's ahead of you and then they're using Black Spear to maintain that tempo and keep hitting you with threats, but when they're using it just as a way to kill one of your threats and remain somewhat even, you feel a lot better about taking the Black Spear there if you're Kobachi. And now by developing the House Spider, you have some nice chumps to absorb the Spirit Leech. And Ezreal's just going to keep on ticking with the Mystic Shots. Becomes very similar to Freljord Shadow Isles, right? Where you're removing your opponent's board before they have a chance to, so they're missing out on Slay procs as well.
I think it's fine full attacking here simply because you want to get these combats through before Thresh is able to touch down at 5 mana now. So I'm fine with the full attack, even if you don't get the full value there by getting the 1-1 into the 4-1. There is now the Curse Keeper. Do you want to pop it yourself with a Mystic Shot? Or do you want to wait and go face with it? Do you want to, you do want to level up Ezreal as soon as possible and make him a legitimate win condition going into the late game.
Ooh. Passes. Very interesting. So basically saying, I'm going to pass so that you can't go for Glimpse or Ravenous Butcher if that's what you have planned. Because you always have the Mystic Shot waiting in the wings. With double Static Shock, it's not super important to get that Mystic Shot cast.
Unfortunately, not many 3-drops though, to make sure this Tri-Beam can go big enough to take down Thresh. That would be obviously the ideal for Kobachi. I think it's still at 3 counters. We saw 2 Ezreals and something else went down that I think is, it's definitely at 3 or 4 right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think it might just be 2 Ezreals. So it's going to be at 3 right now. So still 3 away from being able to kill this Thresh in one go.
And developing the Bakai Reaper, again, just going for a wider swing here. You want to force the Ezreal to go down, but you've got Static Shock to counter. You want to use the Sapling plus the Vile Feast, but this is going to get eaten up by Rite of Negation.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you want to say right for a Tri-Beam, potentially. That is kind of the... I mean, yeah, both are good cards, good denials here for sure for Den. The card draw and also having both of these challengers go down would not be ideal for Den.
You're threatening the Ezreal. You are pushing through damage, which you really desperately need because your opener has been so slow. You're also denying 2 ticks for leveling up Ezreal. And this just forces second Static Shock.
And you're fine here if you're Kobachi. Obviously, no counterplay with only 1 mana up for Den. Literally nothing he could do at this point at fast speed. And able to take down both challengers. You still get the 1-1 to block the 4-3. And if the 1-1 Caretaker attacks, you have the blocker with Ezreal.
Yeah, so you can just block and flock. And now, again, there's triple Thresh in hand, but that's not really a big threat. Now that you've been forced to spend the Rite of Negation by going for an aggressive line, rather than playing Thresh out, having 4 mana in reserve to maybe stop a Culling Strike, playing Thresh just gets Culling Strike. The second one gets Culling Striked. The box doesn't really do anything to Kobachi from this position because they aren't going to be developing.
And the silver lining here, not really having any units to play means that Den can't really slay your units. He can slay his own units and get Nasus big that way, but there hasn't been many kills on Kobachi's side of the board because he's simply been playing removal spells the entire time with Ezreal as backup, just generating missed shots and making sure that he has some amount of card advantage still.
So it's 5 out of 6, and Culling Strike goes through. And this is the key card, right? Like, Kobachi's running triple Culling Strike. We've seen some versions only run 2, but having 3 means that you're looking and you're creeping, looking to take down these Threshes to stop that snowball from happening, because Nasus is the key to Den winning this matchup. If you can get it somewhat stacked to where it's maybe getting Spell Shield, your opponent is all in versus like Scorched Earth. There actually hasn't been any card draw played by Kobachi either. This has all just been natural, just plays and saving your resources for the right time. Ezreal being drawn early and generating these Mystic shots has allowed a lot more control of the board without running too low on resources.
There's a Tri-Beam coming down because you have yet another Culling Strike. I think you're fine. Well, that's an interesting one to hit. Why is it that when I play Tri-Beam, I get massive duds, but anytime we're casting games, we see the sickest pulls out of a big pool of cards. It's always cards that actually make a lot of sense for the current game plan of the players.
And I like the Culling Strike here against the Thresh, to be honest. It's like the best target for it. Everything else that you're hoping to target, it has like 4 attack usually, like the Escaped Abominations and the Spirit Leeches. So I would definitely go for this. And then you have the Thermo to like maybe cap a Nasus, like even if it comes down and it's like a 6/6 or a 7/7.
There's a Farron coming down. Obviously a big threat here. I think you're fine playing it out. I'll have to see what attack Nasus is at right now. You could, of course, just open attack here because if you play the Farron, there's a chance that Nasus can block it and kill it. I think this is now Kobachi counting to see what Nasus is at right now and deciding off of that information if it's the correct play to play it out or not.
This is a feature that players have kind of wanted. It didn't really matter before for They Who Endure because you could just count on it being like between a 9/9 and a 12/12 when it would come down. But for Nasus, especially because it's tied to his level up condition, it's a little bit more important to know exactly what the progress is. But Kobachi not confident that Captain Farron will be able to match Nasus in size, and is just going to go for the open attack here to just push through some damage and just work on this burn plan.
not just that, but wants to have the mana and the possibility of, Mystic Shot into Scorched Earth to deal with Nasus immediately before it can flip, before it can do anything really if it's played out this turn. Which is why, there's a pass here from Den. I think he wants to wait to see.
Hey, look at that damage from the Mystic Shot.
Oh no. Truly getting burned down now.
Like, it's actually lethal, right?
The priority pass from Den by playing this Bakai Reaper might... Yeah, this would now give a chance for Nasus to survive, but I think you do have just lethal with Rummage and yeah. I mean, that's it. You just Rummage now, burst speed. Or just kill the Nasus regardless, I guess, with Beam.
Yeah, because
you got win the game in the process. That's it. GG, that easy. Just pull Funsmith from your 4 your 4 mana Tri-Beam, and once you're, of course, don't pull it before your Ezreal levels up. Only when your Ezreal levels up, then tell the game, hey, I'd like a Funsmith, please, and then you get it. That's how it works, Scar. I don't know if you know, but
you're even saying like, oh man, Tri-Beam isn't in the hand to stack up and not punished for no early Tri-Beam. If it was in the hand earlier, you would have gotten a 6 or 7 drop, which wouldn't have been as useful. So 4 mana is the new. Before it was like, oh, you want to do 6 mana or 8 mana, but no, Ezreal Draven players, you got to Tri-Beam on 4. You got to get the Funsmith. It's the only way to win.
And going right into game 2, Kobachi has now switched off of his Ezreal Draven. He just won with it. He cannot play it again onto his own Thresh Nasus. And Den, of course, is back in business and trying to once again get the win with his own Thresh Nasus in this game.
And so looking at the opening hand, Den does have Doomkeeper on turn 1, but no attack token, but has the Merciless Hunter, so can fight for some, can definitely fight for some tempo. Having Nasus in the opening hand is also very strong because you just play it down, and if it's like a 6/6 at the very least, your opponent is going to have a very difficult time actually removing it from the board, and it's just going to continue to scale as combat continues to happen.
There's a classic Doomkeeper showdown in turn 1. It's like the pistols are drawn and they're both just facing each other, and it's just the ephemerals attacking each other, and not that much blood is drawn actually. But going into turn 2, right away we see the just straight up trade here, and also the fact that you can just play out Fading Icon now and continue developing both a unit and also, of course, a sacrificial unit like Curse Keeper here for Den.
I like the open attack too. You're playing around your opponent, potentially having, like a Ravenous Butcher or something of the like to threaten the 2/1. And both players are just going for very, very defensive lines. Because if you can keep your HP up, even if there's a big Nasus, as long as you can chump block it for a couple turns, if you aren't under threat of atrocity, you can still buy yourself some time to maybe bring things back into your favor.
Kobachi avoiding that turn 3 combo potential with the Curse Keeper and just going for the pass there. Burns 2 mana, but maybe looking at, kind of the bigger picture and going to the late game. And especially with a hand he has, it's maybe not as explosive, doesn't have a Curse Keeper of his own. It has more reactive plays like the Rite of Negation and also, of course, the Thresh.
This is pretty difficult to navigate because Kobachi knows that Den is going to have the attack token next turn, potentially with the Thresh backup. And both of these variants aren't teching for the mirror match. Like there's no Vengeance, no Box, no Whale. And the only difference really, I think, is that Den's version is running Bakai Reaper.
There's a Vile Feast coming in. Could be a second Vile Feast in hand to deny this Glimpse Beyond. Maybe you take these chances if you're Kobachi. Seeing one being played here. Also has a Black Spear available to maybe kill off the Merciless Hunter if he chooses to, but it looks like he's going to take the chances here and go for the Glimpse Beyond counterplay instead.
Yeah, you're denying your opponent the slay. You're taking it for yourself. And Den, I think, is happy with the Glimpse Beyond regardless, because it's a unit being removed from the board.
And there's a Thresh from one player and the Thresh from the other. So the word mirror in this mirror match definitely showing us why it is, with both players making a lot of the same plays in the same turn.
So we get some nice pulls here. Thresh does get a potential block on the 4-3. The HP is pretty even. I'm wondering if Kabachi is going to take the damage or not. And Den actually being forced to hold back on attack to not give a slay to Thresh, blocking the Merciless Hunter. And souls are just flying every which way.
The biggest thing here will probably be the Black Spear, trying to kill off the Thresh. But Rite of Negation will be there to try and maybe stop that.
Kabachi has, because he drew 2 copies of Thresh, does have access to the box now, which could punish some wider developments in a later turn. But unless I think this is going to be the sort of matchup where you just have Thresh sitting on the back line collecting souls. You can't put him into danger, again, of getting cleaned up by a Black Spear.
And with 8 mana and the current, just the way the cards are here in hand, unless he plays Nasus this turn, it's very hard for Den to not save enough mana for Rite of Negation, basically, which means that he's pretty safe here to have his Thresh not die, because we're going to see maybe a Curse Keeper. You have a Slay proc to get the Black Spear activated with the Ravenous Butcher, for example, and then you have the Black Spear onto the Thresh. If you challenge your opponent's Thresh with your own Thresh, then you can kill it and level up your Thresh without letting your opponent do the same. That, of course, it does use up your attack this turn, though.
It's troublesome because you want to go wide and you want to go for an aggressive attack, but Den being able to just block and then both of your Threshes get leveled up this round, Den is the better recipient of that, right? Because then he gets to use his Thresh immediately, and Kabachi does not. You'd have to, and with 3 out of 6, there's not enough Slay procs in hand, right, to level up Thresh before attacking this round. And every time you slay something, you're still leveling up Den. So do you go for Black Spear on the enemy Thresh and then pull with yours to finish it off? Again, Rite of Negation counters this, like you were saying, but
you have your own right now because you didn't play the Curse Keeper. You have 4 mana to play your own right in response.
So it's going to come down to both players not trying to take the line of play of leveling up Thresh to get a Nasus in play, but
this favors Den because the level up's going to happen next turn probably with his own Ravenous Butcher and his own Spirit Leech, whatever it is, to get that level up before I think you can kill this Thresh.
I was definitely thinking that you could go for the line of removing Thresh, because now with the Merciless Hunter, Kabachi's Thresh is vulnerable. So,
actually, never mind. Okay, so both are going to level up this turn, and you could attack it for Kabachi, but there's going to be a Rite of Negation. So this is going to stop him in his tracks, and it's going to leave Den's Thresh, pretty much leveled up for next turn, basically, or 1 away with Ravenous Butcher or Spirit Leech. You can do it. Yeah, this right here is very punishing.
Yeah, I think that because the Black Spear resolved, that maybe Kabachi had a bit more confidence that Rite of Negation wasn't a factor.
And not just punishing, even if it does go through and you do use your Thresh to attack now, you pull out your Nasus, your opponent does the same next turn. So it's not like you're winning some big advantage, it's really just, again, a mirror. So I'm not sure if that was the right sequencing, I think.
Yeah, and then their Thresh maybe pulls your Nasus, so then their Nasus comes out and you have to chump block it with something smaller. And it potentially gets Spell Shield, and then the mirror match is just flipped on its head. And so you play Nasus, Ravenous Butcher, attack, double Nasus, and Den is just immediately jumping out ahead in this mirror. But you have to remember, too, that was, again, Box is not in the main deck. that was a copy of Thresh's The Box. So the Rite of Negation also kills a Thresh there. So a lot of massive value on Den's side.
And of course, Kobachi can't slay this Curse Keeper until his opponent slays, because if not, he would level up his opponent's Thresh for him. So a lot to think about here. He can't really play, you know, the Caretaker until, because Den doesn't want to kill off one of his 4/3s to you know, to get the slay off to level up Thresh. But I think he's gonna have to. I mean, there's obviously not gonna be any way, yeah, that Kobachi does it for him.
Because then you have double Nasus in play. They're proccing off of the rest of the slays that are happening all around them in combat. And when you look at Kobachi's board, he has one fearsome blocker that's going to get pulled. Well, he has two fearsome blockers, but you don't want to sacrifice the Thresh is what I'm getting at.
Once the Caretaker comes down, he's going to have the Abomination as well. And you'll have some chump blockers for, at least for the 3/2. But then he can't fearsome block the... Yeah, it is kind of a problem here. Gonna go for a pass instead, doesn't play the Caretaker even. Which is surprising. A lot of damage is gonna come through here. Gonna have to block the vulnerable, and the Thresh means that the Nasus can just kill it. And yeah, you're in big trouble if you're Kobachi. I'm not sure what you're doing at this point in the game.
Yeah, like you're down to 4. You don't have fearsome blockers to keep up with this. Den's Thresh is still alive, incredibly tanky.
You play the box last turn, so you don't have the leveled up Thresh now to play from hand. I think this has to be GG. I mean, I'm not sure what you're drawing and what you're doing here to get back into this game at this point. Spirit Leech maybe is an activator at least, but yeah, this might be. Oh, there we go. Kobachi gets the Shen emo, gets the surrender, and we will be going to a game 3 in the losers final between Den and Kobachi. I think it was a game that had a pivotal moment in that turn where he had the Black Spear, he didn't know to hit Thresh or what to hit. I don't think it was easy. I think even up for us, seeing all the cards, full information, we still went over like 17 different lines. So I can imagine for Kobachi it was even more difficult.
Yeah, and it's like that's the one scenario that you try your hardest to avoid is leveled up Thresh, double Nasus, but it's without knowing what your opponent's hand is, being able to be confident in what line you're supposed to take or how you're supposed to play the matchup is almost impossible. You'd have to just play around your opponent, basically having the best outcomes at all times. And especially in a mirror. That's just one of those mirrors that's very, very volatile. Some mirror matches are very skill intensive, and then they have factors that just make it go one way or the other, like very severely. But going now into Frostbites versus Nasus Thresh for game 3. Den has a slower opening, but does still get LeBlanc and Reckoning potentially. No Rite of Negation to stop the Reckoning, and that's going to be the key interaction in this matchup, in my opinion.
And has the Trapper on turn 3, has the Ashes also, both of the champions in hand already, and has Troll Chant for protection as well. So a lot of the key pieces that you would want to see if you're playing this deck for Den.
Yeah, so we get the Chump Block into the Glimpse. You're still, again, trying to draw the Rite of Negation. You have to stop Reckoning from wiping your board. There's nothing outside of Nasus specifically that survives it. And the list even runs Culling Strike for Thresh.
Would love to have a Curse Keeper here, missing the activator with so many payoffs here with the Caretaker, double Spirit Leech, Ravenous Butcher as well. But instead, yeah, maybe has to glimpse beyond onto this. Yeah, just a very awkward hand right now, especially for this current mana and this turn on attack token for Kobachi.
Has the Rite of Negation, but just no good plays. You could pass here because you still have a chump against LeBlanc. And if you go for like Blighted Caretaker, try to use a sapling to take down LeBlanc, there's so many combat tricks to save her that it's very unlikely that it's going to connect. And by surviving that trade, you're also giving a reputation stack. Fortunately, the Glimpse Beyond allowed Kobachi to avoid that last round, but it's only a matter of time before you fall behind on board without the rest of like your merciless hunters and the rest of the things that actually gain you board advantage and tempo.
Could just attack here, see what happens. If there's a combat trick, then you just glimpse beyond. But going for the bloody caretaker instead, I think is also a fine play. Not ideal, obviously doesn't feel very good, but with the current hand you had, I think that's the situation you had to go into basically. Can challenge LeBlanc now. If a troll chain comes in or some kind of save, then you just have the glimpse to kill the ephemeral unit anyway.
Because Frostbite's shut down your atrocity win condition, you have to go for like a lot of chip damage around the sides and try to just come up on your opponent. And Kabachi's already tapping down. This would be, there is space for a Reckoning to be cast here to just wipe this and get a 5 attack open, but you want to chill.
I wonder if there's going to be now another pass from Den and Kobachi just take the pass and doesn't even try and challenge this LeBlanc. I think it's, I think both players just showing, why they're here. A lot of very high level games there. Obviously, I think Kobachi wanted to get the value out of the ephemeral unit, play the Butcher, and then if once again Den just automatically passed because he's just waiting for the attack, then you just pass back and you burn the mana from Den while still getting 2 Slay effects. Even though your board didn't really improve too much, I think it still got you a bit further ahead.
And what's nice here is that you're using an ephemeral unit to threaten the LeBlanc that even if a combat trick comes through, you're more than happy to just sacrifice it. You're denying the reputation once again, and you're just fishing through your deck for the key cards you need. That's triple Spirit Leech now, but really no good targets. There's a Prey at the very least.
Also the 1/1 Caretaker after the nerf. Maybe it's a buff because now he looks more appealing as a sacrificial target as only a 1/1, not a 2/1.
And so yeah, you can Dune Keeper here. So that way you get 2 blockers on top of everything. And despite not a lot of combat really taking place, Kabachi has done a great job of, even with such an awkward hand, just cycling through it and slaying the units here.
There's the Fading Icon coming down, providing some blockers, trying to kill the Ash here. Of course, we see the Brittle Steel in hand. Almost always it tends to be a combat trick answer if an attack like this is initiated by the Ash player, and that will be the case here as well.
It's a difficult decision to say whether you should take this damage. I think you can. You're still at 20 HP. We've said it time and time again, this list has no burn, and this deck can chump for days. And this Ash this is the second Frostbite, right? For Ash. He's not going to be leveling up anytime soon. So you're still getting a lot of chump blocking here, and I think it could be fine. The trick is you need to have mana to be able to develop Thresh plus Right to maybe not get wiped by a Reckoning. And so it's a bit like Lee Sin, where you have to wait and wait and wait to set up to have the reserve mana to protect.
The Merciless Hunter, definitely a good idea here, trying to snipe off either the LeBlanc or the Ash here and hope there aren't, even more combat tricks. If there are in this case, and it's something like a Bloody Business or Reckoning, you do still have the mana for Rite of Negation. So like you said, you have that backup plan.
Yeah, you can see here opting to take down the Ash over the LeBlanc because the ability to not block is a lot worse than just chumping a 5 attack with quick attack here.
I can imagine Kobachi is not feeling very confident about this attack going through and killing this Ash. That's my mindset as well. I'm like, all right, it's not gonna go through, but I might as well try my luck.
I mean, you got to try something. It's just that triple Spirit Leech is so clunky. Unless you have something like Cursed Keeper or another unit that really wants to be sacrificed to it, it should, even at 4 mana, you can't keep up on board against what Den is really doing right now.
And you can, of course, Rite of Negation this, but it does not feel good because there's still 4 mana up for Den, so you can't really go for this. Especially considering how much more impactful Reckoning can be.
Yeah, if you go for the negate, they can still just protect with Bloody Business. And again, this is a damage-based removal spell that you aren't really considering when it comes to playing around Frostbites. And so LeBlanc just gets to stay alive. She's almost leveled.
And just the hand is just awkward. Doomkeepers aren't doing much in this matchup or in this situation at all. The Vile Feast, if you had two of them, great. You can maybe kill the LeBlanc at least. Now the Marauder's coming down as well. You have to play a Doomkeeper just to protect. You don't even have, you know, a Ravenous Butcher to take care of this Ephemeral unit and get some value out of it. And playing both even maybe just to have blockers for next turn on the open attack.
Yeah, you gotta take the big risk here. And at this point, like, Reckoning is like you have to keep mana open because Reckoning is the lose condition, right? If that resolves, your board is wiped, everything that you've worked for, it just doesn't matter. But now Den, because of just building the slow advantage, just has Reckoning to keep Kobachi's developments hostage and can just use the natural stats that are in play. And with the Frostbites from Ash, sometimes like the 3 attack units and the 4 attack units make it very awkward to take audacious attacks like this, but it's just not the case now when you're able to shrink those down and just keep on swinging.
There's a block coming in from Kobachi, not doing much in terms of trades, just really just trying to block the damage that's coming through. LeBlanc levels up here as well. And now we're going to have Kobachi with the need to be proactive and start creating opportunities for him to try and get ahead here. And then with the board he has already developed, he has a chance to use cards like Reckoning and cards like Bloody Business in a more reactive manner and in a more patient manner as well.
Mm-hmm. With LeBlanc leveled up, you've got the 6 attack to also meet Thresh with Bloody Business. You don't need to have Culling Strike or something else. And now you can just go for Bloody Business here and save Reckoning for maybe when it's a lethal blow.
Although with 2 Rite of Negations now, it means that I think Kobachi's going to feel fine negating this Bloody Business and then having 1 still for Reckoning later on, especially with only 3 cards left in hand. Of course, one of them is Whispered Words, and once Reputation hits, it will get discounted. But if you're Kobachi, I think you're definitely feeling okay negating this Bloody Business if it's played now.
Yeah, it's like with Den, you feel confident, in my opinion, that you don't need to answer Thresh immediately because you're so far ahead on board.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, just lets it go, just passes. And you don't want to preemptively cast the Whispered Words to like give a green light to Kobachi to do even more of that turn.
Mm-hmm. All right, attempt number 17 to take down this Ash. Are there more Brittle Steels and Troll Chain? He's like, nah, I'm not even going to try. I'm just going for the Marauder instead.
I mean, you got to... it's like, I guess you can use the Black Spear to like finish off Ash or something after the fact. And when you're trying to go for like multiple swings, it's always so scary because of Troll Chant. Its ability to change 2 combats. If you're just attacking 1 for 1, you can minimize that effect a little bit, but yeah, Kobachi doing the smart thing. Taking it a bit slower. You've got a lot of mana to work with now at the very least.
If you Vile Feast, you definitely don't Vile Feast the Ash because she's already vulnerable. So you might as well take your chances trying to kill her off with the Caretaker.
And we can see again that there's only the 1 combat trick here with the Bloody Business that gets righted. And I wonder if Den is going to go for Whispered Words to like try to fish for a Troll Chant or maybe even Brittle Steel to save Ash.
You definitely have to Rite of Negation here and keep up still because 7 mana is still up for Den. So you have to still respect the Reckoning. And you can't play Strength in Numbers anymore if you're Den. I think you do maybe just Reckoning. And if it gets negated, then you Strength in Numbers next turn.
But you can see how like very specific, these attacks have to be in this matchup. And if you go for Reckoning here, if it does resolve, right? If your opponent doesn't have Rite of Negation, if it does resolve, they still have 7 mana to.
This is fine for Kobachi. Still plays out the Black Spear here, tries to threaten to kill this LeBlanc, and then still has a 4 mana up deny, a Reckoning, with the 5/5 still being there, the Yeti, to try and activate that. There's a Whisper Words coming in, so now Reckoning and Strength in Numbers are no longer available.
Yeah, so sitting on the Reckoning is, you can tell where Den is just having it in the back pocket to maybe blow out a very wide development turn, or in order to, again, just try to go for a lethal swing rather than using it for tempo here in the mid game, because you've done so much work and built up such a big advantage for yourself. With that all being said, Thresh is about to level, and there's not any Frostbites in hand to stop Nasus at this position.
I imagine we do see a Battle Feast here just to have an extra blocker and kind of a proactive unit already there for Spirit Leech to hit if you need to at any point in the next round. Ash or the Yeti are fine. I think getting the Yeti down to 4 might also be valuable to get the clean trade with the 4/3 later on. But maybe Ash is a better play here.
Yeah, you can also set the Yeti down to 4 to maybe kill it with Black Spear. But there's a very high chance that, Kobachi is going to get some other sort of damage or removal that'll clear up the Ash there.
And we're back in the game. Looks like there's a bit of a problem with Kobachi's view of the game, but we're back on Den's perspective instead. So we have flipped the image there. And we are in the next turn as well, as we there with the mana regen up to 9 and 8 mana here available for Den, trying to get the mirror image on the Ash.
So mirror image on Ash. Again, you just duplicate that. You get double Frostbite. You get 2 things leveling up, and if we recall Kobachi's hand, it's still triple Spirit Leech, 1 Rite of Negation, and whatever they top decked this last turn, if I'm not mistaken. And again, the Battle Feast did go through, and if you negate this, Den potentially, yeah, that would be second negate, and so then you just go for Reckoning, wipe the enemy board, and then swing on them regardless.
Oh, unless you top deck another one, I think he's in big trouble. He can't even try and Spirit Leech into another Red Negation. He doesn't have enough mana to play both if he were to find it regardless. So looks pretty doomed. The patience here will pay off for Den with the Reckoning.
And yeah, that seems to be the way to go, because we know that there's only 2 copies of Right. The first one was used to deny the Bloody Business earlier, and so Den's rewarded for just sitting on this card, putting Kobachi in situations where the Rite of Negations have to be spent elsewhere, and then the Reckoning comes through. And it's that same sort of just the way Atrocity sometimes holds you down from developing mana, Reckoning holds Kobachi down from spending mana there. So everything is moved out of the way. You can play out a 4/1 Spirit Leech, but it just gets frostbitten.
You can, I believe it might level Ash as well.
Yeah. So Brittle Steel, and then an attack levels Ash.
And that's going to be GG, 10 damage coming in. There wasn't a Vital Piece in hand, I think, before, only 2 mana up. That would have to be what is played to serve. Actually, yeah, not even, because Ash is now at 6 attacks. So that's going to be GG. Den will be taking this game 3 and advancing to the grand finals. And Kobachi, the Shen emote at least, is still there. So the respectful and the classful play from him is still intact, but he does go down. Once again, making it far in the tournament, like a seasonal, he made it to top. Well, he got to the final, actually, and then fell. But here, top 3 placement for him in the end. But it will be Den advancing to the grand finals and playing. PepsiCo has been waiting there very patiently for quite a while now after this losers bracket has had to been resolved the past few hours.
But this Frostbite deck has been fantastic. The Marauders just have to stack up reputation, and you can see that the deck has like really evened out its clunkiness. Sometimes the list, like when it curves out with Avros and Trapper and Yeti and it seems very strong. But when you have extra packages of strong cards and engines to rely on, you if you aren't drawing a specific thing you're looking for, you have other very strong things to fall back on. So the deck has much more flexibility in terms of how it wants to approach any development or any sequence of card draws. And so Den is just showing that off beautifully here today.
Well, we will be going to a very quick and well, the last break of this tournament. So 5 minutes and we'll be back with the grand finals. Den, who just won here, versus Kobachi versus Pepsi Cola. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. And congratulations to you, dear viewer, because you're just in time to see the grand finals between Den, who did a heroic run through the lower bracket, to take on Pepsi-Cola, who's been waiting very patiently in the grand finals, waiting for the challenger to be decided.
And of course, these two names are, very well known in the community. Pepsi-Cola, we've mentioned it many, many times, but he won the very first EU Masters with Portugal, and that kind of cemented, I think, his name but also just his innovation with certain decks, or definitely popularizing certain decks and making them, Diana invokes, for example, in recent, having very strong ladder pushes as well. And then initially, from a content perspective, writing articles and being a coach for TLG. But then he just won the season. He's like, all right, I guess I'm going to become a player instead, and just, again, putting up great results since then. Maybe not any, big wins recently in terms of Riot tournaments after that first seasonal, but he's in this grand finals for a reason now here against what was a very, very stacked roster today. So not too surprised. And we can see it here, kind of the journey these players took. Like you mentioned, Den lost in the very first round to Trish Fangirls, Braum Soraka, and Zillion Nasus. And he's like, nah, I'm not going out like that. And he went on the very heroic losers bracket run, defeating Raxitos, Salty Simon, Agigas, and Kobachi to make it back up to the grand finals. And Pepsi-Cola had a more, a less exciting journey, I think, just beating out Agigas, Salty Simon, and then Kobachi to just cement himself in the grand finals as well. And obviously, Pepsi-Cola has not lost, which means that if there's a bracket reset, it is Den that has to force it, has to win the first best of three, and then we'll go to a second best of three.
And it's one of those decks where, if you coming from the winner's side, like Pepsi-Cola, having a chance to shuffle the cards, run the numbers again, get a do-over in case of that loss, just maybe allows the variance that extra chance to fall in your favor. And we've seen a lot of losers bracket like resets and wins, I think, throughout the history of Fight Night EU. But Pepsi-Cola, as a refresher for the lineup, is running a couple decks that you do not want to give them that many games to take you down. Notably, TLC is a list with a lot of very strong control tools and a very potent combo at the top end that sometimes does draw some pretty unlucky hands with early Swarm not matching up against the removal that they get, or they don't draw enough removal, or they just don't get their combo pieces in time. All the Spectral Matrons are at the bottom of the deck, and then you just don't have a way to reliably end the game, and you just crumple. And this is the sort of deck that, if you give it a do-over, sometimes will just draw the right cards and then pop off on you on turn 8.
And the biggest thing is that it has one copy of Runation. So against a deck that really plays for the board like Ash LeBlanc does, Ash LeBlanc can play on curve, all of a sudden, play out the Marauder, strengthen numbers, whatever it is. And then you click the Runation button and it all disappears. And this version that Den is running has whispered words for draw, but doesn't have the assessor, the huge kind of draw 7 if you have a lot of units on the board, for example. So it's a lot more limited in the card draw it can get. So once Runation deletes a board, sometimes there isn't really a chance for this deck to come back into the game and just completely replenish an entirely new board that can fight for a win.
The amount of removal in TLC as well means that these units potentially aren't going to be able to stack reputation anyway. So Whispered Words is going to be pretty expensive. And then Incisive Tactician, even though the deck is infamously weak to rallies, Incisive Tactician is built as like a later game rally. It's not that mid-game Relentless Pursuit Golden Aegis rally where you're doubling down on a very specific window of time that you've bought for yourself. And when it comes to Pepsi-Cola's other list, we've got Zoe Lee Sin. Pepsi-Cola pulled off some utterly ridiculous stabilizations and wins earlier in the brackets, and this toolboxy style of build really has just been paying off. Having a little bit of everything in order to adapt to the situation has allowed Pepsi-Cola to just solidify into the grand finals and show, how many lines of play and adaptability you really need to be analyzing when you're piloting a deck like this.
And Pepsi-Cola, he brought one syncopation in this list. He knows how strict I am evaluating these deck lists for the tournament. He thought, I'll add one syncopation that's just enough spice for Panda to get off my back. No, it isn't Pepsi. I almost got fooled, but you brought Lee Sin and Trundle Lysandra. One syncopation is not going to do it. It's not enough. You thought maybe with 3 copies, then I would give you a pass. But Pepsi gets no brownie points from me for this tournament. And he's been, it's been a few tournaments that I've been checking out Pepsi's list. They've been on the bland side most of the time. So it's good if he wins this.
Harsh.
Great for him, but he has to bring a little bit of spice to do it in style as well.
A very harsh critique there coming from ImpetuousPanda. But Pepsi Cola it's a new meta, but the new decks that are fighting for position just aren't proven yet. And we saw this before, where some new breakout decks from the new batch of cards releases, and it takes a little bit of time for them to find their way into the metagame. Why not play the older decks? And maybe Pepsi Cola just wants to get a little bit of training in before you start that incredible montage of climbing the ladder to get to EU Masters. So I can see both sides, but yeah, Pepsi Cola. Let's hopefully we'll get some spice next week.
And Portugal is going to be in a tougher spot going to the EU Masters because Manitas has. I'm not going to say if retired is too big of a word, but he's stepped away from focusing, on just competing and is going to be going to more content creation. So this puts, a big part of the Portuguese mantle on Pepsi to be the guy leading on the ladder and making sure that Portugal does make it top 16 countries. So I will give him a little bit of leeway there. He has to carry that responsibility for his country and try and maximize his results on ladder for the next 2 weeks.
And we talked a little bit about TLC versus Frostbite, but when it comes to Frostbite versus Lee Sin, there's definitely a little bit more room there. You've got Frostbites to stop the OTK, and so it's going to force Peps. Honestly, we've only seen one Lee Sin OTK. The rest of the matches, I think, came to like just a lot of elusive chip damage, like big Sparklefly stuff. And as long as you have the combat tricks to keep that under control, you should be fine. One other factor of the Zoe Lee Sin we haven't seen either is actually Zoe. Turn 1 Zoe, she just sticks around, flips, and then you've got some AoE elusive lifesteal shenanigans that your opponent just can't overcome. And that's a pretty nuanced matchup because it's very similar to like we saw with Nasus Thresh, where if they tap under, then Reckoning becomes like a really big issue to wipe their board.
Yeah, it's a good point. We haven't seen Zoe really doing much of anything in this tournament, and there have been a few lists with Lee Sin, of course, and with the Dragons list as well. We didn't really see her being played on curve on turn 1 and having really much of an impact in any of the matchups today, which is, it's been a few tournaments since that's happened, at least for me. As a caster, she's always been there doing her thing and leveling up most of the time as well, but not today in this case. Looks like players are having a bit of an issue starting up the match. Funnily enough, from production, Pepsi Cola's Nexus is just exploding at the start of the game, which is a bug that I did not know existed in Runeterra. Hopefully that bug does not persist or does not occur on ladder because it sounds pretty bad, actually.
That's definitely some bad juju.
We might be missing some context, but the Nexus exploding as soon as the game starts sounds like the worst kind of bug that can be in the game.
I know, right? Like, oh man, weren't you almost masters? What happened? I got that. That's what you say when you go on a losing streak. You say you got the Nexus exploding bug.
I think that was the aftermath,
I didn't lose. It was a bug that made my Nexus explode. But
classic.
And we're waiting for Zoe to come out. And this has happened before. If you remember, we spin the wheel of the entire card pool and it lands on one card. And that card just is at the bottom of everybody's deck. We had that one week, I don't know if you recall, where Deny was never seen, was not even drawn into the hand.
It was during the
to like beat Fiora Shen and like just pull out these miracles. And so
that's it. Yeah, it was Mind Melt. Mind Melt versus Deny. Deny was never found, and TFAs just ran rampant. I do remember that. Yes.
And so I think maybe that is this week's card of Zoe just being at the bottom of the deck, guaranteed.
We can't continue talking about EU Masters in this time we have for the. Never mind. Well, no, actually, yes. Actually, yes, mine, because Pepsi Cola's Nexus continues to blow up. This is definitely now not a laughing matter because we might not be able to start this grand finals for a while. If this isn't resolved. This is
against fate.
It's
I've
not a
never
cross shard issue because we're obviously both are European players, so very strange what seems to be happening here.
So I'm wondering if there's a lot of like really weird factors that could go in. The players have already relogged to try to correct it. The players haven't played against each other yet on the bracket. So I'm wondering if there's like some kind of weird thing where like the specific guardians and boards that they're using somehow aren't like playing nice with one another when it comes to the spaghetti. And pour one out for cross shard friendlies. Riot's already mentioned that cross shard is like there's some sort of technology underlying this whole system of challenging players that's really not playing well with some features they're trying to implement. And when you're implementing features into a game, sometimes you sneak a little bit of the foundations of those new features in with patches leading up to their full implementation. So maybe there's like some new stuff that they put in with the last batch of cards that's maybe making the friend challenge act up a little bit. We haven't really had something like this happen though when it comes to friend challenge.
Yeah. I mean, again, it does sound pretty bad in terms of. I mean, I guess it's better than not being able to start the match at all. I mean, at least adds a bit of a. But yeah, not ideal. Hopefully, it can be resolved quite quickly. We can't just talk about EU maps.
I wanted to ask you though. What deck are you playing right now? Because I know that you're a big Spider advocate. I know you wanted to revisit Deep, but with the new cards coming out, are you playing like an old classic? Are you trying some of the new stuff?
Irelia did not really get my attention at all, so I just steered clear of that. Faced it a bit on ladder, did not find any trouble with it. I played a bit of Vernectin, Overwhelm, and that was pretty fun with Merciless Hunter. And I played a bit of a Zier Burn that 4LW, the Brazilian player, it was the first Masters in the world with, actually.
Yeah.
I played his version. I played Kavira's version of it. I tested a few different cards myself. But that's basically it. I do want to play Deep, though, with Bone Skewer. That's why I was hoping to be able to cast and learn from Braxitos, but he fell pretty quickly and did not make it this far.
Okay, so I tried some Turbo Sundisk with all the new advanced mechanics. It feels like there's something there, actually. It does feel like there's something there. We had some Sundisk decks with like combo Ascendance Rise that was working, so I was working on that. I've been trying to make Talia Malphite work, and that deck, it wants to be good. It wants to be good, but it fights against you, and it fights against itself at almost every turn to keep you from doing like the really like broken stuff that you could do theoretically, like on paper. Everything is just like saying, no, you're 1 mana short, you're a board space short. Malphite's like 10 out of 12 for leveling up. Talia's 3 landmarks out of 5 for flipping. You want to attack with Talia, but you don't have a landmark in play so that her rocks don't go through. Or when they do, if they kill Talia, the rocks fizzle on the stack. I was like, oh, what about Spiral Staircase? The Seed of Strength that you get for the Overwhelm is a fleeting card, so you can't even just run it, play it early, and then sit on it for your level up.
Yeah, I mean, Malphite looks chunky, but also looks clunky, I think. Just a very high cost.
Yes, indeed. That is the deck right there. Chunky and clunky. And also, turns out Unstoppable Force is very stoppable.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Stoppable. You'd think that a 2-mana AoE stun would be godlike, but you play it, and then they stun Malphite, they play Arachnoid Sentry, and then it's like, oh, never mind then.
And the fact that you can't really build, I think, Malphite with Yasuo because there isn't enough synergy past the stuns, obviously, in terms of landmarks, etc. I'm not sure. Maybe there's a stun landmark, the Eye of the Horak, right? I think it's called something like that.
Yes.
But I'm not sure if it'll become a deck. I think Yasuo...
board space issue again because it duplicates itself. And all you're doing is stunning the enemy board, and you aren't like answering the board at all. Just preventing them from smorking you, and stuns don't really stop like blade dance type stuff. So it ends up being pretty slow in general.
Yeah, the card was played against me. That was the first time I was interacting with a card I had ever seen it. I just right-clicked it, looked at it. I'm like, okay. I was stunned for 2 turns, and I just killed him the turn after that. So it was fine, but yeah, it didn't do much at solving my board at all.
And even like you can run like Leona Malphite, which I tried a little bit day one, and you have tons of stuns, and you're developing your board, and you're feeling really good. But again, all you're doing is delaying your opponent's board, but you aren't building up into anything that's truly lethal, because stunning your opponent's board and killing them with Malphite is fine if they're already low HP. But when you're spending the entire game just playing defensively, playing landmarks, or stunning, you aren't pushing through damage to actually make Unstoppable Force a lethal threat. But again, that's just analyzing one of the newer decks. I think it's very obvious that there's probably even more synergy and stuff in the third batch of cards. But I mean, it took a long time for Shyvana to get in a good spot with all the dragon synergies, and then a couple buffs as well. Like her having Fury turn 1 is fantastic. So I'm confident that a little bit of love given to Malphite and Talia could actually make that come together. There's early whispers of Talia Lissandra, like Thrall Turbo, actually popping off really nicely these days.
So we do have an update from our production and tournament organizing infrastructure. If the game does not start in 6 to 7 minutes, Dan will get a default win. I do not know why this is, but the rules have spoken. There must be something. I guess maybe it's Pepsi that's the one that, obviously he's the one that has the problem. Maybe it has to do with that. I don't think there's obviously any clear solution here. If the players can't start their match, maybe just not having a winner, I guess, would maybe be a solution, and just having 2 second place players for this tournament. Because obviously there seems to be nothing that we can do to fix this bug. If we don't have any kind of, obviously, dev power within Riot, so it's not up to us. Players can't really switch accounts. Obviously, that wouldn't really be, I think, something that would be fine or easy to do or anything. So it seems to be just, a pretty major bug that we have never heard of before, at least for me personally. But it seems like a very big problem going forward into, maybe official tournaments or anything else.
Yeah. And I mean, at the very least, we did make it to grand finals before something like this happened. So we don't see a player like kicked out of the running as the bracket's going on. Furthermore, for Fight Night, both players, because they are the final 2, are both going to be invited back to next week's Fight Night Legends. So if it does come down to some sort of like this grand finals being a bit of a wash, then we'll still have both of these players come back and still be able to prove themselves. But again, the players are going to try everything they can think of. I had a weird idea about maybe the Guardians. It's spaghetti when you're searching for pasta. There's always sometimes there's just really weird, unintuitive interactions that can make things not work in games.
There has to be a reason for it, obviously. It can't just be just a random thing. Something as weird as it is might be triggering the fact that this game can't start. Maybe it was the way he lost the last game, the way he surrendered, whatever, some minor thing that suddenly causes a glitch. Usually restarting doesn't end up fixing that, but Pepsi is restarting his PC as well, seeing if it's something like that. But I think I don't really think it can be a PC issue, considering how the game is ending with the Nexus blowing up after you load up. It's kind of very specific, I think. But
yeah, like a hot fix come through. I think there was like some kind of weird baby patch that happened yesterday. But we're trying to keep you entertained, folks. We're kind of just as in the dark as you are, but I certainly appreciate your patience. And I'm glad that, we're kind of all able to hang tight, because I know the players are also really wanting to compete for us today and play out these matches, especially after such a hard run through the lower bracket by Den to get that potential win here.
While Pepsi-Cola restarts his PC, we can go to a quick 5-minute break, and we'll be back, hopefully, with the grand finals, but maybe with bad news. If it's not able to be resolved, it's not really on our end, and nothing we can do from our production side of things. It's more an in-game client issue that only Riot seems to be able to resolve, possibly. So we'll go to a quick break, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Stay tuned for the resolution of this problem. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. Unfortunately, don't have clear news yet, but obviously, if during the, with the tournament rules, if Pepsi Cola cannot show up to the game, after 10 minutes, game one would be going to Den, and after 20 minutes, game two would be going to Den as well. Because this isn't an issue, that Pepsi Cola is obviously forcing. He's not showing up late. It's just the game is not working. I think the cleanest and maybe the most fair solution would be to have the players play off stream at some point whenever they're able to, just to be able to have a clear winner for this tournament and for the prize pool split as well. Of course, I don't think it would be very fair to just give Den the win, especially you can say there's a bracket reset involved as well, which makes things even more complicated. I don't know if it goes up to like 30 and 40 minutes.
And I had just got done saying that like TLC and Lee Sin are the sorts of decks that when you have that extra life from being in the upper bracket, it can come through for you when you reshuffle the cards. And if you get like a really bricky draw, but it looks like we've got some news. The players were able to get it to work and we are rescued. Thank you again, everybody, for your patience. And, congratulations to the players for also sticking it out and being able to get this to work. We're heading into game one now. Den versus Pepsi Cola in the grand finals. It's going to be TLC versus Marauder Frostbites.
We have been saved, and we're able to maybe see some Marauder action once again. Strength in numbers is in hand here for Den. We saw him go crazy with it versus, in that semifinals against a Gigas. And he might do the same here against Pepsi Cola. We'll see what Pepsi is able to come up with in response. He's, of course, playing TLC. Gameplay is very late. You mentioned it before that this might be a problem for TLC. Unless, of course, unless they find Ruination that can really reset the entirety of the board for Den.
And we don't have access to Pepsi Cola's hand, but this is kind of okay. In this matchup, you know that Den is going to be playing very specifically around certain removals. Even though Den has the attack token on turn 3, is going for the Avros and Trapper here over LeBlanc. Because LeBlanc is going to get wiped by an Avalanche or something potentially. You want to get the Yeti down because that 5 HP is so important for surviving this removal and forcing through damage as we head into the mid game.
And of course, TLC, a deck that really wants to play it very, very slow, very reactive. Being able to now not even really ramping, actually just taking full control of the board, really. Not really much of a ramp strategy going on with this deck. Just taking it much slower, but knowing that the time will come where it'll go off on turn 8 and doesn't really have to speed up together, just has to control the board and the game until it gets to that point.
Now, it gets the Blighted Ravine out of Pepsi Cola already, which is actually kind of nice. Even though it's a real shame that Ash is going to go down, you have to worry about Ice Shard or even Vile Feast or Whale. Wiping this board after Blighted Ravine has sort of softened it up. But getting such a key removal out is just going to make you even more confident in being able to develop. Den has access to Strength in numbers, but doesn't go for it right now. Pepsi Cola only has 8 mana, so wouldn't be able to answer with Ruination. But without a Marauder to get at least one tick, in order to have them come into play at 3, you don't want to do Strength in numbers into Avalanche, which is the play here from Pepsi Cola. Blighted Ravine into Avalanche to wipe this. Troll Chance going to try to get LeBlanc to survive this. Attacking to get a stack of Reputation and get that up and running.
There's a LeBlanc surviving at 2 HP here, going in for an attack. Still 4 mana up for Pepsi, so has a chance to enter back. And, viewers might think, why did Den play this LeBlanc? Why did he, play into the Avalanche? But this is how this matchup works out. You can't just, stay afraid the entirety of the game, or else you just don't go anywhere. You have to play out your cards and then see as your opponent reacts if you can eventually push and add enough pressure where your opponent doesn't have the mana or the cards to be able to close you out.
Exactly. When your board is set down to 1 HP like that, you basically have to just say, well, count them as dead already. So Yeti's finally coming down. It was the 3rd card from the top, a bit unlucky for Den. If you were able to double down on that earlier swing with a unit like this that can survive the Avalanche, it would have been nice. But, better late than never, as they say. And Pepsi Cola now tapping once again under Ruination mana, allowing Den the room to develop here potentially. With Blighted Ravine and Avalanche down, there is a consideration for Den to maybe be a bit more confident in throwing out the Strength in numbers, because the Marauders are such an important factor in this matchup to get big, wide stats in play. But if you're trying to set up for them not to get wiped by Avalanche, then it's still going to be pretty bad for you. At the very least, you wait for the attack token so they don't get scooped by Blighted Ravine.
And of course, perhaps you're playing very, very safe here, not trying to give up any information about what cards he has or what his game plan is. And this forces Den into a much harder decision here of playing out the strength in numbers or not. Opts not to in the end, plays a Whisper of Words for full cost, 4 mana. That being said, in this matchup and just playing against TLC in general, mana maybe has less of an importance. I think you end up burning a lot of it in priority passes and playing reactively or not. So I think it's not too bad.
Ooh, so I like that play. Vile Feast goes onto the Eddie to stop the open attack, but notably, I think it's very telling that you don't Vile Feast the LeBlanc here. I think it shows you have another Blighted Ravine or an Avalanche all ready to go to scoop up LeBlanc's 2 HP. She's already survived 1 rotation thanks to Troll Chant, but there's not a second one in hand. And now with Pepsi-Cola at 10, you can't really commit further.
There's the attack buff, but of course, the 1/1 spider does not care if you have 5 attack or 2 attack. Will be dying anyway and trading effectively here with a snapper.
So Brittle Steel cashed in order to keep the Yeti healthy. 4 HP. 3 HP is a little bit more achievable for Freljord Shadow Isles these days, but 4 HP means that they have to do a lot of work and a lot of commitment in order to take down this unit. And at the end of the day, the Snapper and the LeBlanc potentially are still getting your stacks of reputation. And even though Whispered Words at full cost is still something you really need to get because of just the card draw, the Incisive Tactician is still, potentially a key card here as we head towards the later stages of the game. Pepsi-Cola hasn't developed any threats, and now finally Trundle comes down.
And you can play a Trapper here, but that kind of maybe isn't a great idea going to the late game where you maybe don't want to draw a 1 mana 5/5. Instead, you want to find maybe an Ash or maybe some kind of play that you can make that will impact the board a bit more and not playing so much for Tempo because you have a lot of mana to use anyway. We're going to see probably more mana burned here as well.
And so here's also the retreat now. Trying to get Lysandra, maybe trying to get a second Trundle to threaten Icequake alongside Ruination. So this is very difficult. A lot of early work has already been done. A lot of damage has been dealt. So Den maybe feels comfortable not developing into Pepsi-Cola's removal from this position. But, 9 HP is not 0 HP. So you still have to do something else in order to keep the threat maintained here.
Whisper Words now available for 2 mana. That was a top deck here for Den, so has a chance to draw into even more cards as well. Currently 11 mana still up for Pepsi, of course, with the Pillar being played just as a priority pass. In most cases, can attack with Trundle and get a trade and get some damage through, but I don't think that's really the main game plan here. So again, much of the same from Den, just playing a 2 mana Archer, not committing to too much just yet. Still has these strengthened numbers as a possibility.
Yeah, just a low mana commitment. Doesn't want to go too far into Ruination. And we do get the reveal that there's actually enough 8 drops in hand in order to buff the Trundle. So we've got the Pillar in play, probably an Icequake in hand, and Spectral Matron, potentially.
There's the Harsh Winds coming in, and the Trundle not being able to kill this LeBlanc now. But that is most of the mana from Den used up this turn. So 6 mana to Frostbite the Trundle down to 3 or to 0 HP is maybe a lot, but there maybe wasn't just much more that Den could do anyway.
Yeah, you'd want to maybe save the Harsh Winds if you had an Ash combo waiting. But again, maintaining this board is so important. This allows you to threaten a very powerful open attack. Pepsi-Cola's variant is not running Harsh Winds.
I think it was used there mostly, obviously to save the LeBlanc, but also just to have those freeze procs ready for when Ash does hit the board. Kind of like with Ezreal and Static Shock, maybe, similar effect.
And again, excellent layering of the Avalanche and the Blighted Ravine. There's just not any clean way to get a board set up. And now Den has Whispered Words at the very least, but can't really threaten against 11 HP. If we had gotten a Legion Marauder somewhere sprinkled throughout this stage of the game to be a bit more confident in the strength and numbers, but do you try to just play against third Avalanche? 2 Blighted Ravines down.
Looks like you do.
You've got to get this up. And as I said, if this is the best opportunity when you have the attack token, if your opponent does not have third Avalanche here.
Lysandra comes down instead. Going to get double buffs, obviously, on these Marauders once you go for the attack here. Avalanche was not in hand, or else it would have been played probably on that last turn. Instead, it was Lysandra coming down. And maybe just, focusing on the Lysandra and the Watcher combo now for the next attack token turn for Pepsi.
Mm-hmm. Because the first LeBlanc went down, we don't have any Sigil of Malice, potentially, to shuffle back in. If this Lysandra does live against Watcher, maybe you could go for Whispered Words and try to get a Hail Mary LeBlanc and just go for Sigil of Malice. Against a tough Nexus, though, getting the burn is going to be pretty difficult, but still sneaking through damage.
And this second Trundle means that obviously now you have the second pillar to level up Lysandra instantly and still have all your mana available, basically. This is what I was talking about with Yeti. Now the Yeti comes in as a 5/5. What is the Yeti really doing here? Not much at all, really. Not a great top deck to have this late into the game, where you need to have more impactful cards to stop this Watcher combo on Pepsi's side.
And it was just really unlucky with Den. Like, both Avaros and Trappers played, and I think both times the Yeti was the last card from the top. If you get them immediately on the next round, you're able to supplement your follow-ups alongside the 3/3 a lot better. And just, I praised this deck for having a lot less clunkiness to it, but the Avaros and Trapper remains the last vestige of inconsistency for the list.
There's Watcher number 1 coming down, and there's a surrender coming in from Dan, because he knows there isn't really much that he can do to stop that combo from happening at that point in the game. It really is just too late. We'll see what the game counter is, because it might be 1-1, it might be 1-0, because the time was... Yeah, this game was game 2, because obviously Pepsi was not able to show up or start game 1 due to that bug. And the tournament rules state that would be a game win for Den. So it is a 1-1 tie in this series, but there is still a possibility for bracket reset if Den wins, or just Pepsi Cola, despite bugs and despite anything else put in his way, could just win the tournament outright if he gets this last win on Zoe Lee Sin.
And Zoe Lee Sin is a deck that, even when you think the matchup is bad or the situation is bad, you can't count it out. You pull off some really strong miracles. And so Pepsi Cola versus Den, Lee Sin versus Frostbites. Now here is the way this matchup usually shakes down is they can get set up with maybe an early Sparkle Fly, and they're just hitting you with a ton of elusive damage and healing to offset your aggression. There is Reckoning in the deck that if Pepsi Cola is forced to tap under like Deny Mana, Reckoning could wipe and allow Den to jump out ahead. But this is all very difficult to say, because you have Frostbites to stop Lee Sin Dragon Kick, but Pepsi Cola is running Syncopation, so you can actually swap a new unit into that slot, and it will become the new target of Dragon Kick.
Yeah, the biggest thing I think, obviously, to highlight is the Frostbite effects against Lee Sin. Usually a pretty big stop most of the time in really any kind of Lee Sin strategy. But when you're able to accumulate many Frostbites in hand, you have kind of the answer for the next 2 or 3 attack token turns. Then you have a lot less pressure on your own game plan. You can take it slow and really develop an unstoppable win condition, maybe with Marauders in this case for Den.
So very interesting line here, where you're going for Trapper, Yeti off the top, but not going for Legion Marauder. When you have an attack token against a deck like Pepsi Cola that's generally developing a lot of smaller units, but with Yeti off the top, you can see how just this small change of when you draw this 1-mana 5/5 allows you to smooth out your curve. And so now Den can develop the second Legion Marauder here and get +2/+2 on this fantastic wide attack, has the Culling Strike. Because of the threat of Culling Strike, and again, and Reckoning, Pepsi-Cola can't safely just develop Lee Sin into the mid game without a lot of support. If you've got Lee Sin plus Pale Cascade, maybe it works. But then you're worried about like, you know, Frostbite plus Pale Cascade. I mean, Culling Strike plus Troll Chant. There's a lot of things you have to play around here. And Pepsi-Cola, when you're staring down just raw stats and you can't develop safely, becomes a massive issue here.
The biggest thing that last turn is that he had no protection in hand, no Troll Chant, for example. And if he would have played the Marauder into a Mountain Goat, then that would be a pretty bad state of affairs. Whereas now, with that patience, he's able to be rewarded. There's the Mountain Goat. Could have been in hand 2 turns ago as well. But now that he has 2 Marauders, they both buff themselves. And we'll see it like we saw it last game, where they're able to get buffed up to 5 immediately. And that makes it where Reputation is pretty much already here. Just this attack turn with both Marauders, the Snapper, and the Yeti coming in with 4 or 5 units, or 5 attack units. If the Snapper's blocked, of course.
Yeah, so this is going to be Reputation stacked.
There's going to be a kill at least on one of these Marauders, so it definitely slows down the rate at which they grow considerably. There is, in Pepsi-Cola's list, still, of course, 2 denies, so Strength in Numbers and Reckoning are you know, spells that can't be used as easily in this matchup. You have to be very careful about when you use them.
But with this attack going through, that is going to be Reputation stacked up, if I'm not mistaken. 3 Marauders attacking, Yeti striking, and then the Thrashing Snapper. So top deck Whispered Words is going to be a fantastic way for this deck to refuel from this position. If Den maintains this board dominance, then even Incisive Tactician just to rally for 6 mana could be really strong.
This charger is going to have to be used to block next turn onto the Yeti, possibly because the Marauder will be growing still once more to 5 HP on the attack. And yeah, it's looking pretty doomed here for Pepsi. Just a lot to deal with on the board. A lot of pressure coming in from Den as we kind of expected.
And so just boosting up the charger in order to trade into the Marauder. Has to keep 4 mana open against... Well, against Reckoning, it's not really that big deal anymore because you're still maintaining your 5/1.
And your opponent loses a 3/3 as well.
So you're still maintaining, you're still staying pretty even on board. So Den recognizing that, okay, I can just continue to develop here against this wider board. And with Glory Seeker and Avarician Trapper being developed here, the open attack is phenomenal.
There's a Fangs coming down for the remaining 4 mana that Pepsi-Cola had for this turn. Has some lifesteal, has a 3/2 blocker, but the pressure is just continuous from Den. Now looking at this board, you're at 11 HP. It's looking pretty doomed here.
Yeah, the mid game curve, the trappers getting the Yeti immediately. You saw the difference in like the much more aggressive stance that this deck was able to adopt because of that just small change in the draw sequence. And now just with the open attack here, the charger gets frostbitten so that the Liege Marauder is no longer under threat. You potentially have Glory Seeker to drag the lifesteal all the way down to the end of the line, so the rest of your damage is just hitting through. Because Ash is, of course, not going to level up here, but... Yeah, so Den just doing the math really quick to see if this was going to be lethal, depending on what blocks were, depending on like if the one of Concussive Palm matters, and saying, okay, well, I'll just Brittle Steel now in order to keep the Glory Seeker alive as a continuous threat against my opponent's HP.
Yeah, Pale Cascade could come in. At least they got some trades, but I mean, again, you're just so far behind. I'm not seeing how you're able to come back into this, even if you survive this attack. Lee Sin next turn, you have to have a Lee Sin, get enough attack buffs on it, get Zenith Blade on it all days before, you know, something like a Reckoning could come in or a Frostbite can come in.
Yeah, so Self-Hush in order to take down the Ash. You can't develop Lee Sin this turn. Even if you wanted to, you can't Reckoning. So this gives Den the green light to just keep developing a wider board. So now it's 5v0. with Den about to close this out, still at 20 HP, and Lee Sin has to come down. And like, even if you reckoning here, they can deny, and then Lee Sin gets challenger, and you can maybe scoop up a 3-3. So yeah, Den's just gonna pass.
And if something dies, then that gives you the green light to play the strength of numbers and get both Marauders.
Yep. One Marauder goes down, and 2 more come out to replace their brother. They carry over the buffs that were already gotten by the first, and this is a clean open attack. Marauders once again stacking up massively, and just yeah, making dreams come true. Den, thanks to the win, because of the delay, is technically going to win this game 3 for the bracket reset against Pepsi Cola. So again, an extra life on Pepsi Cola's side could let TLC and Lee Sin reshuffle the deck and change their fate.
Yeah, a different matchup could mean that maybe Lee Sin Zoe gets the win against Den's Thresh Nasus, for example, and then you don't have that very good Frostbite into Lee Sin Zoe matchup to look forward to if you're Den. So we'll see how that ends up panning out, and if Pepsi or if Den switch up the order of the decks, how they queue them into this matchup as well. But right away, yeah, bracket reset for Den, and now he goes to a final best of 3 because Pepsi had never lost in this tournament. It means he had that advantage. Now he's lost that advantage, and now both players are on an equal terms, let's say. And whoever wins this best of 3 wins the tournament and is our Fight Night champion for this week. And I think that, yeah, the queuing of the decks and the order you queued in, the mind games are going to matter a lot here because there aren't bans to take down, a matchup you don't want to see. You have to kind of navigate it in more of a mental way, I guess you could say.
And we saw like TLC, like just doing a lot of work here, like TLC versus Nasus Thresh. This was one of the reasons that the Trundle Lissandra was, banned the most in the seasonal tournament, is because it's a lot easier to target Nasus Thresh, and because a lot of players were using this deck and just banning out TLC in order to avoid such a hard counter. Den's got his work cut out for him. We saw this, I think, a little bit earlier in the tournament where we saw Pepsi Cola playing against Nasus Thresh, where so much removal is coming out from Trundle Lissandra that it becomes very difficult for the Nasus Thresh player to get their Slay stacks, to actually get Nasus to a respectable attack power.
The mulligan here, Den really taking his time to see what is the best option here. Keeps the Merciless Hunter here, which could be, of course, very good against Lissandra, for example, if it's played down early. I think Pepsi has been playing this deck very well the entire tournament. I think very calculated, very safe, hasn't made any mistakes, hasn't made any, making plays too early. I think he's always made every play at the right moment where you're not really going to too many risks, and just seems to have complete control of the game against any of the matchups that we've seen him play. We'll see if it'll be the same here against Den in this matchup.
Yeah, you just take your time, because the Watcher inevitability is so strong, your opponent has to take those risks and develop into your removal. So Pepsi Cola, playing this matchup so patiently in such a calculated manner, is able to get maximum value out of Avalanches or Blighted Ravine. We've seen in the past, right, where some decks can put enough pressure on to force your Avalanche and still have plenty of resources left to draw or redevelop and then outlast your removal. But the way Pepsi Cola has been layering the damage from Blighted Ravine and everything else has been absolutely masterful. And again, without even Withering Wail being a big part of the equation.
A very standard opening here from both players. Fading Icon comes down for Den, a 3-1 that can maybe, get some trades off, and also the 0-1 that can be used as a sacrificial unit for things like the Caretaker that we see there in hand for Den. And meanwhile, the Sentry comes down for Pepsi, just a card draw cycling card that can block early on, get some trades in, and keep your hand nice and full, trying to find all your combo pieces before you get to turn 8.
And you could go for potentially Merciless Hunter here onto the Avrosan Sentry. This gets punished by Avalanche to maybe open up like a 1 damage ping, something like a Vile Feast or Ice Shard. But the upside that you can get from a play like this, I think, is good enough. 3 HP is somewhat safe, and 4 HP is really where you want to be. And as long as Den maybe gets the pressure down enough to force a Ruination or a Vengeance, you clear the path perhaps for Thresh to come down. With 6 HP, very hard for this list to take down outside of those specific cards.
And there's a Tavern Keeper coming down, healing for absolutely nothing, but providing a fearsome blocker for this 4/3 Merciless Hunter. So definitely worth it there, and kind of stops the entirety of the attack there coming in from Den.
And into Blighted Caretaker. Again, getting these 2 saplings, trying to push through some damage here in the mid game. If you can get this early homework done, as you like to say, you know, Atrocity might become a threat. There is only 1 copy of 3 Sisters in Peps' build, but there is a couple just main deck flash freezes.
And there's a full punish coming in on this board here. The 3/3 already made the attack not as appealing if you were to draw the Tavern Keeper with a 3/1 and then attack with a Merciless Hunter, but now obviously the Withering Whale denies all of this and makes things quite a bit more awkward, but the glimpse is there at least to get some value from these units before they die, and try and find, again, more fuel to go into the mid to late game, and maybe Nasus will get big enough to be an actual threat later on. We saw it with Kobachi that it wasn't the case. Pepsi just was able to control the game enough with Lissandra, with the Tough on the Nexus, and the Nasus just not being big enough to even do it with Atrocity.
And Nasus up to a 5/5. Again, pretty respectable. The stats to survive a lot of the removal. You're worried about Vengeance and stuff, of course, but Spirit Leech also doing a lot of work here. Rite of Negation to counter Ruination or Vengeance is going to keep your units up to actually maintain that threat and get the advantage. Leveled up Thresh is going to be difficult. Not too difficult, actually, to level up. With the high HP, it's going to survive a lot of the AoE, and as the rest of your stuff is getting wiped all around him, he's just collecting the souls and laughing. So we'll see if a miracle double Nasus in play can be pulled off in such honestly, a difficult matchup to pilot. When you're this unfavored, there a lot of things need to go your way, and you have to know the matchup inside and out.
The one silver lining is that we have not seen a Trundle yet, which means there's no pillar, which means that the combo is going to be much more awkward for Pepsi to pull off cleanly. Even though he does have the Matrons, the Lissandra, the Fading Memories, he's missing that key card in the Trundle, of course. Although, of course, you do see 2 entreats in hand and the mana now to play out an entreat into a Trundle, so there's a chance he can just find it off of that pull.
Yeah, I do like the attack here. You know, you've seen 1 Withering Whale.
It's awkward though, because if you just block the Bakai instead, you still trade with the Tavern Keeper and it doesn't grow big enough.
Yeah, by giving the value trade there with the Bakai Reaper, the Spirit Leech is to sneak in some damage, and the Reaper at 2 HP is going to get scooped up by most anything, so you don't really rely on it scaling too much, in my opinion. And now Vile Feast to clear the Bjerg is another Slay. So Den is just sticking to the plan, diligently collecting these procs, and trying to just get a big Nasus down. There's a world where Nasus maybe hits like a pillar or something as like a free attacker. And as long as you have enough mana, not like now where you can play Nasus and you have Rite of Negation to live against Vengeance, you're feeling pretty confident here for Nasus to carry.
That's a big deal. The Vengeance was just drawn there, but Pepsi, of course, has to respect the fact that 4 mana is still up for Dan, and that could be in hand. So opts to play the Bled Ravine instead, and of course the Spider would be dying. So the Glimpse comes down. Obviously, Vengeance for 3 mana is thankfully not a possibility. So you have a chance to Glimpse here, not worry about having your right mana still up.
And so Nasus has managed to climb up to be a 9/9. I think this is the biggest we've seen it in this matchup. Typically, the AoE is just so insurmountable that you can only get your Nasus up to like a 6/6 or something, and it's not a real threat, but it's almost going to level here, potentially. You can just swing in on this Trundle, perhaps, if you wanted to go down. because that would be the final slay.
Well, now with the Merciless Hunter, you definitely can do that and just go
Mhm.
straight for, just get the 10-10. You can drag the pillar even, like you said, not to push damage through, of course, but just to get the level up. But you would get it anyway on the strike onto the Nexus. So I think that would be the game plan here. Just drag the Trundle to the side and go in with an Nasus on the right with
Mhm.
Fearsome, of course.
And then Pepsi-Cola has to Frostbite here. Nasus is Fearsome, of course, so you still get 9 damage through either way. And if this Slay isn't stopped, then Nasus will get a Spell Shield, which makes it very difficult to deal with. And of course, yeah, getting the Nasus 1 extra stack here is better than taking 9 damage and saving Trundle. His only job in this game is to create pillars and then die. Good job, Trundle, you did it.
And still, the biggest thing is that we still see the mana here to develop this Lissandra, and there isn't a clear answer in hand to take her down before she levels up next turn. Of course, Pepsi doesn't know this. You might have to play it extra safe because of that. But...
yeah, perhaps worried about Black Spear.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen some players, get a little bit too hasty with developing the Lissandra, and it gets scooped up by a removal. So Pepsi-Cola just going to develop another blocker here, potentially another attacker. You can't do the play where you want to pull the Nasus to the side, however, because it's still going to be grown next round and it will just level up afterwards.
This will be a Spirit Leech being used here in the mana, trying to be used by Den to try and find maybe an Atrocity, I think would be the play there. Atrocity plus Rite of Negation backup onto the Vengeance is the ideal. You've seen 1 Flash Freeze already. Pepsi is actually running just 2 of them plus 1 3 Sisters. So that's the kind of the cards you have to watch out for here.
Yeah, and Trundle, pulling the Spirit Leech also forces through a little bit of damage. This isn't the sort of matchup where that matters, but every turn that passes, it's a little bit easier, to level up this Lissandra or get your combo to go off. So that's 3 8-drops out of 4.
Yeah, the Matron on the Lissandra, I was going to say this is one way to do it. It's not the most common way to do the combo, but this does end up working out when you have so many Trundles giving you pillars. And I don't really see... I mean, this is a big attack coming in with the Trundles as well. The Watcher, of course, now just overriding one of the units. You don't have any way to cycle anything back. You don't have a Siphoning Strike in hand.
Yeah, you have to Spirit Leech and then get what?
You wouldn't even have the mana to play Siphoning Strike if you did have it. So the Watcher doing Watcher things, and it looks like Pepsi, developing the combo in a different way to what is the most usual, but still a way that works. You don't have obviously 2 copies of the Watcher. You don't have that extra step where you have the guarantee that it's going to go through, even if your opponent has an answer. But there is no answer here from Den. The Atrocity, even if it was in hand, and if you had the mana, wouldn't be enough. The health is just still too much, or just the Nasus just isn't big enough.
One day we'll see it, Panda. A Nasus being big enough to take down the Watcher, but today is not that day. I do definitely want to commend Den for very skillfully navigating the forest of AoE and getting Nasus up to that point. But again, just without the correct amount of draws there towards the end, just couldn't answer the combo. And Pepsi-Cola, despite Den doing the best efforts in that matchup, it's still very favored, and Peps played it correctly. There was a turn where if you get hasty with Lissandra or you don't space out that removal correctly, you take way more damage than you're perhaps counting on, and then that opens up a window where Nasus has you under threat of Atrocity, and then it stifles your development. But because you're just keeping that under control, keeping yourself healthy, it gives you the freedom to spend your mana to actually do your combo.
And Pepsi now has a chance to win this tournament with his Lee Sin Zoe deck. He has 2 games to do it. You think he can win this game 2 or win the game 3? Against Ash, Frostbite is going to be quite difficult, just simply due to the name says it all. The Frostbite effect is the best way to stop Lee Sin in this game. It really just completely shuts down the kick, it stops the overwhelm, it stops anything that could be happening with Lee Sin. And yeah, it's just the cleanest answer, because anything damage based with the barrier and everything becomes much more complicated. But burst speed frostbite effects are, well, basically unstoppable unless you have a proactive bashing instead.
And Den's already working on the win condition, has Legion Marauder in hand, and with Glory Seeker clearing the way, potentially not getting stopped by a Mountain Goat. But second Mountain Goat comes off at the top, so this is the card that you need to see in order to stop the Legion Marauder from getting a stack.
And there's a Trapper coming in, not quite on turn 3, but still very early on, to where, the point where it can still be pretty effective here once you get that 1-mana Yeti. Provides a really big tempo swing. And like you said, and we saw it before in a past match, you can play the Marauder on this turn with a Mountain Goat without protection. And there isn't really a Troll Chant in hand right now for Den to have, a bit more of a backup there to make sure it's not going to be dying in combat.
And a pretty awkward hand overall for Pepsi-Cola. We always say that with Lee Sin. Oh man, this hand looks so awkward, and then it just pulls off. We see a Sparklefly lurking on the far side of the hand. So Pepsi-Cola knows what to do, preemptively develops Mentor of the Stones, going to take a little bit of damage here, and has to develop Sparklefly potentially with mana to save it.
The gems coming in as well. Maybe too many gems. I think it might be overwriting the card. I think it might be just enough, or maybe overwriting.
Extra gem from the well.
You're burning it, so it's a problem with and Pepsi does not care. Pepsi's going to play a second Mentor. Just go in, give me more gems. I want to burn my Lee Sin, please. But it's going to be hard to use them all here. I'm not sure if it's even worth it. Any of these gems, because you're at 20 HP, you don't need to overheal. And
I think you would have taken, if you're bent on setting up the Sparklefly like this, I think that you definitely just take the damage to keep your Mentor of the Stones up. But now you've got Syncopation here to swap these two targets, and Mentor of the Stones was actually what was targeted by the Culling Strike. Who'd have thought? So Sparklefly does live to heal another day, and with the gem coming through, this is where the Battle of Wills happened. Sparklefly being the alternate win condition for Peps, and Legion Marauder being the alternate win condition for Den.
There's a Yeti coming in. We do have the Reckoning as well. There isn't a deny in hand for Pepsi, but there isn't much of a board that you want to blow up anyway, considering it's only just that one Sparklefly. But yeah, you mentioned the hand looking awkward for Pepsi. It is looking very awkward. It's literally everything, all gems and a few reactive cards, but nothing else.
Oh my goodness. And you have to survive here. It's like, if this missing out on the Culling Strike on the Sparklefly is actually enormous, because you can hit through with this damage like all day, every day, but when your opponent's just life-stealing it back, you aren't making enough progress to matter. So
this Troll Chant is big, of course. We're still missing, obviously, the Reputation, because there have been stuns, there have been, no blockers on the Snapper. So the Whispered Words is still at 4 mana.
And so now, yeah, just drawing cards. You can do triple gem. That way the Sparklefly survives Culling Strike and Reckoning. So if you're Den here, you have to do Whispered Words into Brittle Steel.
This is not the peak Runeterra gameplay that I expected to see. I think you're fine taking the 5 here, and just, we'll get him next time. Play out the Trapper.
Have so much. Basically, the goal is to have so much damage around the sides that the lifesteal from the Sparklefly doesn't matter. But the issue is that they block it further down the stack. So you deal 5, and then they just heal the 5 back. I mean, this is one of those things where you're like, it's not that scary, but this is the real win condition. Like, now you've got Bastion to protect this thing.
We were laughing at the gems, but now Pepsi's thinking, who's laughing now? I have 17 gems to work with, and my Sparkle is now going to be the king of the party. Harsh Winds You can play out both Harsh Winds and Cooling Strike this turn. Next turn, I will assume it will be the answer unless Bastion is played to protect it this turn here.
So now you need to use 3 cards to stop this win condition. Peps Cola has dead on a 2-turn clock with Triple Gem and Bastion. That will be 11 damage. So with a top deck Pale Cascade and not enough Frostbites from Den, it could just one-shot next round. Notably, the Sparklefly dies if it blocks anything.
Yeah, it can't block. I mean, you have to just take this damage. You're taking 17, basically. And obviously, once you accept, there's no chance for the attacker to add any kind of buffs, or even if there were any in Frostbite.
You can hush the Snapper and then block it so it doesn't buff itself. Oh, yeah, Marauder makes a lot more sense. Oh my god. And because of the hush, you're losing out on the reputation stack.
This does give the chance for Sigil of Malice to have potentially killed with a trade there, I think. Because you can't use the gems in response, you can't heal in response, so maybe a risky line. And you can't play the Bastion this turn either, of course. You have to do it proactively next turn as soon as the turn starts, or else you're going to see a Harsh Wind into Cooling Strike immediately. Notify comes in to stop the Cooling Strike, and a Yeti is not the draw that's going to do anything to change things here.
This is the thing that you'd imagine that Frostbites would be able to stop, and it's just not coming through for Den. Drew all bodies in play to pressure, but not Frostbites to stop the elusive damage and the lifesteal from coming through.
And there's not enough attack here, so Harsh Winds can be played, but Cooling Strike will be stopped by Notify. You have Notify and Deny, so you really have all the full protection hand. You have one of each, the 4 horsemen of the Target Apocalypse: Hush, Bastion, Notify, and Deny.
Oh my god, no! And you've got to try, right, for the Notify, and you're like, oh, I'm glad I got rid of that, and then Deny, but
yeah, you're fine not getting Frostbite in this turn because you weren't going to get lethal anyway. You're assuming you're going to get more attack buffs for the next big swing where you can just get 13 straight up, and now you have to play defense basically. Just play it so.
I think that you actually just take the damage, and then you Frostbite the Sparklefly when it tries to block. So then, like, you're pushing through damage and you're stifling your opponent from offsetting that damage through healing. But yeah, and so now second Hush in order to stop the Sparklefly from getting frostbitten by Ash.
Lee Sin's arriving now. He's like, wait, what's going on here? Why is this Sparklefly at 10 attack with my Zenith Blade?
I know, he's been running around, like, rummaging through his drawers, looking for the Zenith Blade. Like, I thought I left it somewhere, and the Sparklefly has just been using it this whole time.
Wait till the Sparklefly gets the Bastion next turn. Let's see what Lee Sin does then.
And, I mean, now you're all in against Deny. Again, I would have loved to see, I think, Harsh Winds saved. It's like you want to go for the opportunity to potentially remove the Sparklefly. Like you talked about earlier in the broadcast. If you wait and you wait because you're afraid of your opponent having the answer, the higher the chances become that they have the answer as they draw more cards. But like 2 copies of Hush in order to stop the Ash here from frostbiting on attack. And that's all you need.
The Ash, yeah, with the Hush, there's no Frostbite. The Reckoning doesn't make sense, obviously, at this point.
If only this Reckoning was the Incisive Tactician, you could rally on this. Yeah, so again, just attacking with things that will kill the Sparklefly if it blocks. So now we've got Pen and then Dragon Kick.
Yeah, you want to play Deny here, not any kind of Bastion on Lee Sin or anything, because, yeah, you want to have the Bastion next turn to just immediately, with your priority as an attacker, put it on the Sparklefly and go in.
Top Whispered Words, Frostbite. Ooh! Brittle Steel's not enough. The Bastion on Lee Sin.
No, the Bastion on the Sparklefly. You don't want it to get Frostbitten. This is going to be 12 damage coming in. Zoe comes in, and Zoe is gonna, I mean, you're gonna Frostbite the Lee Sin, and only 12 damage goes in now. So maybe you had to have played the Zoe last turn, or this turn rather.
So that's 12 damage coming through, and then Brittle Steel to stop the Dragon Kick, and Syncopation was already used way earlier in the game. There's no shenanigans around Swap-a-Rooney. And so Den at 1 HP.
But you just healed back up to 16, so it really, you don't care too much. You still, I guess, the Ash, the Frostbite effect does matter here a little bit.
Yeah, the Frostbite is not from Ash isn't a skill that goes on the stack, so it will go through the spell shield.
Mm-hmm.
And the board's full, so strength and numbers can't come down to force through even more damage. You can't mirror image. And is this going to be a level up for Ash? This has to somehow be a lethal. It's got to be.
You can't play any of the spells in hand because they both just, don't do anything because you need space on the board. Yeah,
you can't overwrite. Because let me see, Frostbite the Sparklefly, Lee Sin and Zoe block your two highest attackers, then you've got 5, 10, 13, 15. You're still one off, actually, right?
Yeah, because I mean, the most it can add up to is
because Ash is leveled here.
What a tragic end of the game here. You have two cards in hand that you quite literally cannot play because you don't have the space on the board. They do absolutely nothing for you.
And then you've got Sonic Wave Resonating Strike, so that you can actually just give attack to the Sparklefly and lifesteal for 2 anyway. So you're even further out of the woods. And by going up to 3 HP or more, you're playing around top deck second LeBlanc for Sigil of Malice.
I'm still not sure why the Zoe wasn't played last turn. I thought that would because you needed that 1 damage to go through.
I guess just playing around second Reckoning.
Yeah.
But it's really, again, full board. The Snapper, unfortunately, because it's just one of those units that your opponent just can kind of ignore. But holy smokes, this Sparklefly put in so much work.
The Lee goes down, but of course you have a signature spell. You play a second Lee, so that's a second thing that because you're only at 1 HP, that's a second threat you have to deal with. It's not just a Sparklefly with Bastion. So I don't think there's any combination of cards that would be able to do.
Yeah, there's only one Harsh Winds in the deck. You've got Whispered Words into Bloody Business. You need to draw a spell for Lee Sin to get Challenger in order to proc the Dragon Kick, so it's just going to be an attack with the Sparklefly, and no Frostbite off the top, no Whispered Words off the top.
That's gonna be GG.
By the way,
in a way we didn't expect, but game 2 goes to Pepsi. The tournament win goes to Pepsi. A lot of things happen as we didn't expect them in this grand finals. With the bug happening early on, we thought we wouldn't be able to even see this grand finals happen, but in the end, Sparklefly. It's, the Zoe Sparklefly deck. Lee Sin has lost his name in the title of this deck now, and Pepsi has showed us, you said it many times throughout this tournament, how players are able to find win conditions outside of Lee Sin when Lee Sin isn't there. And Pepsi showed that, it's definitely a possibility. We were laughing at the gems, but the Sparklefly suddenly became a 13 or 12 attack monster and took the win for Pepsi Cola there. Really impressive stuff from him.
Yeah, the Frostbite deck, as we've seen, mid-range Frostbite has evolved, where the Frostbites aren't there to level up Ash and go for a combo finisher turn. They're just there to fix trades and build up a board advantage into the mid game. So the more that Frostbites have been cut away from the deck to make room for other win conditions and other packages of strong cards to supplement that mid game dominance and like combat based dominance, leaves you in situations where, hey, if I've got Frostbite for this matchup, it's pretty good for me. You end up drawing just tons of units instead that are great when you're just beating your opponent down. But when they're offsetting your damage with that much lifesteal, holy smoke. Honestly, like somebody could just go back and check the tapes and see how much healing that Sparklefly actually did, because Dead did a ton of damage and even set all the way down to 3 HP before finally losing to the final Sparklefly hit. It wasn't even a Lee Sin finisher. Like, holy smokes, what a game.
That is the end of the tournament, but of course, we're going to have a winner's interview with Pepsi Cola to see what he thinks about Sparklefly as a unit, but also other more in-depth questions about his lineup, his decks, maybe his thoughts on the meta as well. So we're going to do a very quick break. I think it's going to be a 2-minute break this time, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with a winner's interview with Pepsi Cola.
And welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. You just unfortunately missed the grand finals, and we are on the desk with our newly crowned winner, Peps Cola. We're going to get a quick check-in with the bracket so we can see what led up to this outcome. Peps Cola, cruised through the upper bracket, took down a Gigas, a very powerful player, Salty Simon, a former Fight Night champion, and then Kabachi as well in a close 2-1 to sit in the grand finals and wait. Den, however, after being sent to the losers bracket earlier, managed to pull off a very heroic run and denying Kabachi that run back in order to take on Pepsi Cola, but was not able to close it out.
Pepsi, you're now joining here with us. We have to ask you first, what are your, well, first of all, congrats on winning the tournament, of course.
Thanks.
But second now, what are your thoughts on Sparklefly as a unit? Just random question.
Like, until today, I thought it was like fine. It was like kind of a cute anti-aggro tech, but after today, I don't know. It was, I had the craziest games ever with that card. Like, not throwing Lee, it's fine, I got this. Like, just carrying games completely alone. It was just like, yeah, it's kind of a pretty good card, I would say.
It's a pretty good card, definitely. So, refresh my memory, Peps Cola. Your Lee Sin play today was very clean, and you had a very toolboxy build. I think that's a little bit further removed from what is considered like the standard for Lee Sin deck. So would you consider yourself a long-time Lee Sin player, or is a deck that you've been picked up recently because just of its strong performance?
No, like, I've been playing Lee Sin for quite a while. It started in EU Masters qualification when it was like truly broken. I used it to qualify. Then when Lee Sin Zoe started, I also like was one of the first persons in EU to play it. Then it started becoming more popularized, especially when Gohard was nerfed. So like, I would say definitely I am like a
long-time
good,
Lee Sin player. Good. It
Yep.
really shows in your play again. And so as a long-time Lee Sin player, how do you feel about the Gifts from Beyond tech? That one, I think, has become a little bit more of a popular choice for the list. And I know that you were experimenting with a lot of like different splashes with syncopation and concussive palm. Do you think that Gifts Beyond gets edged out, or you think it still has a place?
So Gifts from Beyond is definitely an okay card. The problem with it is you have one deck building cost is only playing eyes. And in the current meta, like not even in the current meta, just Lee Sin Zoe in general can't really afford to only play eyes. It really needs the Sparklefly, which is a secondary win condition. You can use other cards on it. Goat is a really good unit. It gives you like good tempo.
Yeah.
I don't really think Gifts from Beyond, like with the mono eye, really makes sense in Lee Sin per se. I think in decks like Lee Sin Karma, I think it makes more sense because you have more value, you have more late game. Lee Sin Zoe is forced to finish the game. It doesn't really have value besides the combo, right?
Gotcha.
So yeah. You really need that early tempo.
Looking at your lineup for today, you obviously went with two very tried and tested decks in Lee Sin Zoe and Trundle Lissandra. We've got a lot of new cards coming to the game as well this past mini expansion. What are your general thoughts on lineup you brought, but also on the meta as a whole going forward?
I mean, I was expecting a lot of Trash Nasus and Dravenaz. That's like the main reason why I brought this lineup. I think both decks do fine into both. About the new cards, Irelia Azir has potential, I think. But besides that one deck, I don't see a lot of change in the meta. Honestly, I think
I agree.
There's not a lot of big new decks besides, Irelia, which can have potential. I think its matchups against Matron are promising. Besides that, I really don't know.
Yeah, I think it kind of takes that like scout piece to the meta.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask one very last question. We obviously saw the announcement for the EU Masters a few days ago, and you are, well, the EU Masters champion as of right now. We'll see if you can defend that title moving forward. But what was your general reaction to the announcement, and what is your general mindset right now for the next 2 weeks? Do you, obviously Manitas has kind of stepped down from competing at the highest level. So what's your idea with your current position in this race to Masters and with Portugal as a whole in terms of qualification to the tournament?
So I was very scared and happy at the same time. Like, yes, your Masters is back, but I need to go to the qualification phase again, and that was like very hard. So yeah, already like trying to climb to Masters and yeah, working hard for that goal, qualifying Portugal. That's definitely
And
what
do
I
you think
will
you're
be
gonna
doing
make
the
that?
next weeks.
Okay.
Good to
And
hear.
are you gonna make that push with Lee Sin, or are you just gonna try to do like the Azir burn that people have been using to farm with?
I think Thresh, Nasus, and Ravenez are currently the best decks to climb. I think
Hmm.
their matchup tables are the most spread, and that's very
Mhm.
important in ladder.
Okay.
I think they have shot into every deck in the current meta.
Words of wisdom from the EU Masters champion. So a lot of ladder grinders trying to qualify, I assume, will also now take this advice to heart, and maybe we're going to be seeing a lot of Thresh Nasus and Ezreal Draven. It will be definitely a fierce fight, I think, this time especially. I mentioned it to Scarzig during the broadcast at the first EU Masters. I think people weren't really as aware of how big the tournament would be, or maybe how much was at stake. But now that we've seen the whole tournament happen and everyone wants to participate, I think it'll be even more fierce for the qualification for this time around. So once again, Pepsi Cola, congrats on this tournament win, and really best of luck on the ladder grind, because I think you're going to
Yeah.
need it. It's going to be
Yeah,
pretty intense, I think.
thanks, man.
All right, so with that all being said, again, that was our newly crowned Fight Night EU champion, Peps Cola, who is moving on to continue that competitive dominance on perhaps bigger and better tournaments. Not better than us, of course. But with that all being said, you do also get to look forward to Fight Night NA, which will be happening at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And due to some shenanigans of time zones and daylight savings, it's going to be midnight European time for the start of Fight Night NA. And I did hear some whispers that maybe Aurelia Azir, which was absent today, appeals perhaps a little bit stronger to our North American tastes. So I guess we'll have to see in a few hours.
It tends to be the case that EU usually has a little bit more spice. I have to say, I've been thoroughly disappointed today. EU players have not brought the spice. It's been only Trish Fangirl trying
It's
his
only
best.
been a couple days, though. They don't have the time to
Listen,
do the
my
science.
expectations are very high. I've seen a lot of wacky shit happen here in EU, but today was not that day. Hopefully, NA can flip the tables this time and make me proud, but probably not, because NA has usually been a little bit boring on the deck side of things. But we'll see in a few hours, 2 hours time here, basically in EU. And yeah, gonna be really exciting to see Casanova and Blevins take over the caster desk and all the NA talent and players trying to put up a great tournament for us as well. So stay tuned for that in 2 hours. That's it from us. I hope you enjoyed the tournament, and take care.
Have a good one.